Recording in progress.
Work arrangements as well, in terms of how we operate, how we operated in the past, how we operate now, and perhaps how we may operate in the future as well. So those are some details that I'd like to talk about today. So what you see here on the screen, of course, is some bit of data that we have sourced from Aon Hewitt. They're generally one of our comp and benefits partner, and we really love to use a lot of data that comes from them. So I'm sure a lot of you, through the course of a lot of discussions, or even maybe some of your curriculum, would have known or heard of such a thing, right? So how has things changed? When it was in the 20th century to right now, what has been the shift in terms of how organizations run, or how employees tend to choose their workplaces. Earlier it was about retaining, at least my father's generation and all, it was more like a loyalty contract. You just join an organization and then you probably stay there for the rest of your life, and then you perhaps retire from there. And maybe the reasons could be multiple, maybe because there were not many opportunities out there in the market, or maybe they were content with what they had in their hands, and then hence they chose to continue. And even when it comes to benefits, they were all basics, like what we mostly say in the olden days, roti kapda makan. So benefits were basically very basic, that were given to them. And most importantly, the idea was also to ensure that employees would stay and continue if we paid them well, and then we gave them decent benefit. Now, how has the shift happened from there? So what you see right now is very much an engagement contract. It is centered around work and workplace. So now people choose and decide what it means to be associated with an organization, and what is in it for them as a workplace. And then the focus very much has shifted from basic needs to psychological needs, personalizing the offerings to employees, seeing what it really means, to have an employee in the organization and catering to their, deeper needs. So it's not just the standard benefit that you offer, to employees, but also to see how much, to what extent you can personalize this and create an atmosphere for them to thrive and sustain. And if I have to perhaps give an example of my own organization, we are one among the few where our female employee base is about 60%, and the rest 40% are comprised of men. So what we do is that we try to also tweak our benefits a bit to see that we also cater well, or maybe slightly additionally more, to our, women employees. But of course, the idea is not to discount the men there, but keeping the age group of women or keeping the employee population there, we try to see what more, can be brought to that audience. And the rest, remains, I think, that sense of purpose, creating that sense of achievement, camaraderie, and having a meaning, to what you do. So this very much is the shift. And also the benefits that are generally, offered to employees, they are getting more and more creative by the day. Companies are investing a great deal of time, to see what has to be brought into the workplace, to see that employees remain engaged, they find it relevant, and then they really find the purpose of something that's in place. And of course, there is an opportunity to even question the legacy way of providing something. Is it that a tick box exercise, because any other competitor is providing, should I also provide it? Or should I really have a meaningful differentiation to what I'm offering to our employees? But of course, a fact does remain that most often, when benefits benchmarking is done, most organizations, tend to have a standard approach where they look at what their competitor or what their general industry at large is offering. But how can progressive organizations make a difference is probably by looking into the integrities of the employee population and then see how you might want to customize it. So with that, I move on to what is the shift in work arrangements, that we are talking about. So one, a sense of purpose. I think this topic was very much discussed extensively yesterday. So how and why, do people find a sense of purpose when they work with an organization? So what is in it for me? What is it that the company that I'm associated with is doing that I have a deeper connection to? Something that I feel that I belong, and then I am able to contribute well. So that's one thing. And second, flexible and remote working. So a flexible working or a remote working probably only existed in bits and pieces or in pockets before the pandemic, but this has moved on extensively. And today in the morning as well, I was talking to someone and I was sharing that we are an organization where 50% of our employees are home-based, or the rest work in a flexible, work model. But when I say, that flexible working or remote working is one of the future trends, I will say it with a great deal of responsibility that this is not a practice that every organization can follow by standard or by a thumb rule, because there are organizations that cannot fit into the model as well, but have to operate from an office-based environment. So which means they can't give remote working to their employees, but wherever possible, wherever we talk about a lot of back-end office or typically an office, kind of setup, that is where there is scope, to provide remote working. But don't go by the standard notion, that because this is the future of working, then it means that you have to introduce such a thing to your employees. So please look at your own ecosystem. Please look at the nature of your work, and then incorporate is what I would generally recommend to a lot of organizations, and even for the folks out of sitting out of here, who would like to really understand. So if there is no scope for a remote working, then maybe you could look at different elements of flexible working, that can, be brought in. So yesterday, I think there was an interesting example, right? So somebody talking about having to take their pet, for an appointment, and then hence asking a leave. So why not? So that's a lifestyle or a personal shift, that has come, isn't it? So I have a lot of friends, who perhaps are married and it's their personal choice, let's say, to not have kids, but they have pets. So they are pet parents. So is it that only if their child or a biological child was naturally sick that we would give them a benefit of doubt and then probably allow them to take them to the doctor and not a pet? Is it that a pet is not equally important, to them? So that's a thought that I'd like to leave you with. But flexibility comes with a bit of trust. I would suggest in general as well, to lay some ground rules so that it is not a right, but it is a benefit given by the organization, and then it comes with an element of trust. So when you talk about flexibility, there can be different means and ways. So I'll perhaps bring to the table an example that we do. So during summer times, which are specific to, let's say, India or APAC or EMEA or the US, so we have a policy called flexible Fridays. So on Fridays, we work 5-day week, by the way. So we allow employees to work half a day on Friday, and then we let them take rest of the week, rest of the day off. But the thumb rule here is that they are expected to complete 40 hours of their work within the remaining days of the week. But it, of course, comes with a little bit of planning and all that. That sits with the employee. So which is why maybe organizations do provide flexibilities, but it comes by laying certain ground rules and trust. And that's one of the shift that we talk about. And recently, one of the interesting point that you have ahead is that one of the recent Gartner surveys spoke about a huge paradigm shift of even considering 4-day work week. So sometimes if you wonder how does work gets done in 5 days, by the way, and not in 6 days, now there are even proposals to move to a 4-day work week. So there are some European countries which have already tried and tested these models, and then perhaps it works for them. But I think it's too early, to say whether such a model will work or not. So moving on, engaging multi-generation employees with different skill sets. I think there was an interesting panel discussion, that happened, on that, isn't it? So it's a fact, that we do have multi-generational workforce, that works with us, and it is important to use different mechanisms, to engage them at work. Like somebody says, different strokes for different folks. And that's very much the mantra to use if you have to engage a multi-generational workforce. But interestingly, the dynamics around the multi-generational workforce also appears to be quite different, these days. So we often hear people who are like about mid-40s talking about a midlife crisis, and we also hear of 30s or late 30s, talking about retirement
who are
already.
like about
So they want to make so much money as early as
talking
possible.
about a midlife crisis.
They want to make their investments.
We also
and then
hear
maybe
of
retire for the rest of
30s or
their
late
life.
30s.
So, but we never know. Such changes.
So they want to make
might
so much
happen
money
in the
as early
future,
as possible.
But it's an individual, personalized choice.
For the rest of
By
their
any
life.
means,
So,
I don't
but we never know.
generalize that this is what might happen
in the future.
It's a personal choice.
It's an individual,
like to take
personalized choice.
And by any means,
last but not the least,
to generalize that this
being
is
an HR professional for 2 decades.
It's a personal choice. This would be my recommendation for most of you here.
Last but not the least,
do not focus on the titles.
Being an HR professional for 2 decades,
quality of work.
This would
and
be
why
my
I say that
recommendation for
because
most of
titles
you here.
generally
Do not focus
mean
on
a
the
lot
titles
but
for
look at
Indians
the quality
and even
of work.
for Asia
And why I
Pacific,
say that, but
because
it's not
titles
likewise
generally
for
mean a lot
the rest.
for Indians
I think
and
irrespective
even
of whether
for Asia
the nature
Pacific,
of your work
but
has
it's
changed
not
or
likewise
the moment
for
you're called
the
a
rest.
manager,
I think irrespective
or a
of whether
director,
the nature of
then
your work has
it
changed
gives
or
you
not,
a high
the moment
sense
you're
of
called a
self-esteem,
manager
and then it
or a
just takes you
director,
into some
then
la la land.
it gives you
irrespective
a
of whether I
high
do
sense of
grass
self-esteem,
cutting or gardening,
and then it just takes
if
you
I'm
into
called a
some
director,
la la
probably
land.
that changes the
Irrespective of
entire
whether I do
perspective,
grass
and then
cutting or
automatically
gardening,
builds a lot of
if I'm called a
self-esteem.
director, probably
So
that
that's
changes the entire
one
perspective, and then
recommendation for all of you.
builds a lot
Do
of
not
self-esteem.
go by titles,
So
which
that's
can be fancy.
one
And
recommendation
India is
for all
known
of
to
you.
create fancy
Do not
titles,
go by
the way.
titles,
So you can
which
also
can
do
be
some Google
fancy,
search, and then you'll
India
come
is
across
known
some
to create
unique
fancy
ones,
titles,
there.
by the
But
way.
look at the
So you
quality
can
of
also do
work
some Google
that
search, and
probably
then
adds
you'll
value
come
to
across
you.
some unique ones, there.
Okay.
But look at the
So with
quality
that,
of work that probably adds
one of
value
my
to
most
you.
favorite topic, that I have also
Okay.
done
So
a
with
lot of
that,
work on, in my own
one of my
organization.
most favorite
So I have
topic,
worked on this
that I have
topic
also done
extensively,
a lot of work
managers
on and
in
leaders.
my own organization.
So when we
So I
talk
have
about
worked on this
work,
topic extensively,
culture,
with
so basically
managers
one of the
and
recent
leaders.
Mercer's
So
Global
when we
Talent
talk about
Trends,
work,
report
culture,
had given some great
so basically
insights.
one of the
So this
recent
is also a report that you
Mercer's
can
Global
very
Talent
much
Trends,
download.
report,
Had
from
given
Google.
some great
They do
insights.
a good
So this is
amount of
also a
work, and
report
then
that
they
you can
publish
very
this
much
report every year
download
on Global
from
Talent
Google.
Trends.
They do
And
a
they
good amount
basically
of
had
work, and
ranked
then they
work
publish this
culture
report every year
as one
on
of the
Global
top
Talent
3
Trends.
essentials, that
And
generally
they
employee
basically
look
had
for
ranked
in a
work
workplace.
culture
And
as one of
if
the
you're
top
wondering
3
what are the
essentials, that
top
generally
2,
employee look for
top 1
in a workplace.
is or job security, and
if
top
you're
2
wondering
is
what are
fair
the
pay,
top
which
2,
I'm sure all of us,
top 1
including
is
me,
on job
to
security,
expect
and
from,
top 2
isn't
is
it?
fair
But
pay,
top 3,
which I'm sure all of us,
interestingly,
including me,
is work
tend to
culture,
expect
but it
from,
doesn't
isn't it?
surprise me.
But top
Given
3
the constant shift in the workplace culture,
we are,
but it doesn't surprise me.
But when we talk
Given
about
the constant
a
shift
workplace,
in the workplace, that we are,
how does
but when
anyone
we talk about
experience
a
culture
workplace
at a workplace?
so
How
those
does
of you who have
anyone
perhaps
experience
worked with organizations in the
at a
past,
workplace?
when you think
So
of
those
a
of
work
you who
culture,
have
and then let's say
perhaps
somebody asks you a
worked with
question, oh, how's your
organizations in the
organization,
past,
by the way? And
when you
how's the
think
work
of a
culture
work
there?
culture, and then let's
What
say
would be
somebody
your
asks you a
answer?
question,
How is
on
your
what basis
organization,
would
by
you
the way?
define
How's
the
the
work
work
culture of an
culture there?
organization?
What would be your answer?
Any responses, any
on what
answers
basis would
that
you
anybody would
define the
like
work
to add?
culture of an organization?
Please, go
Any
ahead.
responses, any answers that anybody would like to add? No micromanagement?
Please, go ahead.
Okay. Anybody else? Yes, please. No micromanagement? Acceptance of everyone?
Great.
Anybody else? Yes, please. Sorry? Acceptance of
Flexibility.
everyone? Great. Okay. Great. So those are some examples, all of them pertinent.
Flexibility.
But otherwise, okay, you could also.
Great.
So those are some examples.
Define
all of them
culture,
but
maybe in
otherwise,
terms of
you could
how you look
also
at the value
define
system
of the
culture,
organization,
maybe in
what are
terms of
their
how you look at the value
practices in
system
general
of the
in
organization,
what
whether
are
they
their
practice what they
practices
preach,
in general,
and
so on and so forth. But otherwise, it is
whether
a
they
fact
practice
that a
what they
workplace
preach,
culture can
and
mean
so on and
differently
so
to
forth.
different
But
people.
otherwise, it is a
And
fact
there is
that a
no
workplace
common
culture
yardstick
can
in terms of
mean
how
differently
people
to different
have
people,
a perspective
and
of
there is
their
no
workplace.
common yardstick in
So,
terms of how people
with that,
have a perspective.
again, like
of
I said,
their,
I'm very
workplace.
fond of
So,
data, and I
with
feel
that,
some of these
again, like I
visuals,
said,
give
I'm
you a
very
different
fond of,
perspective.
data,
When you see such
and I
details.
feel some
So
of these
what you see here,
visuals,
of
give you a
course,
different
is from
perspective,
again from the
when you
Mercer
see
Global
such
Trends
details.
report.
So
And what I like
you
about
see
this
here,
report
of
is that
course,
while
is from,
most
again from the Mercer
of the
Global
surveys
Trends
that
report,
you see,
and what I like
tend to
about this
be
report is that
US
while
centric, or
most
tend to be
of the
very much
surveys that you
oriented
see
around
tend to
either
be
Europe or US.
US
So
centric, or
reports
tend
like
to
these,
be
they
very
drill down
much
to the
oriented
country
around
that you
either
belong
Europe
to.
or US.
And my suggestion will
reports
always
like
be
these, they
to
drill
not
down,
generalize,
to the country
the
that you
data
belong to.
basis what
And my suggestion
that
will
has
always
been done in
be
the West,
to not
but look at
generalize
something that
the
applies to
data
your country,
basis what
because
a survey that has been done
India
in the
is
West,
very different,
but look at
in terms
something
of
that applies to
culture,
your
in terms
country,
of a lot of
because
beliefs, value
India is
system,
very different
as compared
in terms
to
of culture,
any
in
other
terms of a
country
lot of
outside.
beliefs,
So as you
value
can see
system,
here,
as
so
compared
different
to
employees,
any other,
from
country
different
outside.
countries,
So as
had
you can
actually,
see here, different
rated
employees,
on what helps
from
them
different
thrive,
countries,
at
had
work.
actually,
And then now that we are talking
rated
so much
on
about
what helps them
the
thrive,
future of
at
work,
and
then
then
what
now
is
that
the
we are
next gen
talking so
workforce
much about,
looks like.
the
So you can
future
see
of work,
India, and then what is the
put in
next
that
gen
box,
workforce.
so
So
looks
India
like.
top.
So you can see India,
4, for example,
put
here
in that box.
it says working for an
So
organization
India top,
or a purpose that I'm proud of.
4, for example,
So
here
sense of
it
purpose,
says working for an
and a sense of
organization
belonging,
or a purpose
and
that I'm
feeling
proud of.
valued for my
So
contributions.
sense of
And I think that's
purpose
what we
and a
look
sense
for
of
a lot,
belonging
isn't it? So yesterday
and feeling
there was
valued
so much
for my
of
contributions.
discussion around.
And I think that's what
Gen
we look for
Z,
a lot, isn't it? So
and
yesterday
there was
so
discussions
much
around
of
instant
discussion
gratification.
around,
Gen
that's what.
Z,
But I
and
feel
there was discussions
irrespective of
around
the
instant
generation,
gratification. Everybody would like to
that's
feel
what. But I feel
valued for their
irrespective
contributions.
of the
And most,
generation,
number
everybody
4,
would
having
like
fun
to
at
feel,
work, and number 5,
valued for their
tech
contributions.
to make
And
my
most,
job less
number 4,
easier
having
or
fun at
mundane.
work,
And
I'll
number
probably
5,
come to the
tech
fifth
to
point
make
in
my
a
job
while.
less easier.
So that's
or
some bit of
mundane.
data for you.
I'll
And then you
probably
will also
come to
see
the
that there are countries
fifth
which
point
have common
in a while.
parameters.
So that's
but you will
some
also
bit of
see the
data for you.
shift, and then you
in
will
terms
also
of
see that there are
expectations,
countries which have
by,
common parameters.
region,
But you
which
will
gives you
also
a
see the
different
shift
perspective.
in terms of
Here.
expectations.
So moving
by
on,
region,
continuation
which gives
to
you a
workplace
different
culture.
perspective, here.
Right. So the
So
first
moving
thing
on.
that you see here
Continuation to
is that I
workplace
have
culture.
mentioned about the importance
Right,
of
so
great place
the
to
first
work,
thing that you see
GPTW,
here
and then you have
is that I
two
have
images
mentioned
there.
about
So
the
how many of
importance
you
of
have
great
heard
place
of
to work,
GPTW,
great place to
and
work?
then you have two
Have you
images
heard
there.
of this? So how many of you have heard of
No? Okay, I saw a couple
GPTW
of
great
hands
place to work?
raised.
Have you heard of this?
No? Okay, I saw a couple of hands raised. As an organization, which is a great place to work. So while they provide a certification to an organization as a great place to
which is
work
a great
based
place
certain
to work.
parameters,
So while
they also have
they
another
provide a
category
certification to
called
an
top
organization
100
as a great place
companies
to work
in India
based
to
certain
be with.
parameters,
And that's
they
a
also
place
have another
which most
category
organizations
called top 100
tend to
companies in India to be with.
absolutely
And that's
put
a place
efforts for.
which most
But is it really
organizations,
worth
tend to
being in one such
absolutely,
organization?
put efforts for.
Absolutely,
But
is
is
what
it
I will
really
say.
worth,
Why?
being
Because
in one such
it builds its
organization?
own employee value value proposition
Absolutely is what
in
I will
itself.
say.
And
Why?
then it is also
Because
great tool to brand yourself and then
employee
attract
value
employees too.
proposition
Because
in itself.
it invariably
And then it is
talks
also
about
great
the work
tool
culture to brand
So now
yourself
when we
and then
talk
attract
so much about
employees too. Because
work
culture,
it invariably talks
so
about
there are
the
some
work
natural
culture.
parameters,
So now when we talk
around
so much
work
about
culture,
work
which
culture,
you can of course
so there
see
are some natural
on the screen.
parameters.
So generally, if you
work
look at
culture,
the
can, of
Pentagon,
course,
see in the center
on the screen.
we have
So
management,
generally,
we
if you
have
look at
colleagues, we have
the
work,
Pentagon,
right?
so
In,
at our
in the
workplace,
center,
as an
we
individual,
have
I
management,
tend to
we have
interface,
colleagues, we have with
work,
some of these.
right?
But
So
otherwise,
at our
what are
workplace,
some
as an
core
individual,
aspects
I
of
tend
my
to
workplace?
interface,
Or of course,
with some of
built
these. But
on the
otherwise,
trust
what are
that I
some
kind of have
core
on that
aspects
environment,
of my
and it is
workplace?
measured by
Or
some
of course,
parameters called
built on the
credibility,
trust that I kind of
respect,
have on that environment, and
pride
it is
that I
measured by
carry
some
of my
parameters
workplace,
called credibility,
camaraderie, and
respect,
fairness.
pride
And if you
that I
also
carry
see
of
the
my
circle on the
workplace,
right hand side,
camaraderie,
it's called trust.
and
So
fairness.
GPTW generally
And if
is
you also
known
see the circle
to
on the
do
right
a
hand
survey
side,
with
it's
employees
called
on
trust.
something called
So
an
GPTW
employee
generally
trust
is known
index.
to
And
do
they do
a
that
survey with
survey
employees on
basis
something
numerous
called
an employee trust index. And they do that survey basis numerous questions, that. So, for example, if I was to take part in such a survey, I would also probably have my own view. So, for example,
how
if
the
I was to
environment
is
take
around
part in
me,
such a survey,
including
I would
my
also
colleagues.
probably have my
And
own view
who all
of how
is
the
part of
environment
such an
is around
inclusive
me, including
atmosphere,
my colleagues.
me, myself,
And
as well,
who all is
along
part
with
of
other
such an
people.
inclusive
Now, moving on, let's
atmosphere,
talk about an inclusive
me,
and psychologically
myself,
safe
as well,
workplace.
along with other
And
people.
of course, the
Now,
focus very
moving
much
on,
remains
let's
on
talk
DEI.
about an
By
inclusive
DEI, I
and
mean
psychologically
diversity,
safe
equity,
workplace.
and inclusion.
And
So
of course,
I'm
the
sure this
focus
is a
very much
topic that
remains
really
on
does not
DEI. By
need a
DEI,
lot
I
of
mean
introduction.
diversity,
But
equity,
when
and
we talk
inclusion.
about DEI,
So
I'm sure this is a topic that really does not
what
need a
better
lot of
situation
introduction
but
than the
when we
environment
talk
around
about
you.
DEI,
Look
if I
around
had to
yourself.
ask
So
you
if you
about
have you ever
DEI,
thought as to
what
what
better
was the
situation
composition
than
of
the
the
environment
students
around you
look
from
around
India?
yourself. So if
How
you
many
have you ever
come
thought from
as to
east,
what was
west,
the
north, south,
composition
how many
of the
different
students
languages they
around
speak,
you from India?
what could be
How many come
their
from east,
value
west,
system,
north, south?
what
How
could
many
be the kind
different
of
languages
background
they
that they come
speak?
from, and
What
such
could be
is the diversity.
their
While
value system?
diversity
What
always
could be the kind of background
around
that they
us,
come from? And
whether
such
or
is the
not we want to
diversity.
be inclusive,
While
is
diversity
absolutely
always
our
exists
choice.
around
So
us,
how do we as
whether or
individuals,
not we want to be
choose to
inclusive
behave
is
or
absolutely
choose
our
to
choice.
behave
So
in an
how do we
inclusive
as
manner,
individuals
to
choose to
make
behave
everybody
or
feel
choose
welcomed
to
is a
behave in
choice
an
that we
inclusive
always
manner,
have, for ourselves.
to make
And what I
everybody
mean
feel
by
welcomed
a
is a choice,
psychologically
that we
safe
always have,
workplace, for ourselves.
So
have you
and
heard of this
what
term
I
lately?
mean by a
It's very much being
psychologically
used
safe
a lot.
workplace.
Okay, so if
have
you
heard of
haven't,
this term
please
lately?
do some
It's very much being used
search on that,
a lot,
especially when it comes to work
okay, so if you
practices
haven't,
and all
please
that.
do some
This is very
search
much a
on
focus
that,
area for a lot of
especially when
people.
it comes
And a
to work
psychological
practices and all
workplace
that.
is very much
This is very much
an
a
environment
focus area
where
for a
I
lot of
am
people.
comfortable
And a psychological
to be myself,
workplace is very
where
much
I can
an
freely
environment
express
where
my
I am
ideas and
comfortable to
thoughts
be
without
myself,
the fear of
where I
being
can
judged.
freely
And I
express
can share
my
my
ideas
own
and
viewpoints
thoughts without
on
the fear
even
of
on the
being
areas
judged.
where I disagree,
And I can
but I feel
share,
comfortable to
my
share
own
something in an
viewpoints
environment.
on
And why are we
even
talking
on the
about
areas where I
DEI
disagree,
as well?
but I
When we
feel
talk about a
comfortable to
psychologically
share
safe
something in an
workplace.
environment.
And
the
why
reason
are we
why I would
talking
want
about
to
bring
bring
that
DEI
is because
as well,
generally
when we talk about
diversity,
and
the
reason why
first
I
thing
would
that
want to
comes
bring that
into
is
a
because
lot of people's
generally
mind is
when we
perhaps
talk
women,
about
or maybe I think
diversity,
she's just
the first thing that
about bringing
comes
in more
into
women to the
a lot of
workforce.
people's mind
How many of you
is
would
perhaps
have thought
women.
so?
Or maybe I think
When I
she's
say
just
so,
talking about bringing
you can
in
raise
more
your
women
hands
to the workforce.
Please feel
How many of you
psychologically
have
safe
would
to
have
raise
thought
your
so?
hands.
When
I
I say so,
you can
okay,
raise
I
your
saw a
hands.
few hands.
Please
But
feel
but mind you, here
psychologically
the idea
safe
is
to
not
raise
to
your
talk
hands
only about women,
and say so.
but women
Okay, I saw
probably
a few
tend to
hands.
be a part of that. And
But
the
mind
reason
you,
why
here
we
the
still
idea is not to
talk
talk
about
only
it
about
is
women,
because
but there are
women
inhibitions
probably tend to be a
in the
part of
corporate
that. And the
sector
reason why
as
we
well,
still
where
talk
there are
about it
a lot of
is
companies
because
who
there
feel,
are
okay, if
inhibitions
we were to hire more
in the
women,
corporate sector
do you think they
as
will
well,
stay?
where
What if the
there are
person gets
a lot of
married, or
companies
what
who
if the
feel,
person
okay, if
has
we were to
children
hire
and then
more
tomorrow they
women,
move on?
do you think
So
they will
these are,
stay? What if
of
the
course,
person
some
gets married,
regressive
or what
thoughts
if
that a lot of organizations still live with. Move on. I hope these are on themselves. Of course, apart from that, we also have that a lot of percentage of workforce live with, which is disabled. They are working not probably healthy like we also have a percentage of workforce which is disabled, but nothing takes away not the kind of skill that they have like you and also have an equal right in place, but nothing takes away and kind of skill maybe that they have. Last but not the least, I will talk about the LGBTQ community, and I'm sure the term lesbian,
talk
gay,
about the
transgender,
LGBTQ
bisexual community, and
I'm sure
queer
the term
does not need
lesbian,
introduction,
gay, transgender,
because I'm sure you would
bisexual,
have heard
and
a lot
queer
about it.
does not
And if I
need
was to talk to you about some
introduction,
statistics,
because I'm sure you would
did you
have
know,
heard a
that
lot
10% of the
and
Indian
if I was to talk
population
to you about some statistics,
considers
did
themselves
you know
to be in the
that
LGBTQ bucket?
10% of the Indian
Were you aware of
population
that statistics?
considers themselves
In the US,
to be in the LGBTQ
some of the recent
bucket?
numbers said that
Were you
1
aware
in
of
5
that
people
statistics?
see
In the
them
US,
being part of the
some of the
LGBTQ
recent numbers
community.
said
But India, it stands at 10%. But
see them
the percentage
being
of
part
people
the
who probably
LGBTQ
would
community.
have come out,
But
you know,
India,
with their
it stands at 10%,
personal orientation
is only
the
about
percentage of
2%.
people who probably would
So
have
yesterday
come
somebody
out,
asked me an
with
interesting
their
question. So when we
personal
talk about
orientation,
LGBTQ,
is only about
is the
2%.
idea
to give
so
them
yesterday
like
somebody
a
asked me an
reservation or a
interesting
quota
question. So when
to
we talk about
accept them into the
LGBTQ,
mainstream
is the
industry,
idea to give
the idea is
them
absolutely
like a reservation
no,
or a quota
but the idea
to
is to be
accept them
aware
into the mainstream
that there are
industry.
people out there
The
with
idea
their
is
own personal
absolutely no,
preferences,
but the
which are
idea is to be
aware that there are people out there with their own personal preferences which are more personal to them, but they do have an equal amount of skill sets that they can contribute to the larger industry. Now, I come from an organization where DEI is taken very great.
Recording
So
in
with that,
progress.
I move on to a topic called work-life integration. So yesterday also there was of course a lot of conversation around work-life balance, as to how the current workforce can balance a lot of these things. But perhaps I would prefer using a word called work-life integration and not balance. And I think when we talk about a balance, it is always something that you constantly try to monitor. But when you talk about integration, then you very well know that you're able to blend in your personal life with your professional work, along with your hobbies or anything that you might want to pursue further. But this is very much the focus of a lot of organizations. So we just don't look at a physical well-being. We look at other aspects like financial well-being, mental well-beings, and a plethora of topics that we like to bring to keep employees engaged and happy at a workplace. So which is why I would probably prefer using the word work-life integration and not a balance that probably can always waver a bit. And moving on, employee advocacy. Now, why I'd like to talk about that as part of employee workplace culture is because in the era of acute competition, we have so much competition around us that no organization ever believes that's very easy to replace people who has left the organization. But if you had to replace someone who's left the organization, or you had to ramp up some of your operations, companies go through a great deal in terms of hiring and retaining them. And of course we do have early attrition as well. There are people who probably come, test waters, and they decide in 3 to 6 months this is not the job for them, and they leave. And again we repeat the same cycle. And why are we talking about employee advocacy here? And then why am I linking it to the workplace culture? So when we talk about employee advocacy, this is something that automatically comes into the picture if we were to invest onto those two images that you see on the right. If organizations were to focus on what it keeps to have a great workplace culture, then something called attracting and retaining talent will automatically come into the place. And again, with a lot of the current generation that we are dealing with, emotions are generally always on the high, right? So when somebody is happy, of course the first thing that they do, they share it on social media, irrespective of whether they share it with their own loved ones or even family. It goes on to social media, and so do negative emotions as well. So if I'm happy, of course I choose to go out there and then make a post. If I am unhappy as well, I'll do the same thing, right? And then but if there is somebody who's unhappy and then let's say has made a nasty post by tagging the organization, and then God knows tagging who, there are people who can even tag human rights commissions and God knows what, irrespective of what happened in the background, right? So what happens is that it does bring negative repercussions to the place. And there are so many people who tend to like such posts, they tend to share those posts. Of course, those are certain things that do not remain in our control, and you can't even control them. But what you can control is what lies within your hands, and you see that you do create a good work atmosphere, for the employees, and that's what companies like us, we try to do. And hence, a lot of importance that goes on to culture. But how many of you would really want to go work with an organization, where you would have heard not so, good things? So even if just two people of a 20,000 organization who happen to be your friends, share, "Arey yaar, nahi, chodo, this is not a good place." Would you be swayed by that decision? Would you be swayed by the comment that they would have made? Would you? Yes? That's what is the impact that I'm talking about. And again, when we talk about future of work trends, right? And there was some interesting news that I read the other day. Deloitte had recently hired a CHO, for their organization. Any clues on what CHO stands for? Great, thank you. I'm glad you read that note. They've hired a chief happiness officer in their organization, and perhaps they were among the first, to hire one in that portfolio. But by the way, this role does not sit within the HR function. It is outside of HR. So that's the idea. And also, I read one news recently in China that a company had started something called an unhappy leave. But I know it's very tricky for me to say how somebody would define unhappiness, and what if that unhappiness lasts beyond 7 days, 10 days, or something which even probably impacts work. But I know maybe an unhappy leave can be a wacky idea for someone like me, who's probably seen a lot of scenarios where employees try to take advantage of it as well. But there is someone out there, who's brave enough to want to try, such a thing. So again, different people, different thoughts. Great. So I'd like you to draw attention to the last, point. Again, I'm not someone who would probably box people into generations. I feel there are always commonalities, and there will always be situations where one might not even refer to the generation that they belong to. But a lot of surveys, they definitely suggest that 70% of millennial, workers say that pandemic has made them rethink that what place should their work have in their lives. So people have begun to understand and realize the value of life, value of relationships, value of what kind of investments they'd like to make on themselves. So was I one among them? I don't I don't know. I'm not a millennial either, but it definitely has, helped it think through. So now evolution of technology. And so I probably not take a lot of time, here, because there is enough discussion that has happened around it yesterday and even today. I'm sure, there will be some discussions around it. So no doubt in saying that COVID was the change, probably that enabled a rapid adaptation of technology. And I think had it been normal circumstances, nobody would have probably been so open to adapt to technology with that kind of speed, and rate. And somehow there was a pandemic, that worked or pushed for its acceleration. And no doubt, that generative AI, and when I say generative AI, what typically comes into your mind? Chat GPT, right? So this is like a synonym of maybe a Google when we talk about a browser, to search, for any information that you need. So, but one thing to be mindful of is that, while AI is improving or being implemented at a rapid pace, it is important to remember that while some roles or some jobs might be impacted, but they will be impacted for efficiencies. But at any given point in time, it is humans, who will always have to augment, that kind of change, when it comes to implementation of AI. You would invariably need someone to, of course, provide a design, of course, provide a code to see what kind of input goes into it to ensure the right kind of output, comes to it as well. But while the visual just talks about, what percentage of jobs as such will kind of impact in terms of the reduction on mundane activities, I would only urge you to put your thoughts onto the text that is in bold. So irrespective of any research article that you study these days on technology adaptation, you will only see one common theme. AI emerges as a global imperative. And remember, it is coming to your job, but it is not coming at your job. So that's just one point that I'd like you to be mindful of. Great. So now as I speak, okay, maybe I'll just put everything here. As I speak so much about what companies are doing, for the workforce, I would also like to drive a thought across to you to think in terms of what can you do, to contribute, to the larger, workforce, right? It's always both sides, isn't it? That's when, you kind of bring in a healthy relationship. It's not just what companies want to do, but also what and how you would like to contribute, to that equally as well. So what you see on the left hand side is very much some research that was done by the World Economic Forum to understand all the top 5 skills that are gaining importance for the future. And the ones on the left, believe me, they are must have, because those are also certain parameters that most companies look for as you attend your campus placements. And if at all you would want to give some examples to make the best case of yourself, please look at all those parameters that you currently have. And also these should be the parameters that should help you sustain in the future as well. Creative thinking, analytical thinking, technology literacy, like I said earlier, and curiosity and lifelong learning. That's what that upskill and reskill yourself typically would mean. And not last but not the least, flexibility, resilience, and agility. These are all, I think, closing your eyes, you can say that these are all some must haves for your job. Now when you look at the first point, upskill and reskill, you may see me probably putting one controversial statement out there, being in IIM Jammu, where I say that your skills may surpass your degrees, right? So this is very much a fact. This is very much a trend where a lot of people who have probably brought in great process improvements or great innovations have not necessarily had degrees, but they've had the skills. But by no mean, I don't intend to disrespect a degree. I have been a postgraduate myself, so I do understand the value that a degree does to us. But it is important to even focus on the skills that we constantly build for ourselves from there on. So please don't be stuck with the degree that you have for yourself, but be forward looking as well. Now be adaptable to change and understand your blind spots. Now everybody has blind spots, so do I, so do you. And what is important is that you accept them with humility, and then you thoroughly work on them. If you are someone who probably has blind spots and knows about it, but you think, I think it's okay for me to probably not really give a lot of importance, then you're probably pushing yourself in the game. So do think about it when I say that time and again. Now the next point, something which is a fact, being emotionally intelligent. I think this is a term that we often hear, right? We do talk about IQ, but a lot that comes is EQ. So it is important, to have the kind of emotions, in place where you, of course, know yourself. What are you? What is your personality? What is your value system? At the same time, understand, the others around you, and then adapt. And the reason why I say that, because nobody works in isolation. You have to work with a lot of your colleagues along with you. You have to understand human emotions. You have to understand how you tweak your work style, your communication, or your choice of words, depending on a situation that comes your way. So I always believe in one point. Whenever you have a situation, everybody has two choices. Either you react to it or you respond to it. But what are you? And is a difference that comes between these two. Either you choose to respond or you choose to react to a situation. That's one thing. And taking ownership and accountability. So when I say this, probably I'm sure there are a lot of real life examples. And even during my PGDM days, when we used to work on projects, and there were, let's say, about 10 people, there will always be those 3 or 4 people who will just do something in the background, but maybe not really contribute, but still maybe take credit of what really comes to them. And does it happen in the corporate sector as well? Hell yes, it does happen, and it's not any different. But the reason why I'm trying to tell you about this is to ensure that you do not belong to those 3 or 4 people who probably shrug away their accountability and ownership, but you're out there to take credit of it, because it doesn't last long. So that's a thought for you. Now the next one is actually a topic that's of course very close to me, and this is also a topic that has gained widespread attention in the corporate world, which is about incivility. Ever heard of the term incivility? Right? So it is exactly the opposite of being civil, right? I think irrespective of the kind of education that most people have, what a lot of people lack on a regular basis maybe is common sense or civic sense. And then when I talk about incivility at a workplace, it can come in many shape and forms, right? So let's say me not taking accountability of the job, me taking credit for somebody else's work, me spreading false news about someone, me not giving the right kind of support to my peer with whom I'm supposed to be working, and many more forms, disrespecting people, biases, the kind of biases that we bring to the table, and a lot more. If you have some time, please do take a moment to research on this topic, and then you will really know the length and breadth of what it means. But the idea is to ensure that you do not bring any of these to workplace. And most importantly, integrity and work ethics are paramount. If you have a success that comes your way at the cost of integrity, remember it has no value at all. So that's one word that I'd like to say. So, and most importantly, one of my favorite quotes that I read from the Sabarmati Ashram by Mahatma Gandhi: be the change you want to see in the world. So often it is easy to complain, oh, somebody did not do that, somebody did not do this, they should have done this, they should have been accountable for this. But ensure that you are part of the contribution as well before you say that somebody has not done it, and be the example that you like others to be. And last but not the least point of my session today, focus on your physical and mental health or well-being. And when in need, ask for help. And I'll again refer back to the same point that I said. When somebody has emotions, I think little do they believe, that they have so many people around them or their own family members who could be trusted partners with whom they can discuss, but they don't. But they choose to post on social media. I'm not against posting on social media, but I am a firm believer of humanity. I'm a firm believer of the people sitting around you who probably can help you troubleshoot. Maybe it is a possibility that we may not have answers to all the questions or all the problems around us, right? But it is human tendency to also think that the problem that I have is the most biggest one in the world. So please believe in talking to the others, and then please believe in listening to ideas, from the others. So with that, I end my session here. Thank you so much for being a patient audience, and I truly loved, being here. So I had one quick video, but it could be one on a satirical note. As we talk so much about technology, AI, and then how the kind of impact that it has on the jobs in general, it was interesting to see how different organizations, not related to this completely, have created ads linked to that. So, and by no means I do endorse such a thing, but the idea is only to show what kind of creativity has come into these days, and this is linked to the future of work. Sir, may I have that video, please? And that's for you.
Looking to upskill for the future?
This new AI can perform all coding jobs in seconds, including blockchain development. While this AI is already outperforming accounting firms. Meanwhile, the new graphic design AI aims to automate graphic design and could minimize the need.
Relax. Because in a future where AI does most of the work, there'll be one thing that humans will finally get to do all day long. Nothing. So it's time to learn the most essential skill of the future. 5-Star presents Nothing University with the first ever diploma program in doing nothing. An intensive course covering the most future-ready skills out there.
Well, let me check with the AI and get back to you in a few days.
With our state-of-the-art workshops, campus placements, and guest lectures, the world can finally prepare for the glorious future that awaits us. 5-Star, do nothing. Enroll now.
Well, that's not true, by the way, but I thought it was a very quirky one, and I hope it sort of lifts your mood before any other session comes your way. I know that there is, these are sessions that can
Once
be loaded,
everything's perfectly organized.
but this was just to lift your mood a bit after such a heavy session. So with that, I think I probably just have 5 minutes, or I'm done. I have 5 minutes for any questions. If you may have, I'm happy to answer them. If you have them, that's okay.
Hi, good morning,
Hi.
ma'am. So, my name is Dr. Anupa Chandal. So, I'm very glad to see Praxil here. I had a research project, clinical trial project during my internship.
Sure.
So, I really want to ask, what are you seeing in people when you're hiring? Because as I had experience, it is very hard to make a conclusive result out of the research because of the attrition we get in our patients. And when we start the research, we enroll like 300 patients, but when we start to write our reports,
Yeah.
it's almost like 25, 50 conclusive results we can find. So it is very expensive and extensive procedure. So what you see in people when you are hiring, so that you can have good results in your researches.
Great. So, and I'll perhaps start with a base point to say that the work that we are in, it has an impact, or it makes a difference to human life, right? So what we do clinical trials, so which means we work on the drug development process, for a lot of the pharma and biotech industries. So which means the kind of medicines, that we do our trials on, they can also be used on, let's say, my parent, or even the parent of someone, who's actually worked on the trial. But to your point, I think what comes into the picture there is, of course, the kind of accuracy that you bring, creative thinking, and then your attention to detail, and what other minute aspects, has someone, taken care, of the trial, and what parameters, have been looked at to arrive at such data, right? And then when we do, of course, talk about consistency, when it comes to trial data. So it is always a perspective, it is always a fact, and most of it, of course, has to be data driven. And even when you have data out there, how are you analyzing that data to see the kind of outcome that you're driving, further, is what is generally, looked at. But I think most of some of the previous skills that we have spoken of come into picture everywhere, I think, irrespective of the profession. But I think here it's a little more, because we do talk about a direct impact on human life. I hope that answers your question. Thank you. Okay, we have one more question.
Good morning, ma'am. My
Hi.
name is Ishita. I have a question for you. Like when we talk about contribution to work, like there is some inherent nature like which every individual holds, or like what a person is at core. So like how do you suggest we balance that inherent nature and what organizations expect from us?
Okay. So I'll perhaps give an answer, straight, from my heart. And I am someone who truly believes in taking ownership and accountability. So again, because of my profession, we do tend to talk about a lot of models that are easy to relate to. So there's something called an accountability ladder. Maybe you can do a Google search at a later point in time to see that. So when there is a task, that is generally assigned to someone, or will be assigned to someone, generally it is the approach of the individual, that is taken into consideration. What is the problem solving approach that a person tends to have, in place. And it is a fact that things will never be smooth. And if you are stuck in a situation, what will be your choice of choosing an alternative way, which is right and ethical, to come towards that solution, is generally what is looked at. And again, when I talk about accountability, in this point here, it is about whether me just raising my hands and say, oh, this was anyways not meant to work, so I leave it here and I give up. Or do I look at other mechanisms to see that I really work hard on it and then find some solutions? So, and I think it's important to also accept failures that come your way, but not just rub them under the carpet to say, oh, I'm sorry, I never had any failures. If somebody would say that, I think they would be lying. There will be failures, but if at all there is a failure, it is important to see what is the other alternative, that you're taking to approach that problem. Always have a plan B, is what I will say. Okay, I can take one last question, if that's okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, please.
Hello, ma'am.
Hi.
Good morning. My name is Ankit Agrawal, and I am from MBA in Healthcare Management.
Sure.
My question is how healthcare companies now fostering a sense of belonging and engagement among the employees in this busy schedule.
So, and I think it is easy when it comes to healthcare, right? And most healthcare companies always have a common vision or a purpose where they talk about making a difference to the life of a patient. And it is a fact that there are plenty of people out there who have a disease, who probably are looking for a solution to that disease, or maybe even a betterment of their lives. How can they ease their life, with some kind of health issues, that they may have. So I think I can confidently say that 99% of the healthcare companies will talk about making a difference to human life, and with the kind of offerings that they bring in, which probably are safe to use or even good price wise. But net, I think not just the pharmas or even the clinical research organizations like us will very much believe in the same thing. Whether we are directly involved or indirectly involved, the idea is to make healthcare safe and affordable. I hope that answers your question. Great. Thank you so much. So that brings me to the end of my discussion with you. And it's really nice to be here. Thank you so much for your time. Have a good rest of the day.
Certainly take inspiration from your unique perspective on inclusive healthcare. Now, we invite our next esteemed keynote speaker, Mr. Priyaranjan Kumar, Vice President and Head of Human Resources at JSW Steel Limited. With over 27 years of HR experience, Mr. Kumar has worked with highly competitive environments across India and abroad, handling diverse geographies, cultures, and nationalities. He has led HR functions through significant growth, restructuring, transformation, and helping build strong employer brands. A passionate learner, Mr. Kumar began his career with Leader Group and has worked with esteemed organizations like Viraj Profiles Limited, African Industries Group, Jindal Steel and Power Limited, Reliance Industries, and Unilever's Associates, performing various strategic HR roles. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Priyaranjan Kumar as he delivers his insights. We are extremely honored to have you, sir. Kindly take the stage. I request Dr. Baljeet Singh, co-chairperson placements, to present a token of our gratitude to Mr. Priyaranjan Kumar. Thank you so much, sir. Kindly take the stage.
Hello. 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 Yeah, good morning. How much people? Almost 500, but sound seems to be 50. Have you all taken breakfast? No sound. At least it should reach to old campus. Good morning. So, how's the study? You all people are hearing a lot of HR words and all. All HR GANs. How's the any input? What are the learnings? I would like to little bit deviate from the topics now today. Would it be okay? So first of all, I would like to thank you all for inviting me. I am very much thankful to Professor Sahai. Typically, we used to call him institution builder. He is the person who built institution like IMT Ghaziabad, MDI, IIM Raipur, and now IIM Jammu. So I really feel delighted to see the institute. I remember in 2022 November, he arranged my visit here. That institution is still that point of time under construction. So today, once yesterday while I visited this place, so I see how it takes shape. So I really appreciate, sir, for your visionary approach, the way you build up the institution, our institutions, and this is how you are creating the intellect for our 2047, our Prime Minister Viksit Bharat mission. So I really appreciate. I bow down before you, sir, for building this type of institution and creating such type of young leaders. So I have almost more than 2.5 decades of experience. And with that experience, I would like to share my experience. And over a period of these tenure, I had almost 500 management trainee, particularly. I'm not talking about the graduate trainee, management trainee. With that experience, I would like to share my thought process about the career choices. How many people from first year? First year. And how many from second year? Very few. Okay. So you must be, what was of mind while opting for MBA? Anyone? Anyone? What was your back of mind while opting for MBA? An institution like IIM. Anyone? Career growth. Good. Anyone else? Good. Anyone? Great. I would like to add further, like all across the world, almost 12,000 MBA institutions are there. And out of 12,000, almost 4,000 in India. And do you know how much MBA graduate we are producing year by year? Almost 500,000. Yes, sir? Almost 500,000. So the way we are producing the management graduate, how we are adding value in ourselves, the way we have aspiration for better career, understanding the business, better career growth. So all those questions in our mind, how to shape up our career. And afterward, once these type of questions come in mind, can we manage our career? And nowadays, this question is very much pertinent because in 1960s, while we industrialization and all revolution started, that point of time, average life of organization was almost 60 years. And that point of time, our lifespan was same, 60 years. Whereas in 20s, organization life is merely 20-year average life. And whereas our lifespan rose from 60 to 80 years now. So in such a situations, our lifespan, if you see altogether, our career part is almost almost 40 years we have to live. Either active career, professional careers, or volunteer career. So how to manage that? Any thought? Something wrong. How to manage it? Any idea and thoughts? हम लोगों की तरफ ना एक सत्यनारायण मंगल कथा होता है जिसमें टिपिकली वी यूज टू सिट एंड 5 शंख काउंट करते हैं कि शंख बजा 5 तब प्रसाद लेकर के चले जाएं. Whereas I would like mutual conversation, your idea, thoughts. By that way, we can be more engaging. Yeah. Okay, good. Anyone else? Hello.
I believe that we should analyze the past events and prepare ourselves for the future events with respect to the information available in the present.
Okay. Yeah. Very good. So since we have to live almost 40 years of career, so we have to plan it very meticulously. Typically nowadays, while we are planning our career, so we decide, typically in Gen Z, they first attracted towards the salary. Second, position, work-life balance, and then third, work culture. Okay. And major attraction point is pay. This is where we do mistake. This is typically my opinion I am sharing with you. It may be different from different perspective. While and how these pay aspect come up na? While we are doing benchmarking of the institutions, by kitna placement hua, this is what the placement used to happen. My institute placement is 25 lakh, average placement is 25 lakh or so. This institution placement is 20 lakh or so. Such type of people create those type of perceptions, and this is how pay come on top priority. Whereas while you all people going to start your career, what you all people have to see first is learning, and second is culture aspect, where your learning curve should go up and where your culture is very conducive to flourish your career path. That typically a criteria for opting for the organizations, not merely a pay aspects. So first dilemma, typically what type of organization we have to opt it for. We have to go for pay part or culture part, or seeing the brand value of the organization. In today's scenario, money is certainly important, but how much money? And if you see the statistics of the people, so first half of the career, whatever your earning potential or whatever you are earning, but the wealth creation aspect typically used to happen post 40. So initial phase, you have, while you are going to build up your own career trajectory, so foundation aspect you must build up on those learning aspect itself. Second dilemma is typically how long I should stay in an organization. While we have gone seeing my experience, while we do the campus placement and we hire the people, people used to stay, average stay for in first job is typically 17 months. This is what, if that was my choice position, then why I stay for merely a 17 month? What was the reason? Average stay in first job is 1.5 years. This is what stats said. If I join in my choice organization, what are the reason? Within a year. Okay. Anyone else? Right.
So I think the first job is like a kickstart. The stay time is so less because employees tend to move towards better opportunities.
One research share we did in our organization, while we are going to campus for selections, and typically we used to take decision in a day, round of GD or interview or so, and so by that way our interaction may be half an hour or 1 hour. So a career is typically a well thought decisions, and that's for organization as well as for an individual as well. So with that much time, we may not be in position to understand the organization, and organization may not be in position to understand the individual, a candidate, and that may be the reason. So afterward, what we change in our process, we have started MIP, Management Internship Program, that is typically a summer internship program for 2 months. So while we are putting people for 2 months, assigning certain tasks, and after completing that task, we are giving the PPO and all. So the person understands the organization, culture, ethos, environment, and all those aspects in a better way. Almost 60 days. And they understand the people, whether such type of people I am compatible or not. And by that way, we have noticed the retention change from 70 month to 32 month. So that was the paradigm change, just double. So this is how I am concluding. Typically a campus placement scenario time, this is 2020. आया तो छक्का मार दिया within 30 minutes. But while people working with the organization for 2 weeks, and that decision is very well informed decisions from both sides. And this is how career span going to be on higher side. And here I would like to quote Malcolm Gladwell research. That research said that if I am putting around 10,000 hours on any subjects, any area, any department, so by that way I can get the mastery. So for that way, 10,000 hours means almost 4 years. So how long should I stay? I suggest you should stay at least 3 to 4 years in first job. First year, it will take time to understand the organization. Second year, you start delivering it. And third year, you establish yourself by way of your delivery. And by that way, you are going to create your own brand value. See, while you are going to enter in any organization, you are entering on brand of IIM Jammu, not by your own individual brand. And that individual brand come up once you establish themselves in that particular organization for almost 3 years. This is how IIM Jammu name along with you, and that would be deadly combination for your own brand. So I suggest at least for 3 to 4 years, you have to stay in first job. Is it important to build up the network? We are very happy to develop the network by way of putting Instagram में मेरे इतने follower हैं, LinkedIn में मेरे इतने follower हैं, Facebook में इतने, but if we are in raid, then no one visited our place. I would like to share a very tragic incident. One of my colleague having met with accident, and he has follower of 60,000 follower over LinkedIn, Instagram, and all. Everyone, once he posted our LinkedIn, get well soon, all those messages come. But not even a single people visited his place. What level of pain and all he is passing through merely by get well soon. Do you feel that work on? No, no. So how to build up our own network? That is very important. So we used to call it typically EQ, IQ, and SQ. You all are aware? IQ, EQ, ma'am, just a moment back, ma'am already said emotional intelligence and all. And SQ part, social intelligence and social quotient, where how you are building the networking part that play a very vital role in your career growth, and not merely by number of follower. And how to do that? Like take example, you may have IIM Jammu alumni, or wherever you pass out your graduations, that alumni also you have. So how well you are contributing in that particular alumni? How you are contributing to your society where you are staying? How you are contributing within your family? So that all going to build up your own real network, and that work as a typically a pillar at the time of distress, be it health distress, be it career distress, or be it upliftment of your mood and all. These all are our anchor, social anchor. And this is how we can navigate through this tough time. So networking is very important. Nowadays, people are very much motivated towards the startup and all. After passing out from IIMs, n number of example we have who started a startup and they become unicorn. That's good. Our Prime Minister also having such, he is giving such type of environment, and by that way, we are encouraging people for doing the startup and all. So it all depends upon your choices. How many people are interested to start their own business after coming out from the campus? Good. So you have background. What I suggest, I come across a number of students who did a startup and all. left the job immediately and did so, and some number of people get good success. But I suggest let us spend good amount of time in organization, say for 3-4 years. By that way, you can understand the nitty-gritty of businesses, be it finance, be it administration, all those commercial aspect and all operation aspects. And by that way, success ratio of those type of startup would be on higher side. So it is good idea to do the start your own business and contribute in our economy. But yeah, I suggest to take at least 3-year time to understand the organization first, and then you can venture into your own startup. What is the role of mentor in a career? Do you feel it is important? Mentoring is important? So far, you all people must have spent 2022 plus year of education. You come across a number of professors and all who build up your education journey or career journey so far. So same way in corporate also, mentor is very much important. They play a very big role in shaping your career. As we are moving from campus to corporate, n number of different aspect you may come across. I understand almost 40-50% people having past experience. So you have 40%. I given data that almost 40% people coming from a fair amount of experience, like 1 year or 2 year, like that. So you must come across that campus to corporate is altogether different ball game. So their mentoring play a very big role. Once you see the corporate aspect, that will help in a true sense if you got the better mentor. The way organization having board of director, na, same way you have to also create your own personal board of directors, and you have to contact on a regular frequency. By that way, they can guide what is happening across the corporate world, and by that way you can keep yourself abreast for upcoming challenges. Now it is very pertinent questions for you all. Which industry is good one? Any idea, thoughts? What's your personal thought process? Which industry is good for future? Healthcare, semiconductor, EVs. What else? Banking. Space. All industries are good. See seeing the industrial revolution, the people used to talk a lot about the India next decade or coming centuries for this century is for India. The way, be it make in India, either technology part or manufacturing part, all industries are going to grow multifold. At least people are expecting CAGR of these, the industry which you name, would be in double digit. So these all are good industry, but it all depends upon what type of brand name you are going to associate yourself, what type of energy, efforts you are going to put. Which skill sets are needed for the future? Just a moment back, ma'am shared about the World Economic Forum recent reports. What type of skill set going to be in demand in coming decade? So almost in World Economic Forum report, almost 45% job going to be redesigned with advent of all those new technologies and all. So what type of skill set we have to develop ourselves so that we should be relevant in coming years? So according to me, it is 5C. First is critical thinking. Second is complex problem solving. Third is, anyone? Creativity. Fourth is collaboration. And fifth is communication. And the methodology of case study and all give you all those opportunities of developing these 5C. So I suggest you all to put lot of thrust on these 5C, developing these 5Cs. In era of AI and technology, all these are the knowledge economy era. So in these time, consistent basis, all those technology change and framework change, but these 5 skill set not going to change. Okay, so you have to build up on these 5 skill part. So at the end, I would like to add, see the typically in era of where company lifespan is going down, our lifespan is going up, our career span is expanded. So we have to plan our career in a very meticulous way. For that, again, I am giving an acronym of ABCDEF. Agility in learning. Whatever you learn in IIM Jammu, seeing the changing scenario, seeing the technological, the Nothing University, na? You all have seen the video. Nothing University, 5-star. So much change happening in this VUCA or Bani world. So you must be agility in learning. Daily, regular basis, you have to upgrade yourself. B, you have to benchmark yourself, not with your colleagues. If you benchmark with your other colleague, that will develop your own frustrations, depression, and all those mental issues. So benchmark yourself. Whatever I was earlier, yesterday, am I improving today? So benchmark. C, collaboration, lot of collaboration part, not merely sharing the WhatsApp message to your, by that way, merely you are not collaborating. So collaboration in all aspects, sharing the knowledge, sharing the work. D is discipline approach, be it learning, be it in your lifestyle. E means earn it. There is no entitlement. Like I heard yesterday, almost your 14 seniors selected in ICICI, right? So if they are going there, so there is, please make a point, there is no entitlement at all. You have to earn it. You have to do your hard work, and by that way, you are going to move your career ladder. So everywhere you have to put your effort, and F is fitness. So never keep aside your health. Of course, Monday to Friday you work hard, and Saturday you can fun, but keep your health in proper command. This is how you can survive in this cutthroat competitive technological world. So thank you. And any questions, any idea you would like to add further? Most welcome. Any question? Thank you.
inclusive leadership is not a trend, it's a necessity. It's about creating a culture where everyone feels valued, respected, and empowered. Good afternoon, everyone, esteemed panelists, honored guests, and aspiring future leaders of the business world. I, Khyati Bansal, along with my co-anchor, Dorothy, take delight in welcoming you to the fifth panel discussion of HRC 7.0. The topic of this panel is Shattering the Glass Ceiling, Strategies for Inclusive Leadership.
The glass ceiling, the invisible barrier, limits the advancement of women and minorities into leadership roles. It's a systematic issue that hampers organizational growth and perpetuates inequality in our societies. Many organizations fail to prioritize equitable opportunities, leading to the underrepresentation of marginalized groups. Breaking this barrier is not just about individuals reaching the top, it's about transforming the corporate culture that perpetuates exclusion. Today, we will delve into the strategies for addressing this issue and inculcating a culture of inclusive leadership within the corporate environment.
We would now like to invite the moderator for this panel, Dr. Gana J, Assistant Professor, Business Communication, and Dr. Baljit Singh at IIM Jammu to kindly come on stage. Allow us to introduce the distinguished members of our esteemed panel. Our first speaker, Mr. Kiran Prasad Ivaturi, affectionately known as IK, is a dedicated HR professional earned with a Master's in Human Resource from IMT Ghaziabad and is currently serving as Group CHRO at Lodha Ventures. Before this, he has played a pivotal professional entrepreneurial role in an FMCG startup, CESA, fully funded by True North LLP. Sir comes with about 2 decades of experience with world-class institutions like ACT FiberNet, GSK, Consumer Healthcare, Dr. Reddy's Laboratories, and Marico Limited. His proficiency spans HR strategy, business partnership, organizational development, talent management, acquisition, employee engagement, rewards, and operation. Sir has a versatile background which encompasses FMCG, pharma, and telecom sectors, showcasing adaptiveness in dynamic, high-paced settings requiring exceptional organizational and interpersonal skills. We are honored to have Mr. Kiran Prasad Ivaturi with us today, and we eagerly look forward to his insights and expertise. We welcome you to the stage, sir.
Our next speaker is Ms. Chaya Mangesh, Talent Acquisition Leader at Amazon Development Center. She has more than 1.7 decades of experience across diverse HR functions within technology, e-commerce, and healthcare R&D sectors. Ma'am has previously worked with top brands like Quintilis, CAE, Emphasis, and ICICI OneSource, where she has demonstrated expertise in HR consulting, executive search, technology recruitment, HR policy development, and strategic sourcing. She has an exemplary track record in optimizing talent acquisition strategies and implementing impactful HR solutions to drive organizational success. We are honored to have Ms. Chaya Mangesh with us today, and we eagerly look forward to her insights and expertise.
Our next panelist, when I would like to introduce Mr. Chen Singh Rathore, VP Talent Acquisition and Operations at Gateway Group of Companies, with over 1.5 decades of experience in global talent acquisition, executive research, and HR business partnering. Sir has expertise in driving strategic initiatives that align talent with business goals. He has worked across diverse industries, including information, technology, telecom, consulting, and RPOs, where he has been instrumental in shaping and executing hiring strategies for senior leadership roles. We are honored to have Mr. Chen Singh Rathore with us today, and we eagerly look forward to his insights and expertise. We welcome you to the stage, sir.
I would like to welcome our next speaker, Mr. Mohit Deshpande, presently working as Principal Lead HR, along with the overseeing the program development, administration, and infrastructure departments at Tata Strive. Sir holds an MBA in Human Resource Management from Nagpur University and has completed an executive development program in HRM from XLRI Jamshedpur. He has over 2 decades of experience across the telecom, IT, and development sectors, with expertise in human resource management and project management. Sir has been associated with the Tata Group since 2005, where he also worked as lead business HR for corporate functions at Tata Teleservices, Maharashtra Limited. He also held key roles at organizations such as Reliance Jio, Idea Cellular Limited, and Premier Technology Group, now EBIX Limited. We are honored to have Mr. Mohit Deshpande with us today, and we eagerly look forward to your session, sir.
Next, we have Mr. Vikram Patki, Executive Vice President, Human Resources at Ascenso Tires. Sir has 2.5 decades of industry experience, where he has previously been associated with renowned brands like Procter & Gamble Healthcare, Merck Biopharma and Consumer Health, Bayer Pharmaceuticals, and many more. He has a diverse experience in driving organizational transformation, building culture, navigating organizations through change, and envisioning and establishing strategies for integrated people practices with the ever-dynamic business environment. We are honored to have Mr. Vikram Patki with us today, and we eagerly look forward to his insights and expertise.
Last but not the least, I'd like to invite Ms. Varsha Godra, a senior HR professional who holds a postgraduate degree in human resources from Symbiosis Institute of Business Management, Pune, and is currently working as Global Director People Experience, CSD International, with over 2 decades of experience in managing human resources across different IT industries and geographies. Prior to this, she has led HR teams in Wipro, Mintree, and Emphasis. She drove significant initiatives for creating an organizational climate that fosters innovation, high energy culture, and making the company an employer of choice. Her core areas of expertise include HR strategy, mergers and acquisitions, integration, compensation and benefits, leadership coaching, and employer branding. She is also the recipient of Economic Times and TA Pai Young HR Awards 2021. We welcome you to the stage, ma'am.
Now I request Dr. Baljit Singh, Co-Chairperson Placements, to please felicitate our moderator, Dr. Gana J.
Check. Very good afternoon to everybody present here, especially our guests. We hope you are having a very good time at IIM Jammu, and we continue some of the conversations that we've been listening to since we began the session today on shattering the glass ceiling, and look forward to see if there are some interesting strategies that could possibly come up, which will help us move towards a more inclusive sense of working within organizational cultures. So we will begin with some preliminary remarks from all of our panelists, and then we will have certain maybe specific questions, and then we will open the floor for discussion, if that's okay with all of our panelists. Yeah. All right. So let me make a very brief excursion trying to frame this entire thematic in a certain way. Let's, for a moment, imagine that maybe the world is led by powerful people, and the ones who can always only gain power would be short people. People maybe less than 5 feet, tall. I'm not vicariously imagining myself in power owing to my own height. That's not the point. But let's just try and understand this. This would then mean that tall people would not get opportunities to gain power in this sort of a setup. Over a period of time, tall people realize that this is unfair, and they perhaps raise their voice, they revolt, and the short people begin to recognize that amends now need to be made. What kind of amends do the short people try to make? Perhaps 3 different ways. One, they expect tall people to maybe crouch in doorways so that they'll be able to navigate the entire space, or they may expect them to make themselves comfortable in, smaller chairs, despite the fact that they may not really fit in. They could also be a second group of short people who recognize that it's important not to merely make these changes, but perhaps some structural changes to help these short people. So let's try and create certain other parallel avenues which will help them to get them into the system in a certain way. There would also be maybe another set of short people who might think that the tall people need to be recognized for who they actually are. Maybe their tallness is bringing something very crucial to the workplace itself. So let's give them work that will in some ways help them to tap in on their tallness necessarily. To me, this is a very interesting analogy, especially because it helps us understand the theme that we are going to discuss today, specifically because there are 3 ways in which this seems to work in terms of looking at the larger problem that we have when we encounter the idea of glass ceiling. The first is, let's take the traditional way in which glass ceiling itself has come into picture today in terms of the women's question, and then we will try and expand the spectrum to also include other kinds of marginalized communities. So women maybe have been asked to assimilate themselves into a certain setup where they're expected to be like men. So Be assertive. If you're not assertive, we'll give you training. We'll help you how to communicate better like men can. We'll help you train how to make decisions like men can. The second is to accommodate them. All right, we understand that you're a woman and you have certain other kinds of, ways in which you go about your professional life. Maybe you are going to have children and therefore we will provide you with better maternity care, child care, etc. That's a way to accommodate the womanness, as it were. And the third is to acknowledge you are a woman, you come with a certain set of qualities. So let us create certain avenues within our workspace that will help us tap into your feminine side, which will also help the organization. So you'll see how conventionally HR also has certain kinds of ways in which roles are relegated to the larger woman's question. To me, this entire set of approach, assimilation, accommodation, or acknowledgement, seems like it deals with the problem at hand. Nonetheless, it seems to only address the symptom of inequity. It does not necessarily address how you can possibly come together to try and dismantle this inequity in a certain way. So my preliminary question to each of our panelists here is, how exactly do you view the contemporary scenario where we encounter something like the glass ceiling, a term that has been in circulation since the 1970s, and 40 years down the line, we're still trying to discuss how it actually has some pertinence to us today. How exactly do you see the symptom of inequity within contemporary workplaces? You can maybe take turns and make your preliminary remarks, ma'am.
Good afternoon, everyone. That's a good energy. We understand we are almost close to lunchtime, but I'm very appreciative of the energy. Thank you, ma'am. You, Miss, ma'am, you summarized it really well. And I also noticed that during the introductory note, our co-hosts spoke about what is a glass ceiling, invisible barrier. There is a reason that it is called as invisible barrier. When you can see a barrier, you are able to either react to it, respond to it, one of the two actions you will take. When it is invisible, first you need to identify it. You need to acknowledge that it does exist. When I first got introduced, when I first started reading this, when I was very young, I felt like, does it even exist? Why should it exist? Why is that, these barriers are there? Shouldn't be the opportunities be the same for everybody? I think that everybody has the same opportunities in the world. Very young, when I got started in the industry, when I would hear this or attend these sessions or trainings and all of that, I would think of it like that. As I progressed through spending a lot more time in the industry is when I realized there is a reason why it is called invisible. And we also heard Miss Aparna speak in the morning. Sometimes it is very systemic as well. It is so ingrained within the system, it becomes very difficult to recognize when it is part of the system. Like ma'am also said, we are expected to, that is women or minority are expected to behave in a certain way at certain times in life, and we are supposed to bring in perspectives which are very, very associated with the gender or where we come from, who we are, all of that, right? So when that happens, when all of us come into the work, same rules apply to all of us for growth, same rules all of us to apply for us to take meetings after 6 o'clock. Same rules apply to all of us when we have to care for individuals at home, not necessarily just our children, but the burden of care usually falls on women. When you think of caregivers at home or anywhere, that burden is there as well. You're dealing with all of that, running a household, irrespective of both the partners putting in the same efforts. I don't know how many of us here can raise our hands and say, I put the same efforts as my spouse. I am just asking my fellow panelists. At times, some of them are saying no. And if I were to ask you, how many of you have seen your parents do the same? So I would define it as an invisible barrier, both in our personal and professional lives. Not necessarily just because somebody is not working, they're not seeing some barriers in their life, they do. So there are two parts to it. One is how organizations, because we are talking about the organization context here, from hiring to retaining to developing, what are the different aspects that organizations can bring into play in order to make sure that they are, one, equipping the system to help shatter or break this glass ceiling, at the same time equipping the individuals to shatter the glass ceiling, because I might be equipped and I might be wanting to go and do all of that there is possible, but if organization is not meeting me halfway with their programs, which are specialized to this particular group, then my energy is going to be wasted. If organizations, I'm sure we were discussing prior to this, are making a lot of efforts, there are specialized programs called as Elevate, Exuberance, which I have been part of as well. But individual is not meeting and showing the energy and actively participating. Both, that goes in vain as well. It's both the parties have to meet. Somewhere take couple of steps to meet there and then shatter this. I would say, collectively we can shatter the glass ceiling, wear that slipper like Cinderella, and do really well if I were very naive. But it will take some time because it takes not just the programs, but aligning the policies and then, of course, holding accountability of whether those programs which are specifically designed or the policies designed are working and measuring them over a period of time. Before I hand it over to you, Vikram, I would say that small steps, taking small steps really helps. Just to give you an example, our retail organization did not have a lot of women employees at mid-level and of course, as a result of that, top tier. When they called a consulting firm and said, hey, let's kind of go ahead and do a study and understand why, they understood that small things, for example, interviews, because we are talking about hiring to retire, right? If an interview is 30 minutes, imagine who are the interviewers mid-level. There are already lesser women and minority in mid-level. So there is a certain upper hand that individuals have in interviewing people. They're having shorter duration interviews. First impression matters. Talk is mostly about possibly sports or cricket or fitness or maybe traveling, without inhibition. Think of who generally talks these topics or generally fits in. I'm not talking about very inclusively who all talks about this topic. So that organization tweaked the interview to 45 minutes. They changed the question to make sure interviewers are asking certain questions which are very inclusive. And second, they looked at when the important meetings are being run. They're mostly being run at 6:30 or 8 o'clock. They had to shift them to noon time so that everybody can participate actively. Because when you do those meetings in the evening, you can imagine who drops off of those important meetings. So they did hiring, couple of tweaks, and then the way they were conducting meetings, few tweaks, which kind of, when they measured after 18 months, really did help them in participation and growth and meet certain milestones that they had set for the organization. Small things when we start, they can help us build a case and measure and implement and improve on it. With that note, over to you, Vikram.
Thank you, Varsha, and good afternoon, everyone. I know we all are between you and lunch, but good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, that's much better. So taking a cue on what ma'am said just now and what Varsha highlighted, I would like to quote in a few numbers just to sort of give you a context in terms of what we are talking about. So I recently read about a survey which talked about Fortune 500 companies, and only 8% of these Fortune 500 companies had women CEOs. Abysmically low number in terms of having a gender representation as far as the top 500 companies in the world is concerned. On the other hand, the paradox, if you can look at, is another interesting statistics which BCG came out with, stated that if you have more women leaders in the organization, there is a high probability of the revenues going up by 20%. right? Similarly, McKinsey came up with another report saying that if there are more women leaders within the organization, there is a 33% higher revenue enhancement opportunity for the organization. So this is a big paradox where we have best-in-class consulting firms doing research and throwing up with statistics. But on the other side, we have companies where we have a very limited number of representation as far as women leadership is concerned. So from that point of view, this is a food for thought for each one of us to ask this question in terms of how to make this sustainable. Most of us are big time cricket fans over here. So though IPL, T20, even hundreds for that matter is very popular today. But when it comes to diversity and breaking the glass ceiling is concerned, I believe it's a long-term 5-day test match format, which each one of us has to play as leaders in our own capacity. And only then will it be a sustainable long-term intervention in the coming years. So that's a bit from my side.
Thank you, Vikram. So Varsha, I'm still trying to get into the better spectrum of supporting at home, and that's a continual effort. It's a mindset which one needs to change. Although what I cook, someone needs to eat. So that's the thing. As said by my co-panelists, Vikram, Varsha, and ma'am, everybody understands the moral importance of inclusivity, and you can say that isn't it by default, and shouldn't it not be the part of life? But as a fact of the matter, after we are still discussing after so many years, means that while people understand inclusivity is important, but is it the case that is it too unorthodox to say no to it, but still act the way you want to act? You know, just say good about, okay, we need to do this, we need to adhere to that, but at the end of the day, your walk and the talk is different. So perhaps the methodology or the way inclusivity, how to operationalize the inclusivity, I was thinking about it as to what is the framework. So basically, inclusivity should not be, we don't expect it to do it for the sake of doing it. It has to be for something, achieve some end result. So basically, there is a purpose of the organization, which is the utmost primary importance. And through that, you identify the uniqueness of individuals and the uniqueness of the team. And empower those teams, make them heard, create a psychological, safety for them, create a sense of belonging, and then you challenge them to challenge the status quo. And that is where you will invite more and more challenges coming into the play. And that's where you are going to improve the organization's performance. So this is the broad framework I could think of. And as we go forward, we'll ponder more upon it. I'll stop here and pass on the mic to Mr. Chain Singh.
Thank you, Mohit. Good afternoon, everyone. Let it go because this is the fourth good afternoon, so it's all right. Even if you guys are a little low, I'm okay with that. I think just a thoda sa alag view keh sakte hai usko, ya just a bit different. So we're talking about inclusivity here. We are talking about diversity here. One thing that we all on this panel would agree is there's no other way. You cannot have it any other way. You cannot say that I'm only going to work with 50% of the talent pool that I have available. So it's not that ki hum kisi pe koi ehsan kar rahe hain ye karke, but the fact is it's the need of the hour. Today, every organization is looking for the top talent. My co-panelist Shaya represent the talent acquisition team primarily. So when we look for best of their talent, if my best of their talent belongs to any other, any other category of the people that I've been hiring, of course I have to go for it. It's plain and simple. So there is no rocket science to it. That's the first thing. Just to give you a small example, I've been fortunate enough to visit a lot of colleges. I was recently at a place wherein they teach or where they have a program for marine engineering. 2 years back, there were only 1 or 2 females. This year, they've had 25% enrollment for females, which means, from the say 4th year onwards, you would see 25% or more females passing out. The best part, half of them have already got jobs on their hand. Why? Because companies realize that we're going to need this resource. We're going to need this talent pool. There's a huge talent pool that we are not including in our planning so far. Okay, so that's with regards to the inclusion. Of course, right now we're just trying to talk about with regards to the diversity, with regards to the gender. There's a lot more that I'm sure, once we start the discussion, we would go to. So just to, summarize my own interpretation of the whole thing. Yes, it's been there. We all know that. It's about time that, and I'm sure there are, there are efforts that have been made. Specifically, if I talk about the organization that I work for, we've started initiative almost 5-7 years back, and that's paying off right now. Every third employee that we have is a female employee. Almost the leadership team has 50% of representation when it comes to our female colleagues. So the earlier you start, the better it's going to be for the organization betterment. And of course, as I said, there's no other option. There's no other way out. That's the only way forward. Thank you. With that, I'll pass it on to Chaya. Over to you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Okay, I can hear only from this row. I can't hear voices from this side and this side. Okay, thank you. Thanks for that, folks. First of all, thank you so much for having me here. I'm really honored to share some of my experiences. I think it's very interesting topic we are talking about, right? Shattering the glass ceilings. My perspective is that, why to shatter the glass ceilings when you can create a new skylight, isn't it? Of course, the glass ceiling exists, and we all need to kind of face at one point in time, or some point in time, whether it is, personally, professionally, in our day-to-day lives, right? The way I would look at it is perhaps, how can we contribute towards breaking this glass ceiling? What can I do? While there are organizations out there, there are, communities out there helping to kind of, empower underrepresented cohorts. Me as an individual, what can I do? I think in my view, it's very critical and important for me to add value to the work I do as an individual, as an employee, for the organizations I work with. I need to be creative in the way I do my job. Nobody will come and give you, the opportunities, platter, right? I mean, you need to earn that. You need to kind of, find those opportunities, and you need to be very creative in terms of how you fulfill those roles. We heard some of our speakers spoke in the earlier sessions about like how important it is to be continuously learning. Learning never stops. We should continuously keep learning. Of course, no organizations will like a status quo, right? I mean, you achieve X this year, and next year you need to achieve X+1, X+2. So how you're going to upskill yourself in terms of, achieving the higher goals, what you set for yourselves as well as for the organizations. I think that becomes very, very critical and, need of the hour, as, Chan Singh just mentioned. While the organizations, perhaps I would like to share, some of the struggles as, talent hunters. I would call it as hunters. We literally need to hunt people. We don't find the right representation across. In fact, some of the organizations right now has targets for their talent acquisition teams in terms of you need to hire X percentage of diversity in your pool. While a lot of organizations have moved on, when we say diversity, equity, and inclusion, it's not just about women representation. we are moving ahead in terms of having, PWD, people with disability. We're talking about military veteran hiring, right? I mean, how do we have the representation of military veterans in our organizations? LGBTQAI plus, I think that's another important, cohort we are talking about. I think organizations now are looking at how important, how critical it is for the business to have a right representation of all underrepresented cohorts on the table. Everyone should have a voice on the table to represent your ideas. It's not about traditionally, okay, can I give you some kind of facilities in terms of managing work in office, but I think right now, I think women especially can decide what they want, what role they want to choose. There are many organizations which are supporting those kind of decisions. So in that atmosphere, what we have to offer, I think that's a food for thought for you guys. Yeah, I'll be happy to discuss more around this topic. Thank you.
Thank you. I think I'm last in the list of the panelists. Good afternoon, guys. It's 12 o'clock now, so we can move from morning to afternoon. Okay, good afternoon, guys. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, first of all, honored to be here and very privileged to be part of the kind of panelists I'm sharing the dais with. And also Professor Sahai happens to be my convocating director when I've taken my MBA degree. Okay, so very happy to be part of his team in IIM Jammu here. Okay, goes back there. So guys, after hearing to what my co-panelists has said, I just want to share two things before we get into much more deeper conversation. First and foremost, fortunate enough to see this inclusivity and diversity from a very personal lens in a different way. As an engineer, I was a mechanical engineer student, wherein out of 60 batch, we had 11 ladies, okay, and 49 males, okay. As a HR person in IMT, we were out of 44 batch, we were 5 males and 39 females, okay. So within a span of half a decade of my education, okay, I've seen an era change. Why is it so? Because there were times where we were fighting for jobs along with my female colleagues at the beginning of the career, because the requirement comes looking for female HR management trainees. Okay, what I used to feel, हमने क्या गलती कर दिया? Okay, HR लेके क्या गलती हो गई? Two, in midlife crisis, when we want to shift from one company to other company, looking for female HR leaders. So gone are those days. I don't know why is it glass ceiling only for females, it's for male also. Yeah. So that's on a very personal note. What I'm trying to say over here is, this is there everywhere, guys. Okay, I'm just talking from the function where I present. Okay, because I still, when I see the hats like this, I get perturbed. They say we are looking for a male employee relations candidate handling manufacturing operations. Trust me, I have come with an environment where we have fantastic female ladies, female leaders who are handling employee relations or industrial relations. For example, Deepthi Verma from Amazon, whom we were talking just, she was an ex-colleague. She was heading the HR for the largest API unit in Chandigarh, Badi, for Dr. Reddy's at a point in time. Today, she is one of the APAC leaders in HR for Amazon. So what I mean to say is, male, female doesn't matter. Okay, glass ceiling as such comes up if you don't acknowledge what you need to be acknowledging as a requirement at the stage of career, at the stage of work assignment, at the stage of way you want to live your life is not being focused upon. Second, very predominantly come from a family where I am the only male child when compared to all my 11 cousins who are females. Okay, accepting the life and acknowledging everyone is equally good. Try to be better than them. Okay, if you're able to do that, and if you're able to inculcate the practices, inculcate the ways of doing it in your ways, and influence the larger leadership in your organizations or in your communities to focus on this, I think there'll be a large change and large transformation which can lead into this.
Okay, so just to conclude before we get into the next stages, glass ceiling is not a gender specific or any specific caste or creed or religion. It's more to the kind of thought process we inculcate, and we need to find ways and means to really manage it out. Okay, and as someone has said, look for the greater skylighting rather than just getting ourselves held for the glass ceiling. Yep, ma'am.
Thank you. I think we have made some crucial inroads into trying to negotiate with this thematic. Some of the very important points that have come up include the idea of small wins as ways in which you can move towards a more comprehensive manner in which you can understand this problem. The hypocrisy that continues to exist, where you want to preach about this and wax eloquent, but you do not want to walk the talk really, while at the same time, how we can definitely try and avoid tokenism as a mode through which you would wish to acknowledge any kind of diversity for that matter. And overall, how more than just the woman's question, which is what the glass ceiling fundamentally emanated within, we need to now try and understand other kinds of underrepresented cohorts who also need to be brought within the fold of the workforce. And like also Sir mentioned, that the glass ceiling is not something today resting merely within the context of the woman's question alone, but it is something that needs to be looked at from a more expanded spectral position. Having made these comments, let me quickly ask maybe Mr. Mohit Deshpande, because he brought this idea up about this potential psychological damage that can necessarily happen when individuals are unable to advance because of this glass ceiling that exists. So my question is very, critically, what would be these psychological damages that can necessarily take place? More importantly, when we think about shattering the glass ceiling, we are talking about breaking the glass, which is also not a very pleasant sort of a process. There are going to be shards of glass that can cut, bruise, maim, not just the people who are breaking it, but also perhaps people around. So how do we ensure that this entire process is slightly damage-free? And more importantly, how can we think of maybe creating more protective, transparent glasses as such? Because you think about vehicles and other things nowadays. You see, if you encounter an accident, how can you minimize the damage that can possibly happen with a glass that actually breaks? So quick thoughts, and following Mr. Mohit, the others can also chip in.
Yeah, so thanks for the question. What typically happens is you can be nice and good to a person, still exclusive. You can just say good things and still not consider their opinion. What typically can be done by nudging the leaders, because everything in the organization must start from the leaders. Leaders needs to be sensitized directly, and also through examples, we need to nudge them that what are the right ways, what are the right examples for inclusivity. Typically, you'll find that when people are giving example, they'll say he should be like that, he should be. So it's a gender specific example. Or there is a lot of male iconology. So we need to work out environment. We need to sensitize the leadership from that angle to be sensitive about overall inclusivity aspect. Some of the things we can do, I was discussing in the morning with my co-panelists as to when there is an overall agreement about a particular subject, when a powerful person states something, generally there is a tendency, Indians are far more susceptible to that agree to that particular statement. And बाद में मीटिंग के बाहर जाके बोलते अरे यार मेरे को तो ऐसा बोलना था. Instead, if leaders are nudged to ask a question that has an alternate opinion, perhaps that's the point wherein you open the forum for one and all, and listen to that small voice which can be if there is a time, I can just add one more point as to talk loud, for endlessly. They are being rated higher in our society, but there is a lot of power in introverts. How do we harness that introvert power? How do you create jam boards? How do you create the avenues for such people who can contribute equally or maybe more, but then such extroverts, बोलते हैं ना कि we tend to do a hero worship or a heroine worship for that matter. So we should take a en route to that. And there are a few more things we can discuss as we progress. I'll just pass on to anybody who would like to comment about it.
Definitely, I think I would like to add a point here, very, very important aspect which he just brought up about, like, addressing people as like, okay, he should have done this. And, while you have a table full of both women and, men representing. So I think leaders, perhaps a lot of organizations, I think now they're also looking at how they can drive the inclusive language, right? I mean, don't address as he or, just make sure your language should be more inclusive. And perhaps some of the organizations where I represent, strive for how do we, provide a job description which has an inclusive language. You just don't say he or she, whatever. Make sure you're sensitive towards those inclusivity to just establish that psychological safety for people who can come forward and then, have a voice in terms of represent themselves. I think it becomes very important for the leaders to ensure that, they establish those kind of safety measures when they are leading the teams.
Yeah, just to add on, ma'am, you mentioned how can we make the breaking less damaging? Well, couple of inputs from my side. One would be to have a top-down approach. What gets measured gets done. So let it be made a part of the CEO's agenda on his big rocks, on his KRAs, that this is the priority and this is the goal that it has to be achieved in that defined time frame. And then as it moves from a top-down approach, it definitely will ensure that we have a damage control exercise. And secondly, I would say that make leaders accountable. When we give those specific priorities, we also need to educate them in terms of telling them what is in it for me. If that becomes clearly articulated, then I'm sure they would take that as a bigger priority for them. And by doing these two things, I believe we will have minimized, if not eliminated, the damaging when you break the glass ceiling.
Ma'am, I think you made a very good point saying that breaking the glass ceiling may create a discomfort or may create other issues. One of the suggestions, if I say, I think that is what I think Chaya was also trying to point towards. Why to break it? Can it be, taken up? Ideally there should not be any glass ceiling, but then if you cannot break it, can it be taken up? Can we have an environment made wherein there can be more people included? And of course, I take my glass ceiling to a place which is, way beyond, wherein I would not reach there at least for next foreseeable future. Yeah. So slowly, of course, it cannot be done overnight, but then that's where the start could be. So let's say, as he rightly pointed out, Vikram saying that, could there be specific initiatives which are more direct? And I say directed, of course, in terms of numbers also, saying that, how do we ensure there's an inclusiveness? How do we ensure that everybody is represented? Hirings that we did, some of the sales hiring that we did, when we would, sometimes present a profile, it would be said, yeah, she's a female. She will not abuse anybody, to push kaise karegi logon ko, right? But then that is, I'm talking about 10 years from now. Now people understand that you do not have to use a certain language in order to pass on the message. But that was the glass ceiling, say, 2012, 2013. That does not exist today. It has changed. We're talking about performance. We are talking about numbers. We're not talking about being ruthlessly aggressive, but we are talking about being sensible and at the same time getting the work out of people. So one of the suggestions could be, leveling up in every sense. And of course, rather than breaking it, change it, take it up. Yes.
Just to add upon a couple of things which helped me or which I've seen within the organizations where we work. One is creating the larger awareness. Okay, so one small step at a time. Okay, especially I come from Lodha Ventures where we have multi-businesses within the group. One of the businesses where we have a very heavily migrated labor-intensive people working in the construction sites. Okay, and creating the inclusivity over there is a very, very critical thing because when there's a site of around 150 acres of development which is happening and there are close to around 250 to 300 odd people working in the site, there are hardly 4 or 5 women. Okay, and around 245 or around 195 odd male people, and these people are migrant laborers coming from various parts of India. Okay, they come there, want their roti kapda makan types. Okay, so simple things matter. Visually making them feel what is the importance of making it equally a respectable workplace for everyone. Second, talking about those stories day in and day out. We don't need large initiatives at those places. Okay, simple messaging and consistent, sustained, repeat messaging. Okay, many times where we fail as corporates is we take initiative, we follow it through, and at a tipping point we just leave it there. Okay, but how are we going to sustain that? Okay, and sustenance comes only by repetition. Repeating, it might be the same message, doesn't matter. Okay, repeat it. Okay, I think that's what actually works better. In fact, if you see all our upbringing, okay, all our kids, okay, in initial years as an infant or a child, we have been also repeated multiple times. Okay, why we in most of the cultures when elderly people come, we just do that Pairapona types. Why is it? Because it's been repeated before us. It's been told that's the way we respect elders. So certain acts, certain small gestures, if repeated, are sustained, and that becomes a DNA or that becomes a way of it. And that will enable us not to break. There's no damage which will get created. It just pushes up, it pushes a limit to the next level, or it gives that space, that leg room for us to be much more better, a much more respectable and much more inclusive space to be.
When we think of whenever we break something, it does hurt, but if you don't break free also, it causes more damage. Maybe when you break it, little bit of scratches here and there, slightly different perspective, ma'am. But, if you don't break free, you're going to be confined. But I liked, what Kiran was talking about. It's a very gender neutral aspect, glass ceiling. And to make it less, maybe hurting, it doesn't have to. Once we acknowledge that it does exist, and second, do I need skills to kind of surpass that and move forward? That ownership is on individuals as well. One of the things when I was thinking of what are the personal things that could be contributing to experiencing glass ceiling could be, let's say it talks about mid-career or leadership level. Let's say somebody is there in their 40s, your children are growing, relating to your psychologically, Mohit, you're talking about creating that safety. Children are growing, your parents need your help, and in many cases, your in-laws, especially in the Indian context, they're getting old. And your career is taking off, or when you look at peer pressure, it is supposed to take off. I'm just listing down 4 things at 40 or in that mid-career that could be coming at your way. One of the ways to look at it is to make it less hurting or maybe make it more wholesome is accepting it and understanding who you are, where you want to be. Maybe there is a position that you don't want to be in. There is a role that you don't want, but you want to, it's okay to take it slow a little bit, create that psychological safety for yourself as well as people around you. And then look at, build a muscle to identifying opportunities that interest you, not because what interests, Chaya is the same thing that should interest me because we are at the same career level. So, developing that muscle to identify opportunities. And another thing I really liked in the morning, in the keynotes, he was mentioning about having mentors or coaches. Identify people who will talk about you well when you're not in the room. That doesn't happen in a day. When you join, make a choice what organizations you join in the beginning, what kind of network you want to build, a meaningful one. Like Sir was telling in the morning, not the one where you are unwell, nobody is visiting you, but if you need, are they going to show up? It can be 4 or 5. So I would say building that relationship, identifying it exists, and if there is a need for me to break free, utilizing the tools organization gives, and then of course as an individual develop that muscle to go through that, just go through it. This is something that I would say could make it easy on you and others around you as well.
Great. I think we do have some modes through which we could possibly negotiate a problem of this kind. My next question is immediately to Ms. Chaya as well as Ms. Varsha. Just staying with the woman's question for a bit before we move on to other representations as well. We often see that women perhaps encounter the imposter syndrome in the sense that our organizations are fundamentally made by men for men, and we often expect women to fit in. And when they do not fit in, we often also resort to helping the woman understand that she has larger social roles that she has to perform. For instance, as Ms. Varsha said, a meeting post 6 p.m., we know who are not likely to join for very clear domestic labor work roles that they actually, work out back in their homes. So in terms of your own experiences with people that you have recruited, you have worked with, how do you think women can deal with this potential imposter syndrome, which says, I'm not able to do this because of my social role and not necessarily because of the organizational structure, which is disabling me from doing something of this kind? And secondly, again, there's a woman perhaps who's not attending the meeting because she has a child that she has to take care of or a home that she has to take care of. But the organization is quite interesting in the sense that it also begins to look at other women who do not have the same kind of social roles. For example, women without children are easily available for meetings perhaps because they don't have those immediate chores that they have to necessarily work around. And so they are treated more like men, being easily available even after 6 p.m. So how do you think we can negotiate these sort of problems? If you can have a quick set of comments from both of you, and the others can, of course, chip in.
Am I audible? Yeah, it's a very, very interesting question, I must say, because I think the example, as you just quoted in terms of our social responsibilities versus our professional responsibilities, I was really intrigued by the thought which Aparna ma'am just shared in the morning in her keynote speech, right? About work-life integrity, right? We call it as work-life balance, work-life harmony, work-life integrity is what I really liked about it. Right? I think we as women leaders, we need to choose between what is priority at that point in time. for instance, if your manager probably, schedules a meeting after 6 p.m. where you have a job to go and pick up your child from the daycare center, or you have to drop your child, I think that is more important, right? Because you are not negotiating, or you're not sort of, what should I say, signed up for that. I will sacrifice my personal life because my manager is not organized enough to have a meeting before 6. So I should sacrifice, because I have, maybe if I work from 9 to 6, I'm just quoting that, obviously that means that I have my own responsibilities, my own, commitments after that. So I think it's important for us to kind of draw the line between what is professional, what is personal, and how can we integrate. But again, sometimes you also need to kind of, stretch a bit. There are some important meetings coming up, some boardroom presentations where you need to probably provide the data. You can't say, no, it's 6 o'clock, I can't really contribute here. So you need to perhaps balance in terms of your personal priorities, in terms of your organizational priorities, and then set the expectation, having right communications and setting those boundaries within your reporting line with your team. That would perhaps help us to kind of, drive that seamlessly.
Very well said, Chaya. I think work-life integration is the way, because sometimes we work across continents, or we collaborate with different individuals who are in different areas of the world. So you end up having to stretch a little bit. One of the things that I would say, irrespective of the gender, is ask for help, or ask for collaboration. When you ask, you will find out that wonderful things happen. Only thing that we hesitate, even as students, right? If you want something to be done, you need to stand up and ask for that. Ask, you shall receive. There is 50% chances of the other person will say yes. I'm not worried about the 50% chance of other person saying no. So whenever, whatever you need a break, or you need help to somebody, I have been in presentations where I've asked somebody, hey, Vikram, can you be my backup? If I can't answer certain questions, could you do? Then share credit. It should come, it doesn't come very easily. At least it did not come easily to me when I was younger. I know I'm not too old, I keep saying younger. So make it an habit. Again, you need to train your brain to kind of ask for help and put the spotlight on them. Hey, this person also helped me in the background, or my 3 team members were the ones who actually made all the presentation. I'm just here. Or as you grow, one is ask for help. Second, if I could give you one personal example, in my previous organization, when I was interviewing, I was in a break for about a year. I had gone through, some personal health situation. If I can share, I had gone through few miscarriages, and I felt my body, mind, and soul needed break. And everybody, my batchmates, my family, my sister, my husband, were shocked when I stood up and said, you know what, I'm going to take a break, and I'm going to nurture myself. Work is not going anywhere. Career is not going anywhere. I'll figure it out. So about after a year, when I went for interview, wonderful people, they released offer and everything. And my boss said, okay, before you join, let's have lunch with a couple of people. And we were having lunch, and he asked me, but you have to give 2 years commitment because you took a break because of the maternity related reasons. Then he was so nice, and they interviewed, they released offer. I felt like, should I join this company or not? But then, you know what? I told him, I believe in procreation. I want to have my own child. If that's going to happen in 6 months or 1 year, I'm going to go on maternity leave. Are you okay with that? He said, I think I did a really grave mistake by asking you this question. I didn't mean it. Last 2 people quit within 6 months. When he gave me that example of what he has gone through, it made my life easy. I said, don't worry. If I'm going to go, I'm going to find you somebody equally good, and then I'm going to go. It so happened that 1 year into, I did go on maternity leave. I did find him a replacement, one of my previous colleagues. And I was very sad because it was an organization I really loved. I really did well. And a colleague of mine, she was very senior. She held my hand. She didn't have to. Don't worry, when you come back, something really great is going to be your way. I took the time I needed because I felt that's very important for me to see through my child's 1 year. And then when I went back, it really worked out well. That's where I always believe in expressing what you're looking for, asking for help, and identifying who are you, what is your need. Not everybody's need had to be, we were talking about be a VP by 35, 38. Maybe somebody could be that within 35, 38. Fantastic. If that's your ambition, nurture it. But identifying who you are and nurturing your ambition is very important, irrespective of what happens in and around you. And especially, when it is women and minorities. Third one is, organizations have to make those policies which are very, very important to accommodate. For example, it's not about giving more maternity leave to women. Give more paternity leave to my colleagues so that, when mom goes back to work in that 6th month, they can take about a month back and she can easily integrate without worry or something like that. It is about having inclusive policies. I feel as a world, not just as a nation, we have a long way to go. That's why I'm a big believer in incremental small steps that work, and then on top of that, building.
Just adding to what Varsha was saying, I think she's just echoing the same points that a couple of keynote speakers talked about earlier. And just to rebrand what she was saying, keep it simple, silly. It's as simple. You just have to keep it simple. If you have a situation, you communicate. So that's the skill that we, all future, future, what do you say, employees or future leaders that we are talking about, that's the basic skill that everyone is looking for. Communication. Are you communicating? That's one. And second, collaboration, what she talked about. How beautifully she's mentioned that, fine, yes, I may need a break, but then I would ensure nothing gets impacted because of that. So not every one of us can look at things like that, but then that is the foresightness, that is the vision that one, sort of needs to look at. So just, same point, simple communication, collaboration. So while you're talking about critical thinking, while you're talking about building big things, starting small, keeping it simple is the key for everyone.
I just want to add one more thing, another perspective to what Varsha was saying. Okay, in fact, I was fortunate to report once when every life has a transition in career, right? When you are an individual contributor to a manager of managers to a leader of managers. So when I was actually in my cusp of moving into a leadership role, I was fortunate to work with a very dynamic, very assertive woman leader, Shefali. Okay, one thing which what she taught us, all her reportees is see life as life. Okay, don't try to this integrity, this work-life balance. All these things matter when you try to separate it out. Why the thought was very very inclusive in its own way is it's your life, as what everyone is talking about. It's your life. You have to ask help. Like for example, if tomorrow you're wanting to pursue an education choice, okay, what kind of things will work? You go to a person, right? Might be your own elder cousin in home or someone within the community who had made certain and got a job somewhere. You go and ask that person, understand from him or her as to how it can actually impact you. All these things are to make yourself to make an inclusivity of looking things in wholesomeness rather than siloing it. Okay, so I, from that point in time, even till date, I don't believe in this work and life. It's life for us. Okay, and enjoy the moment of life. And if you're able to create that for the immediate teams or the cohorts where you work, trust me, guys, life is really beautiful. Okay, and I've been trying to do this, and which means, okay, there are also the other side of the story saying that why do you want to get personal with your team? Why do you want to get into their personal side? Sorry, we are not getting anything personal. We're just ensuring that we know each other better. We know together we are here for a larger purpose. And if that purpose really means signature to all of us, we want to really leave a lasting impression with that signature and create a wholesome experience and a space for all of us together. So I thought I'll just add up onto what she was saying.
May make some few quick additions. Chaya and Varsha, good points made. One of the fortune part for me working in Tata Strive is to work with a female CEO for a very long time. And she always talked about many things. One of the things which stuck with me is female employees and female leaders always have this guilt in their mind when they focus more in the office and had lesser time in the office. So somewhere she said that we need to come out of this guilt as soon as possible. And every person has their own journey. Like Chaya said, somebody, like Varsha said, somebody wants to be a CEO or a VP by 35. When I look at her career journey, she was a maths teacher for 10 years. She remained maths teacher. Eventually, she joined one of the global companies, became a chief of staff for a CEO, worked there for 15 years, and eventually ended up getting a CEO position in a company. So that's a journey of her entire career, wherein she retired last year at the age of 60. So that's, you can grow as per your pace. When I asked her what motivated you to stay as a teacher, she said, my kid was growing. My husband was a commander in Navy, and then he was a merchant Navy person. I had to be at home. So this job was suited me. So whatever suits you, whatever is your career aspiration, your family situation, you go as per that. And things will fall in line. That's the point I just wanted to make out.
Is it okay? Am I audible? Yeah. No. Very interesting points that have come up since the morning that we are talking about. What Sir mentioned about the 5 C's, I would say I have 3 C's to be sort of highlighted from my side. Primarily, we spoke about blind spots and enabling leaders, male leaders, to walk the talk. So I think there is a need for us to sort of create a framework, create an ecosystem that will enable these 3 C's for our women counterparts. First is to have an ecosystem that will help them get courage, because many a times we see women colleagues, because of societal pressure, family pressure, just move out because of personal commitments. So giving them the framework that gives them the courage to stay put on course. Second one is to have the confidence, the second C, in terms of dealing with their counterparts. Jayan mentioned how aggressive will she be when dealing with male counterparts. So giving them the confidence, equipping them with tools and resources that gives them the confidence. And the third and the most important part is making them capable to take on future leadership roles and future managerial positions. So if that ecosystem is well established, I think this breaking of glass ceiling will be a well-established fact for each one of us.
Check. Thank you for those comments. I wish to now move a little forward and let's engage with the question of diversity a little more, not merely relegating ourselves to the women's question alone. So considering that, so you also mentioned how the kind of problems that women face today with regard to the glass ceiling are not the same as they faced, say, 10 years ago. Things have actually changed. Do you also see the glass ceiling now taking on a version with a different kind of a face or a new kind of a face, especially considering the fact that we also have other underrepresented cohorts like people with disabilities, the queer community, for example, caste, which is also a very important question when it comes to trying to bring in a more inclusive, diverse sort of a workforce. So what are these new manifestations of the glass ceiling, as it were, that the Indian corporate setup needs to now take note of?
I think I think if you're generally talking about different kind of class ceilings, there can be plenty. I think it'll take at least a whole 2-day enclave just to talk about the glass ceilings, because you talked about LGBTQ. When I started my career, nobody was talking about this because it did not have, it was not at the level which it is today. Now people are more open about their orientation. It was not the case, let's say, 2002, 2004, etc. At the same time, so many others that you are talking about, let's say it could be, you can never have a zero biasness situation as long as there is a human involved. I have been doing rounds here. Everybody who tells me that they have some connection with Gujarat, I tend to speak to them more because there are common topics that I can talk about. Okay. So there's no way that you can zero that part. But how do you ensure that does not influence your decision? How do you ensure that that does not impact anybody's growth or career? So just to give you a couple of examples, one very nice practice that we came across and we've slowly tried to implement that is, we've stopped giving last names to hiring managers. So what we've started doing is, if you're taking an interview, all you have is just the first name. You don't have the last name. Okay. Now that's a very simple move, but that's one, right? Sometimes when a panel goes to a campus, when they hire, we take out the top 10% and the last 10%. We don't take them. So, again, it's a methodology. I'm sure there's a science to it, but simply, so even if there's a bias, I've taken that out. So there's no, we're just going for that layer, which is 90 and rest. So there are so many different kinds. You can never zero in on that one, but there are simple methodologies that you can implement, which could help you, sort of ensure that those biasness or those, prejudice don't reach to your workplace and the team does not start following the same thing. At the same time, I think one of the discussions that we were having in the morning, Kiran mentioned very nice, very simple points. Again, most important thing is keeping it simple. So there are very basic things that they are explaining to their employees today. So at times people would have prejudice, people would have biasness, they would not know about it. So unless and until you sort of try to educate them, slowly, again, these could be, picture presentation, these could be simple sessions, one session, maybe 2 session once, twice a year, etc. You have to talk about it. When you start talking about it, that's when people would realize a lot of times. So it's impossible that the understanding that Chaya has, I would have it. It's impossible. She, comes from a different, different way of life, different region. I would come with a different experience. So it's impossible for both of us to see things in a simple way. So there could be simple steps that you can take, which would ensure that it does not impact you as an organization or it does not become a culture. So small steps, as I said, not giving the names, simple, trying to eradicate the biasness completely by, not looking at the top part or the bottom part, you go for the middle one. And there could be more innovative. I'm sure we have, experience enough panel which can talk about that.
I just want to add one thing. 6 months back, we were in IIM campus recruiting for our management training positions. We had a group discussion, okay, which was a very interesting thing which happened over there. We had 3 people who have identified themselves from LGBTQ community, okay, and we were in dilemma. One, because they introduced themselves as that I am this, okay. Why we were in dilemma is, why should they announce themselves? Okay, it's a group discussion. They have been shortlisted based on their previous qualification, previous work experience, previous internship, what they did. And they have been selected part of the 43 people team whom we have shortlisted for group discussion. So before the group discussion, we were a little taken aback because the placement professor, nothing, guys, high respect to IIM Ahmedabad, nothing demeaning to the institute over here, okay? But the simple process, the person coming us and telling us, just for information, that they designed it is to tell corporates very transparently the inclusivity approach of breeding students from various backgrounds. From a corporate side, what it took us, it gave us a very different signal. Why they're actually announcing someone which, are they comfortable? We don't know, right? Okay. Should they really tell us to the panel saying that you have out of 43, these are the three candidates who have identified themselves like this. So this dilemma is something which still goes on. There are multiple ways to do it. One, as he's saying that remove the second names. Okay. But what if interviewers ask, or the fellow colleagues ask, where are you from? For example, today I just took a small bio break in between the morning keynote speaker. I saw one of your first year student over there. By looking at her, I pronouncedly said that, are you from Tamil Nadu or South India? Because I don't know, it just came as what he was saying, that if it's from Gujarat, you just can do a connection. This is something which we need to really be acknowledging with. Okay, and this is what something which we need to create awareness with. Lots of practices, again, I'm going back to the first point, can be sustained or can be put in place. But if the score of it doesn't change, or if the score of it, in a way, what IIMA did was a very transparent practice, and they are actually using it for their inclusive institution practice. But from a corporate saying that, why are you actually showcasing it as something which is different? So this is a dilemma still. I don't have a straight answer to it, but yeah, we have lots of practices, but these things are going to come, and these are going to be much more in future is what I see. And we need to be much more be ready for it, much more be acknowledging and accepting as what it is, and create your own spaces of green shoots, as what Varsha was saying, small steps, one at a time, make it, take it, move forward.
Yeah, so the version of glass ceilings, it's at a different level for different cohorts. You know, for women, for instance, currently, I guess we are struggling to have the women leader representation at mid and senior management. You know, as he mentioned, he shared some statistics about, like, you know, the percentage of women CEOs. That still is a big challenge most of the corporates are currently facing. Of course, a lot of organizations have developmental programs. How do we upskill mid-management women leaders to take over the leadership positions? How do we probably perhaps give them some kind of trainings and coachings and things like that? You know, from the technology, so I represent the technology hiring. You know, a few years ago, I would say about 2012, 2015 time frame, the women participation in the STEM programs in the university level was very, very, very low, right? So we were struggling to have, like, you know, women at an entry level. Now the problem has shifted slightly while we are represented well, but I think we are struggling in terms of how do we have a good representation, as how do they grow in their career. I think that's a different challenge organizations are facing, and then a lot of organizations are very, very invested in terms of how do we make that curve move up the ladder, right? While the other cohorts, right, PWD, for instance, PWD, I think most of the organizations, I think what they need to be more careful about in terms of whether the infrastructure supports the PWD workforce. You know, do you have, for instance, you know, you kind of place a PWD person in some, you know, 10th floor or 20th floor, and what kind of infrastructure can you offer as an organization? I think a lot of people are talking more about how do we make sure, you know, and even in the walkway, you have those, you know, for a visually impaired person, how the person can walk. So all those, the organizations are investing in those kind of infrastructures while they're making sure that we have the representation from the PWD cohort. But I think that is at that stage where we don't have a good representation. If you ask me about, like, you know, whether we have enough PWD, are we outreaching? I think it's still not established in terms of what kind of skills exists in the market there. where do we find them? I think that infrastructure is not established well. Coming back to the LGBTQ cohort, that is a very, very new thing we are talking about. While we are pushing some of the hiring teams to ensure that they probably, in fact, we are asking them to earmark some of the positions to hire people from underrepresented community, but still people are not really open to go and disclose their identity, and we want to give that complete confidentiality in terms of we leave it to them. Even hiring teams will not know based on the CVs. Sometimes we mask the CVs and then share it with the hiring managers in terms of, so that there is no bias in selection. So you select based on the merit, not based on their background.
Kiran, slightly different take on the introduction part of it. When we were hiring, somebody just introduced and then we found out, and the hiring leader was little like, they reached out. In the second round, they introduced, I don't know, I didn't know how to react to this and all of that. This is despite our organization, the organization where I was, having a lot of conversations and speakers coming in and all of that. When it comes so close to home, you don't know how to react to it. It's good to read and talk about it, maybe discuss. And the person, they got selected and they wanted to have further conversation. One of the things they said is, I identify as queer. And then, they said, do you have any more employees? Because, I would like to be in that group, have an allyship and support and all of that. At that time, we did not have anybody identified. Then they were a little taken aback. And then second thing they asked is infrastructure. Do you have a gender neutral bathroom? I think that's the basic and we have it. And then they came back and the few things that they had was, third one was, because I do sometimes dress up differently, especially I like to do that when there is an office event. How would you treat that? We said, it's your choice how you dress. We don't have a policy governing and all of that. We had to go back and sensitize the team as well. The leader came back saying, I don't have a control what will say in the team. I mean, it was very important that leader was being very honest and open about it. We're just talking about hiring. Think about having to grow and get into leadership positions and having all eyes on you because you're different. It is a journey, and I would say very, very nascent stage, at least in Indian corporates. It's going to take a lot of mindset shifting, again, focusing on the small things here. Then the other one is we had somebody who were blind interviewing for a certain position. Both did not work out because they backed off, saying you don't have, the queer person said, you don't have a community. In my current organization, at least I have a small community. I'm a parent. They were a parent as well, single parent. And I am, there are others who are parents. So although I'm not getting growth, I'm going to stay back here because there are 5 different things this organization ticks on. So it happened. But what we did is, we felt we had to do a lot more education. Second, we shifted our focus, not just hiring. When you can't do that, we started working with, there are many organizations like Periphery, and there is another organization. We went and asked, what help do you need? Simple help they needed. We need a website. We need a training. We need some courses that they need to do to take certain jobs. Could you help with that? And we also work with Vision Empower. If you will, please go ahead and check, because Chaya, you brought in STEM. That's an organization which has introduced STEM for visually impaired. So, when as corporates, we are talking about glass ceiling for, minorities, as such as LGBTQ or persons with disability, or which includes vision impairment as well. Left shifting and bringing them to school, bringing them to science, providing them with what they need will help maybe in 100 years. Because when women came to workforce where we are, it's been a journey of 100 years plus. I think that will take, I'm not saying it should take 100 years because I feel many of us are very inclusive, at least we are inquisitive to understand, ask questions. So it will take some time, but if it is not happening here, left shift your focus. It does help bring that workforce to the workplace. For example, Kiran was sharing in the morning how they had to go to some construction sites and then train the allies, male colleagues, in order to bring in women into those roles. So you need to, tap somewhere to make something happen somewhere else.
We had an opportunity to train LGBTQ students for hospitality. So the approach we did is we tie up with an organization who is working with them, work a specific program for 15 people in the community, and extensively coach them as to how they need to get adopted in the hospitality industry. So out of 15 we trained, it was a 3 weeks duration course. And out of 15, 9 people joined and they continued the job. So that was a success, and it was like, then it was also appreciated by our funder, but it was an effort which took a lot of time and energy for 15 people training. So that's the way we have gone ahead.
All right. I think we can open the floor for a couple of questions, keeping with the time that we have. If any one of you has any questions to any of our panelists, you may please raise your hand.
Hello, good afternoon panel. I'm Swagato, a student of Healthcare Management student. Hello, good afternoon panel. I'm Swagato, a Healthcare Management student. I want to ask that according to global CRC research, the global workforce in healthcare sector, it is 67% for female, but they occupy only 25% in a senior position and merely 5% in top leadership position. So what kind of strategy as a startup founder in healthcare sector should made from the initial stage so that this inclusivity of female workforce in a top leadership position can be done and shatter the glass ceiling accordingly? Thank you.
Thank you, and it's wonderful that you looked up the statistics and all, which is true. Even in IT industry, we always take 50% women from campus, and as we go through to that mid layer of 10 to 12 years, is when it kind of drops drastically to 30%, and then as you go up, it drops. Which we are talking about, where you might think that a lot of inclusive policies are there and things like that. In healthcare, at least, it's very strenuous job as well when you think of it. Few things that I have seen organizations do I have been in, or in the best practices that I have seen is changing. If you remember, we were talking about not just hiring, but retaining. It goes to that because hiring is I wouldn't say Chaya and changing might, say that's not true. When I say easiest of all, the bringing in would be the easiest part too. Of course, it's strenuous and technicalities and difficult to, like they were saying, it's hunting for talent and all of that, right? It is. But how do you keep them? So that is where your policies and programs and walking the talk comes into the picture. The second one is identifying at what stage and why these women are dropping off. Is it when we look at it, when we did a study in a couple of organizations, especially when they get married and join the spouse, most of the time women is the one who kind of joins the spouse. But I'm seeing that increasingly dual career households where both the partners sit together and see whether it is working for them or not. That's onus is on them. Childcare is another one, how organizations are supporting that post-child care, not just giving maternity leave. Once you come in, is there a childcare, are you equipping them with the crush or, childcare within the organization, although it's a policy? Giving a good childcare facility, not just a tie-up because there is, government law that is there. And can we subsidize that? Not necessarily just for a woman. Maybe my male colleagues also could bring their children, whichever is the best one for them. Third is, when you do return, paying attention to career conversation and all that, and respecting if somebody is willing to take up more or take up less. There are policies around 50% of the work and other options, 80% of the work I've seen many of my colleagues utilize, including my male colleagues, because they felt their wife's job was really flourishing. Why don't I do? Very few, but I've seen, I can count on my fingers doing that. Having those policies. And the third part is programs, specifically at that mid layer. This is one about the child care and all of that. You're past that age and children are at a certain space, age and outside. That's a different thing. But in the organization, having those, I've been part of programs, I run them as well, Exuberance or Elevate. Just to give an example, that those programs focused on specialized leadership training for women. Initially, I would say, why do they need? Everybody has to do the same job, but culturally or the way we have been brought up, different beliefs that we bring into those specialized programs to help. Fourth would be organizations. We have to kind of take a measurement of whether it is working or not, and then tweak it. Run the program year on, and then there is nothing coming out of it, doesn't help. So these are few things that I would say. At the same time, I always say the ownership is on the person as well. What is the easiest thing? Or asking for help and taking advantage of the programs and the policies, and then making those strides. One is that. Of course, obviously, having a role model and example at that level also helps. So that is something that we need to look at whenever we are considering promotions or anything, not paying attention to, let's bring in a diversity candidate. I'm not referring only to, women, but it can be any minority as well. Best person, but giving an opportunity for every walk of individual from every walk of life to apply for that and getting assessed, making those provisions, I would say.
Yeah, just to add to what Varsha mentioned, since your question was more around healthcare sector, and you also brought up a point in terms of grooming mid to senior level women leaders, right? So, I mean, it's very interesting, isn't it? 65% of women representation in healthcare, because I had a stint in healthcare in my previous organization. In fact, that is the other side of the spectrum we had to address. We were, heavier on the women representation than the others. So perhaps for the leadership, progression, I think there are some interesting programs which organizations drive. In addition to what Varsha just mentioned, there are companies, which invests in terms of the, their additional education or a higher education. In fact, if people spend X number of years in the organization, and then they probably pick up few of the high performing leaders and then sponsor their higher education, a short-term MBA. I remember one of the anecdotes there. She was a clinical research head for India. She was a doctor, and her career was almost stagnated because the scaling was not happening because she needed the traditional training and upskilling. So the organization gave her about a year break and then sponsored her education in INSEAD, and she did her MBA and came back and she got promotion, all of that. So I think there are firms which are investing in those things.
Agreed. Yeah. I think the simple rule 80-20 philosophy, 80% on the job training, 20% external training should always, work. And a lot of companies do that, it's always about on the job training, and then additional 20% is the investments around, additional trainings and things like that.
Day and night. Since your question is very startup related, I'm thinking maybe you're thinking of getting out and starting your own firm or something like that. So there is always this notion that you work day and night. If you think of any startups, you would see that it would be male dominated. So one of the things that you need to be is, I would request you to be an inclusive leader. What does that mean is not just making accommodations for women, but work culture that you can create is such that it kind of is conducive for everybody. Hence, women also continue to work. I would think of it like that, and extending the same benefits to everybody. I have known startups, even the traditional ones, where I was looking at who did really well. If you look, I don't want to name some of the retail or the IT companies as well. If you look at part of that, when a lot of male founders ended up doing a lot better in terms of the share values or the wealth creation, maybe it is equivalent to the work they put in, but giving them an opportunity to put in the equal work for everybody could help you. But if you slip somewhere, let's say, because you're going to be bootstrapped or you're going to seek for funding, CTC and all that, when you become profitable, you always can go back and reset it. It is not that, initially the culture was like this, hence we did in a certain way, we need to continue. We are at 20%, at the mid-level women leaders. When you do well, as you go ahead, don't put a pressure on yourself to, I need to get it right as a startup founder. Get your company to do well. Then you can always left shift and put your, funding to CSR funding and all that to bring those people to, STEM and, medical field and all of that. So one is to being free of that pressure. Second, doing the right thing when you're doing really well, I would say. Nobody wants you to go bankrupt and, do certain practices.
Yeah, good afternoon, panel. Thank you for the opportunity. So since the theme is crafting the next decade, so I'm sure remote work will be more prevalent in the upcoming decade. So my question is how the HR are planning to evolve to maintain the organizational culture and employee engagement across the dispersed workplaces.
I think your question is mainly around, if you're looking at future to be more remote or hybrid, how do we ensure that all get included? Now, honestly, if you ask me, it's more of a phenomena. I think two of my panelists are from Bangalore, so I can understand that for them, it is sort of need of the hour. You cannot traveling takes a lot of time in a city like Bangalore. So for them, it is advisable that you have a hybrid model. Okay. Some of the other places, there are jobs that you cannot do remotely. Okay. So of course, you're going to need people in there. It is, again, if you ask me, while it is the need of the hour, you implement it in a way that, again, the core or the expected outcome is not compromised. Okay. Just because I want to look good, XYZ is doing that, I also have to do that, cannot be the crux or cannot be the basis of my policy. So if my work from home is something that we've had long before pandemic hit as a company, I'm talking about us. So we had it because that was the need of the hour, not because everybody else was doing it. In IT, it is possible for you to do that. Okay. Second thing is there are challenges. I don't know how many of you are aware, but there are challenges that a lot of companies are facing with regards to moonlighting. So what you don't want to be doing is creating a situation wherein, you have somebody who you are trying to sort of give that comfort, but that comfort is taken for a difficult situation or is created a difficult situation, both with regards to the security, at the same time, the ethics. Okay. So, there is no straightforward answer. Straightforward answer is it's a need of the hour. All of us have to work towards it. At the same time, you do it in a way that it does not hamper even. So I'll give you a very simple example. I have my colleagues who, since pandemic, are still working from home. Sometimes when I speak to them on the phone, they tell me, I'm just tired of doing this. I don't get to see people. I don't know when my work is gonna start. So you cannot have one kind of a situation. The age, the lives that we live today, no matter what you have, you're gonna get tired of it after a while. There are hires that we make wherein people are saying that I work for a US based company. There is nobody here. Everybody else is based in US. I'm making a lot better salary, but now I want to work at a place wherein I can go and see my colleagues. I want to work with them. So there's a balance that you would need to create. Just like we were talking about inclusivity. Let's say if there's a good candidate and their need is that they need to work from a certain location, why not extend that? Okay, but not because everyone else is doing it, but because it meets my purpose, it meets the organization purpose, and it serves in the long term, rather than just looking at maybe trying to look good just like anyone else is doing that. I hope I answered that question.
Thank you. I think we are running out of time, so you can get in touch with the panelists outside once we get done with the session. On that note, let me conclude by thanking all our panelists. I think we've listened to some very important anecdotal insights, little life lessons that we can all incorporate at our own levels when we join the workforce at some point in time and become more sensitive and more human to the people that we are essentially working with. So thank you so much. Over to Dorothy.
Thank you so much, Dana ma'am. As we come to an end of this panel discussion, we thank all the panel members for such an insightful discussion. We truly gain valuable insights from this discussion, and we are privileged that you gave us a chance to hear you all. Furthermore, thank you all for being such a wonderful audience. Thank you. I request all the panel members to please proceed for lunch. All of you can proceed for lunch now. We'll meet back in 1 hour.
The students in the leftermost back, please shift forward. Start filling up the front rows first. Students seated at the back rows, please start filling up the front rows first. And please do it quickly.
Students at the back, last few rows, please come forward. Yes, I can see you. Please come forward. Here also, last row students, please come forward. Yes. Yes, I can see you. Come forward. Yes, please forward. आगे आ जाइए.
Can you please shift forward silently? There is no need to create this much commotion. Good afternoon. Good afternoon to one and all present here. It is my distinct pleasure to introduce our keynote speaker for the session, Mr. Shobit Srivastav, Associate Vice President of Learning and Development, Talent Management, HR Automation, and HR Business Partner for Regional Content at Sony Pictures Networks India. Mr. Shobit Srivastav brings nearly 15 years of exemplary experience across media, manufacturing, telecom, and BFSI sectors. His illustrious career commenced with the ICICI Bank Group and has since been marked by the influential roles at MTS India and Star Cement before his current tenure at Sony Pictures Networks. An alumnus of the Indian Institute of Management, Calcutta, Mr. Shobit holds a management degree and a BTech in mechanical engineering. His professional journey is further distinguished by his Hogan certification and advanced credentials in organizational development, Six Sigma, and as a certified rewards professional. His contributions have earned him recognition as one of the top HR professionals under 40, reflecting his innovative approach and dedication to the field. His profound understanding of organizational dynamics and his forward-thinking approach will provide us with invaluable perspectives through the topic, navigating career growth in dynamic industries. We're honored to have you, sir. Please take the stage. I request Dr. Baljeet Singh, co-chairperson placements, to please felicitate our guest.
It was working. Maybe switch off and switch on. Am I audible? These are my lucky charms, something doesn't work in the weekend, so not a problem. Is it? Want me to operate from here? Actually, I want to.
Don't reveal all the slides. Is this working? No? I'll have to open this, then I have the time. Yeah. Oh, but you will have to do a lot of next. I'll do it from. Not a problem. I'll see. Okay, before half of my presentation gets revealed in this tech check, okay, a very good afternoon to everyone. Good to see this energy. I was a little skeptical, honestly. And when I was having my lunch, two thoughts were grappling my mind. One, I've been given this session just after the lunch. And then my growth mindset, that said, maybe because I'm from entertainment, okay. That is the industry I'm representing. So maybe I'm the best bet after lunch, right? And the other thing, because I was sitting, throughout the day, like from the start, the other thing which was there in my mind, everything has already been covered. So what do I do now? Okay, because that is what I came prepared with, and my fellow HR colleagues, they've already talked about everything. I don't have anything left, anything new. But then I realized something, that I come from a industry which has the ability to repackage Mahabharata and Ramayana 10 times and present it in a different way, right? And also I come from a company which can still run Surya Vansham on Max and still get TRPs, right? So that is what kept me going. Okay, so very quickly, I'll come to the presentation. That was a heavy introduction. I honestly, at times I feel a little embarrassed, okay? Because, for me, I think I'm just one of you who is honored and privileged to come at this stage, just because I have got some work experience, right? And it's always good to be with the students. As I said, I always feel like a student. So nothing very different from you. And I think that is what I'm going to talk about, that what you are today, this is what you have to be when you move forward in your career, right? It's all good? Okay, this image has been there for quite some time now. Easy to guess? What is it? Bank, right? I think my next slide also got revealed. Okay, and there was a question. Who is the banker today? Everyone? That's a good answer. What else? When was the last time you guys visited a bank for some transaction? And how often? Where's the banker gone? Right? So today, we don't have that banker. No, bankers are still there. But I think the kind of job they are doing, we have UPIs, we have a lot of algorithms running in the background doing all the financial transactions, right? This is an image of 2000. Can you guess where are these people? 2000, right? Do we watch the concert like 2000 today? This is today, right? Okay. Sorry, I think no. First, you have to help me. Okay. I have to go back. I think I'll accidentally reveal all the slides. Okay. This is one recording which got uploaded on YouTube during the pandemic, right? And it garnered like 1.6 million views in 10 minutes. Can you imagine, right? Okay, this one. Aren't we living in a very dynamic or an interesting time, where babies are born with internet, right? Machines are learning and human beings are hooked. Interesting times, right? Maybe, for some of you, may not be so interesting, but people like us who were born like in 80s and 90s and before that, it's quite interesting and fascinating. So if you look at the way we are living today, but I'm very sure that, a lot of you, in fact, all of you would also, even though you are, the Gen Zs and the millennials, you will still be able to relate, right? Because the habits which we had even 4-5 years back, those have changed. Do we order the food? Do we call the restaurant and order? No. What do we do? Swiggy or Zomato, right? How do we watch the TV now? Okay, first question. Do you watch the TV? Don't tell me this, it will break my heart, My salary comes from there. Okay. But yeah, I'm with you. Even I don't get to watch TV so much, right? So we are on our mobiles, OTTs, those are the flavors of the day. And now even the OTTs are facing challenge because now you have got these reels, And I think now after watching reels, it's even difficult to go and watch a web series, right? And the way we watch our TV shows, at one point of time, 8-10 years back, we would have appointment viewing, right? A certain thing will come at a certain time and we'll go and watch it then, right? But now what has come? Can you tell me the phenomena, what it is called? Binge watching is a little different. Binge watching is people like us, overnight will finish a series, right? But what is this called? Video on demand, excellent. Right? So we want to watch anything, any content on our terms at our time, right? Do you read books? Don't say no. Great. But yeah, people like us, a lot of us have migrated from physical book to an audio podcast, an audio book, Kindles, right? But still, I would say that books have their own charm. And of course, we don't call for cabs, right? We book the cabs through Uber, Ola, right? The way you listen to the songs. How many of you still download the songs? Okay, and listen. Why do you download? I download it for a purpose. What is your purpose? Anyone? Editing. What else? That's the answer I was looking at. I think that is only even if if your flight starts offering or your vehicles start offering you the Wi-Fi, we will even not download the songs, right? And our sports consumption, right? The way we are watching sports today. I was very fascinated by the way while in the World Cup, and if you would have noticed, our competitor though, right, Hotstar, they did a very wonderful thing. Can anyone guess what am I talking about? The way we watch? MaxView. What did it help you with? Watching the content? Because we used to watch it like this, and this is a little easier mode of operation, right? So someone would have thought, right, that this is, by the way, this in a larger competency or a skill scenario, this ability is called something, or this process is called something. Can anyone relate to what am I talking about? Ever heard of design thinking? Right? This is an example of design thinking. And why I say that? Because what is design thinking? Design thinking, the whole phenomena, or I would say the process, is built on empathy. So when you empathize with your consumer, that it's difficult while you are traveling in a rickshaw to hold the mobile like this, right? And it's better to view it like this. And then you have made a solution for that. I think it's wonderful. Though they are our competitors, but I really appreciated them in personal respect for that. Okay. No need to establish this, right? You all know the world is changing. And is it just changing? Because every 10 or 20 years, the world would have changed, right? Any phenomena would have happened, 2000s, 2010, what we were doing in 80s, we were not doing in 90s. What we were doing in 90s, we were not doing in 2000s, right? The world has always been changing. Let's understand that. We are not the first generation who are watching the world changing, right? But maybe we are the first generation, who are watching the world changing so fast, Okay, I have a question for you. Do you think the way you are, your lifestyle is today, do you think it would be similar in 2030? See, that is what I'm talking about. If you would have asked someone in 2000 this question, and you would have said 2005, they would have still said, yeah, a little similar, though some changes would have happened. That is the pace of disruption we are dealing with. Agreed? Anyone has a different point of view on this? Okay. Sorry, I was not intending to bring this up right now. But some of the industries, okay, you think are driving those changes, or the changes which is making the world so dynamic. I've listed a few. With my personal bias, media and entertainment occupies a bigger space, right? And someone was talking about dynamic industries in one of the, I don't know, in the panel or in the keynote, and no one mentioned about media and entertainment. So I went back during the lunchtime, made the media and entertainment box a little bigger. Okay. Okay. But yeah, let me tell you. So my 8 years with Sony Pictures, okay, I'll complete 8. I'll move to my 9th in September. I joined, we were doing the biggest media acquisition of that time, which was acquiring tennis sports from Z. That was the biggest media acquisition of that time. That was 2016. So that is what I was working on. 2017-18, I don't know if you heard about, in media we call it new MRP regime, or we call it new tariff order. I'll tell you what it is. I'll simplify it. 2017-18, suddenly, your D2H operators and the cable operators would have come to you and said that you can, create your own pack. You can pick a channel, drop a channel, right? All that. So what happened? A new tariff order came. And basically, what that meant was that an industry, which is so actually closely connected with the consumer, but is a B2B industry, okay, suddenly found itself that it has to behave like a B2C industry, because today the power has shifted in the hands of the consumer, right? So you're watching Sony, or for that sake, any other channel on your D2H, and suddenly you think, or you are just surfing, and suddenly you think that these are 10 channels I don't watch, right? In the earlier setup of things, what we call bouquet offerings, right? What would happen? You will say, okay, I pay 200 bucks. Okay, I get 300, 400 channels. I watch 10, 20 channels. It is okay, right? But now, given the choice that you have the choice, you said, I don't watch these 10 channels. So what do? I'll unsubscribe. So directly, the channel is gone. Now, that is another phenomena which hit the industry hard. Because what used to happen earlier, you would have 50 channels, you would be able to push some of the channels, in the bouquet, make money. Suddenly, the customer decides that I don't watch these channels, let me drop them, right? So that is what we were doing 2017-18. At the same time, if you remember, there was this whole advent of OTT, what we call as digital boom or the OTT boom, right? You're getting Netflix in the Indian market, Amazon Prime, right? All of these suddenly started coming, and the OTT started becoming bigger. Now, earlier we had, 4 major broadcasting companies, Sony, which is us, Star, which was not Disney at that time, and Viacom and Z, right? And we were the first ones to have a broadcast OTT app in 2013. I don't think you would know, but Sony Live was the first app in 2013, much before Hotstar. But we were quite content, that, okay, we have an app. So how we used to define ourselves, and this is 2018-19, we used to define ourselves as a broadcaster with an OTT app as well, right? Come 2018-19, and we were doing very, very well. We were doing great. And that was after we lost IPL to Star. Okay. We asked ourselves that, who are we really? Are we a broadcasting company? Or are we an OTT company? What are we, right? And through a lot of sessions and, leadership strategy meet and our own employees, what we concluded was phenomenal, that we are not a broadcasting company or we are not an OTT company, we are a content company. And that had a lot of implications on our business models, right? So when we agreed that we will identify ourselves as a content company, then a lot of things started to change. 2020, you would have noticed a new avatar of Sony Live, right? And what made Sony Live a hit at that time was a scam, right? It came, but at the same time, it was like 1.5 years of effort. We did the rebranding of Sony Live. That was Sony Live 2.0, right? A lot of, our workforce in digital, that started to increase, and today it is 5x or 6x of what it was at one point of time in 2018-19, right? So even successful companies had to, I won't say course correct, but you have to see where are you going? Will the world remain like this, right? So that's one example of how the changes affect your operating model even, right? Healthcare, I am given to understand there are a lot of students from healthcare here, right? I would say that one of the most dynamic industries. And what led to this dynamism or what is one big factor that contributed to it? COVID, right? So pandemic, I think that triggered, and it was a very, very interesting, I would say, period, for us. Imagine content consumption at its peak, right? Everyone is like locked in the houses, homes, and everyone just have one job, apart from, cleaning utensils, that, you are watching content. Now, a very interesting thing, content at its peak, but the supply, how will you shoot? There are so many restrictions, you cannot shoot, right? The supply at its lowest. So this industry, and there's a lot to learn, and I personally, even after spending 8 years, I'm not able to think to move to some other industries because of this. But this industry teaches you a lot, right? So we passed that phase, and I'm sure, if I happen to talk about the dynamic industries, you will come up with a lot of examples, right? E-coms, quick com, right? But I keep telling that, to everyone, when I interact on this topic, that see, it is not just these 4 or 5 industries which are dynamic. The stable ones, manufacturing, BFSI, which you would call a little stable. If you would notice, all of these industries have become very dynamic. And why is it so? Why is it so? Can anyone relate or bring out their perspective that why is it so? Why is every industry becoming dynamic? It will be great to hear, yeah. So you're saying technology created disruption? Okay, what else? Because of the demand. I have a very interesting perspective on that. No, you are right. I have a different perspective on that. What else? Okay, as I said, I'm a little biased towards media and entertainment, right? I link it to that, right? TikTok came 2016, 17, I guess, right? What it did? What it did to you as a consumer? What it did actually? Exactly. Okay. At one point of time, and ask me, or I have a lot of senior members here. If I would tell you that you can watch a content in 10 seconds or 15 seconds and some story can be told, you would say no. What are you talking? Right? Today, everyone is after reels, creating reels or watching reels, which is a 15 second, 20 second, 30 second thing, right? So TikTok came, reduce your attention span. Before that, I think we were very comfortable even watching movies on television, with the ad breaks, right? Are we today? What happened? OTTs came, right? And they said, why would you watch on my terms? You watch it as you want to, right? Whenever you want to. And yes, if you want to watch it without ads, just subscribe. right? So our attention span went down. We, got into this habit of that, okay, as a consumer, I need everything on demand, right? And real quick. And then if you relate, that is how the quick commerce phenomena also, because then you said, yeah, content आ सकता है demand पे, तो मेरा sugar और grocery क्यों नहीं आ सकती है, right? And see the mentality, how the mentality changed, right? If 20 years back, someone would have said that, okay, I'll give you the sugar, in 5 minutes, you would say, why would I need it in 5 minutes? But today, right? So what I'm trying to say is that it's not like, something happening in one industry will not affect another industry, okay? Everything is interrelated. And hence, because what is happening, ultimately, every industry is targeting whom? Us, you. End of the day, we are the consumers, and you are not a consumer to just one industry. You are a consumer to multiple industries or all the industries in some way, right? Directly or indirectly. So, because the consumer behavior is changing, every industry is changing and every industry is dynamic. Agreed? Great. Okay, another thing. So I was talking about the industry, right? Tesla, we were talking about renewable energy sources and a lot of such things, right? The green wave, okay? Tell me, is Tesla an energy company or a car company? Right? Is there a definite answer? Right. But is there a definite answer to classifying Tesla as a car company or an energy company? By the way, they are also into space, right? Amazon. Our sector mein hai, it started as a retailer, right? And today? Now today, you would say that Amazon is a tech company. Who is the largest provider of the cloud computing or the cloud services basically? AWS, right? My favorite example from media, Netflix. Now you will say it's a content company. What is the other option, right? But what is the USP of Netflix? Can anyone tell me? You said microservices. What do you mean by that? What is that called in OTT terms? What is that called in OTT terms? If you would know, recommendations, right? AI based, and everyone is recommending. But you would see that when you go to Netflix, ऐसा लगता है कि वो बनाया ही सिर्फ मेरे लिए, right? Because and in the industry we call it the platinum standard, and we debate whether it is a tech company and a company which is leveraging AI and technology in such a way that every customer, and imagine how many millions of customers they would have, right? Everyone is feeling that it's so personalized that this is my app, right? So that is the advantage, the tech advantage they are riding on. So what I also mean to say is that not only the industries are disrupting, within the companies, the organizations, although the lines are blurring, that this is our business model, or okay, this is our business model. We have come a long way from an age of ऐसे ही होता है या ऐसा होता है तो कुछ भी हो सकता है. So all the companies today are thinking that how do I survive, whether big or small, and every company every day is assessing their operating model that way. Agreed? Okay. Now, how many of you with utmost certainty can tell me that the career path you have chosen, it will be intact after 5 years? You can? I was expecting some answers. Great. Anyone else? Great. Awesome. Okay. But do I take this as that after lunch I don't want to raise my hands and hence I'm saying no? Or do I take it as I don't know? Right? So that is where we are today. And as a professional, and hence I said, I go back to my original statement. And I have fellow HR colleagues here, and they would also, they may agree or disagree, but they may also vouch that we are also struggling, even after 15 years, 20 years of our experience, today when we look at ourselves, we don't know where we will be, after 5 years. And then what we are doing few things so as to, you would say, risk-proof it, or, to be, in layman terms, be successful in whatever era we live, right? Okay. So basically that comes, now I come to my topic of, navigating career growth in dynamic industries. I would want to replace the word industry with the word, because it's not only about some industries which are dynamic, it's the entire world which has become dynamic, right? Now, imagine if you're a surfer, okay, you can see a surfer there, right? And you can see the waves. Now imagine you being a surfer, the ocean you see is the industry, and there are some big monstrous waves and some smaller ones, right? Just be there with me, And now, if you are a surfer, or let me give it a better term, calling it career surfer, right? Then let me, and I was actually thinking about that, how do I put it differently? How do I give you something? Because everyone would have spoken about what I'm going to speak, in some or the other fashion. But I thought that how do I make it more relatable to you so that, at least you take away something which kind of gets retained, right? So, and I came across this very interesting analogy, that we can compare our careers to a surfer. The career could be, the ocean or whatever, but you can have an analogy with a surfer, right? So let's explore the surfer mindset. What is the first rule for a surfer? Anyone? Identify the waves. Yeah. What else? Sorry? Balance? Balance comes later. No? After you are in the sea. What else? The direction of wave, right? So what essentially, all the answers are valid. What essentially we are saying? That a surfer, when he's on the shore, is basically first reading the ocean. And that is what at times we need to do. That is the first rule. You can't take your surfboard and directly, sorry. I have to talk about mystery now, okay? About just from here. Oh, thanks. Okay, so a surfer would first understand the ocean, right? That is the first rule. So basically, know your waves. Someone said that, okay, I'll study the waves, I'll understand the waves, right? Just keep a time check. Huh? So what will those be for us? That are we, as professionals, as budding managers, as management graduates, are we understanding the industry trends? What is happening? Okay, so a lot of phenomena happening. We spoke about the technological change. We spoke about the, globalization. And then there are a lot of other phenomena happening. If there's a political uncertainty, look at what happened in Bangladesh. How many of you are aware? But what happened? Bangladesh was commanding, if I'm not wrong, and correct me if I'm wrong, I think a higher growth rate even, when you compare to India, the South subcontinent, right? And political uncertainty now, can you say the same thing for Bangladesh now? Right? So, we are just not limited to corporates and, pandemic. Is it some 2008 phenomena, which you can say that some corporate Lehman Brothers, something did and, something happened? No, out of our control, right? So we need to understand the trends. There was a panel which spoke about inclusive leadership, DAI, right? To address the whole concept of inequality, right? So as a student, I think, and I'm sure that the institute must be doing a lot of, feeding to the students, in terms of sensitizing you about the trends. But as a professional yourself, I think this is very important that you understand the interplays and the interconnections of what is happening around you, right? That's the first rule. Do we know about what era are we living in? Industry 4.0, right? Like this, we all talk about. Now, if you have to say, okay, what is something that impacts us the most today? I think I'll have a majority of answers saying AI, right? But is it only AI? If you look at this study, it says AI is 16%, both are topmost. So basically, this study is about the impact of different things on the industries today, right? But then a lot of other things are happening. Manufacturing, for that example, for that sake, 3D printing, that is impacting manufacturing like anything. You go to a manufacturing setup today and you look at this, right? Big data analytics, I'm sure a lot of you would have come across or maybe already upskilling yourself in that, right? So we need to understand that which are the trends, which are the phenomena which are impacting us. 10 minutes. Again, look at the India growth story, right? I'll not dwell into the details, but I think everyone is confident that India is growing, right? But I think the bigger question to you is, where do I belong to in this growth? I'll tell you a simple story of IPL. Okay, IPL was some 10,000 crores or something when we bought it for 10 years. 5 years, when it went to Star, it was sold at 25,000 crore. Today, IPL is a 60,000 crore entity. I'm digressing a bit, but I'm saying, but that 60,000 crore, there must be a lot of job opportunities, a lot of job creations would happen, right? Can I make a use of that? So you would see a lot of analytics guys, a lot of, healthcare professionals now eyeing certifications and trying to get themselves better in sports management, right? So I think the question is, where do I belong to? And what will set me apart after, when these trends happen to be on the ground, when they start impacting this industry. Okay, so we're talking about the surfer's mindset, right? So after the surfer has identified, the wave, understood, read the ocean, what is it that the surfer starts doing? Take the surfboard, starts paddling hard, right? So the first thing was understand the ocean or read the ocean, which is read the industry's trends. Then once you have identified your opportunity, identify the wave, someone said, start paddling hard. And how do you do that? And it has been spoken about, continuous learning, right? That we need to continuously, and that is why I said that you and I, we are not different. We are also doing the same thing, we are paddling hard in our lives. Develop a growth mindset. Can anyone tell me what is the counterpart of growth mindset? Opposite of growth mindset? Fixed mindset, right? What would be an example of a growth mindset and a fixed mindset? Sorry? Okay, interesting. I'll catch you offline. Anything else? Just what do you understand by growth mindset and fixed mindset? Right, resilience during COVID. Okay, how I put it simply is basically in a very layman term that a person with a fixed mindset sees obstacles, a person with a growth mindset sees opportunities. So when we were talking about the trends, can I identify the opportunities, right? And very, very, very important. And you were talking to, you remember, to some of the students saying, go and ask for internships, go and ask about, getting mentorships. And I said that, at that point of time, that I am covering that, that is, and we were having a discussion with some of the students, how can you put in that extra effort? Why, who is stopping you, reaching out to people, asking them, every time in my company, something big happens, I ensure that I go to the HR head and say that, please make me a part of it, right? So that is important, that how do you put in that extra effort? How can you volunteer, take the extra assignments, and this will help you at large. Okay, understood? Paddle hard. Okay, in the interest of time, otherwise I would have asked. Can anyone, okay, when I was thinking about which character from TV I could take who really paddles hard, not after Babita ji, okay, but yeah, otherwise. Can you relate? Can someone tell me that why did I take this example? Every episode you go and watch, this guy is in some situation, right? Solving for something, that has happened to the Gokuldham society, right? In the process, the guy is learning, he's putting all the extra efforts as to preserve, save the society or solve the problem for his family members, right? So I thought that this would be a good example of how I can make you understand how to paddle hard, right? The other thing is, I think someone spoke about staying balanced, I think at the beginning when we were talking about, and this is important, that how can you stay balanced? So that is the other thing. Once you have identified the wave, you are paddling hard, you are on the wave, right? Then how do you stay balanced? Because that is the whole game, right? One is adaptability. I am sure that everyone understands adaptability, right? That different situations, you should have the capability to adapt to it, right? Emotional intelligence. A lot of things have been spoken about emotional intelligence. Can anyone name me quickly? Can I get like 5 minutes extra? Thanks. Okay. Can anyone name me the 5 elements of emotional intelligence? Or what simply emotional intelligence means? Because at times, what happens is, we talk about EQ, emotional intelligence, and we go without checking whether you understand the concept or not. Can anyone tell me what do you mean by emotional intelligence? Right? Knowing self. That's a proper definition, that you understand your own emotion and those of others around you. And there are 5 basically elements to emotional intelligence. What are those? Self-awareness, self-regulation, empathy, motivation, and very important, social skills, right? So I will just urge you to deep dive into the concept of emotional intelligence and really embody it. And skills diversification, very, very, very important. Okay. And the next example I'll take, that will help me make you understand this. What do you understand by skill diversification? Upskilling, reskilling, or basically upskilling, right? Right. To make it very simple for you, I would say that work on a T-shaped upskilling model. What do you mean by that? So the vertical bar is your domain expertise, okay? And the horizontal bar is what all other skills you add, right? Or to put it more simply, you love pizza, right? What are 2 things pizza is comprised of? A base and a topping. So base is your core domain expertise, and the toppings, right? You have different toppings and the pizza, same base will taste differently, right? So that is what I essentially mean by skills diversification. Okay, now this time I'll not make that mistake. Give me one example of staying balanced. Quickly, I'm running short on time. One example, anyone? Sorry? No, one character, one example from business, sports, Bollywood. Sorry? Cycling. No, I'm not talking about, I'm talking about a person who kind of personifies staying balanced. Oh, awesome. I can't tell you how happy I am because that is what I had. Okay. And why and we are not talking about the brat Virat Kohli of 2010, 11, 12, 13, last 5 years, Virat Kohli, if we see, I think he is a perfect example. Don't go by how he behaves on the field. He's very aggressive. Even the fight he had with Gautam Gambhir was on the field. Okay, off the field, they maintain a very cordial relation, by the way, right? All the 3 formats, right? He excelled, right? He adapts to the situation. Like we couldn't have won maybe the World Cup had he not played that inning, when we were in deep trouble at one point of time. And we spoke about on-the-field aggression with off-the-field composure. And look at the way he has diversified his skills. You saw his leadership skills, right? We saw his communication skills. And what else he has developed? He's developed he's a great business guy, a great business guy. You go and, listen to him on business topics. Like once he said, I go to an office, I'll walk for 5 minutes, I'll tell you who is working, who is not working. I leave it to you, go and explore. But agree, Okay. Now, after we have paddled hard, we have made our balance. I think it is time to then catch the wave. And which wave? The biggest wave. That is what will take you far, right? So basically, you have to read the market trends. What matters is then the positioning and the timing. If I'm able to capture that AI boom, in the starting, I'm able to, as a company, if I'm able to capture the digital boom, OTT boom, earlier I may be the market leader. Look at what Hotstar did, right? Look at what is Jio doing. They, captured it earlier, right? And their positioning and timing was perfect. And then once you have caught the wave, the biggest wave, you have to just maximize the opportunity. Understood? Okay, and which are some of the big opportunities coming your way, which you need to be very, AI, of course, if I would have taken a poll, I think everyone would have said AI, right? But then there's a rise of the gig economy. I think that is all of us, in the HR fraternity today. I think we are looking at how do we make policies for the gig workers, and that composition is, you understand what is a gig workforce, right? And that will hit us hard, if we don't change. I think that will hit us hard because, come 10 years and maybe everyone, you and I would want to work as a gig worker and not as a on-roll employer, a permanent employee, right? And the other thing, ESG. I spoke about the environmental trends at the beginning, if you remember, one of the trends you need to watch out. What happens 10 years down the line, you have some policy which impacts your business model, right? So you will have to look at all these opportunities. And as I said, you have to paddle hard, stay balanced, and catch the wave. And in all of this, one thing you have to remember in your career, that the wipeouts will happen. The wipeouts happen to the best of the people, and that is inevitable. What will help you in that case? I think that term has been spoken quite when you are in midst of what we did as a society when we were hit by the pandemic. Okay. So basically, something which has been spoken a lot of time, resilience. I think that is what you have to trust yourself, trust the process. And that is something which you have to keep in mind. You cannot always be successful, right? You understand what is resilience, by the way? The ability to bounce back. Okay. My last mantra to you would be, just stay engaged, stay informed, stay curious. I think that will make you the Kelly Taylor of surfing. He is one of the legends in surfing, and will make you the best career surfer. And as I leave the stage, and I hope I did not take a lot of time, okay? You all are holding that surfboard, you're still at the show, on the show, right? Now, in no time, we meet maybe like a couple of years later and you will be in your corporate roles, right? You will be there out in the ocean. So what you need to do? You'll have to paddle hard, stay balanced, and catch the wave, right? And as I conclude, first of all, thank you so much. And I won't say all the best because I recently came across this Japanese philosophy that in Japan, they don't say all the best. They say Ganbatte. It is not Ganbatte of India. Okay, so I did a lot. And I came across this book. I'll leave you with this recommendation. This is Ganbatte basically means like do your best. Because when you say all the best, you are, betting on the external luck. But when I say do your best, it is you who can, change your destiny. Do read this book, guys. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks so much. So in the interest of time,
A very warm thank you to Mr. Shobhit Srivastava for delivering such an insightful session. Your expertise and eloquence have truly elevated today's session, offering valuable knowledge and inspiration to us all.
I, Nisha Talreja, along with my co-anchor Niharika Hansrajani, take pride in welcoming you all to 6th panel discussion of HRC 7.0. As rightly said by Thomas Feldman, the greatest advances in healthcare come from the marriage of technology and caring attitude. This quote perfectly encapsulates the essence of discussion of topic, healthcare delivery at your doorstep, the era of new medical assistance.
We are witnessing a transformative shift in the healthcare landscape, where medical services are increasingly being brought directly to the patient's doorstep. But does this new era of healthcare delivery, with its focus on accessibility, ask us to reconsider how we interact with healthcare systems? As we explore this evolution, we must examine how it reshapes patient care and our approach to delivering medical services.
Today, we aim to explore the implications of this evolution, seeking right insights and perspectives from our distinguished panelists. Together, we delve into the opportunities and challenges to this new approach, examining how reshaping these futures can help healthcare and its impact on patients' outcome. I now would like to invite the moderator for this panel, Dr. Vivek Mishra, Assistant Professor, OB and HRM at IIM Jammu.
Now, allow us to introduce our esteemed panel. Introducing our first panel, Ms. Ekta Choda, a seasoned talent acquisition and employer branding leader with over 16 years of experience. She is currently heading talent acquisition for Bayer India Group and has worked across diverse environments, from startups of large India organization and leading French and German multinationals. We are honored to have Ms. Ekta with us today. We welcome you to the stage now.
Our next panelist believes in more than just filling positions. She is passionate about making meaningful connections that drive both individual and organizational growth. Ms. Vibha Bhatla is a talent acquisition leader at Walters Kluwer with a decade of expertise in such firms of Fidelity International and Mind Solutions. Along with elements of HR services, MAM specializes in aligning the top talent with strategic business needs. We are honored to have Ms. Vibha with us today.
Our next distinguished guest is visionary in healthcare industry, Dr. Manoj Kumar Prasad. Dr. Prasad is currently Vice President, Talent Development and Digital Transformation at Geo Reliance Limited. Sir has an illustrious career spanning over 2 decades in global organization change, digital transformation, corporate HR and cultural transformation, and capability building. Dr. Prasad has also led and driven end-to-end talent development and cultural change with Fortune 100 companies. We request Dr.
Our next panel speaker, Mr. Vipin Kumar Rajput, is a seasoned HR leader with over 17 years of experience in employee experience at Tata 1MG. Sir has a strong track record of enhancing employee engagement, rewards, industry relations, and driving strategies that boost recruitment and retention and foster a positive work culture. Mr. Vipin Rajkumar has a professional journey that includes roles at Fortis, Lenskart, Home Credit India, Escort Limited, and he is passionate about creating and thriving workplaces where employees can grow and succeed.
As he elegantly puts it, the key to success recruitment is not just visiting the right fit, but forging relationships that drive growth and innovation. Please welcome our next panelist, Mr. Himanshu Makkar, a seasoned talent acquisition specialist at Morbel Laboratories Limited, India. Sir's career span over 6 years in recruitment and human resources. Mr. Makkar is a master of full cycle recruitment, from sourcing and interviewing and onboarding and beyond. We are delighted to have Mr. Himanshu Makkar with us today.
Now we invite Ms. Preeti Das, an alum of XLRI Jamshedpur. As the CHR of India's third largest pharmacy chain, Wellness Forever, Ms. Das brings over 2 decades of HR expertise on the table. Her career spans over wide roles of HR business partner, organizational development, talent acquisition, and employee relations and employee engagement. Ms. Das often reminds us the true mark of leadership in HR is not just managing people, but in inspiring them to reach the highest potential. Her commitment towards her excellent HR services ensures her outstanding experience for people and stakeholders of the organization.
Our next panel speaker, Ms. Meenakshi Pawar, an accomplished talent acquisition leader with overall experience of 8 years in HR management department across manufacturing, telecommunications, and healthcare industries. She is currently working as Deputy Manager in HCL Healthcare, an integral part of talent acquisition department. Having spent several years in HR development, Ms. Meenakshi is an effective coach, guide, and mentor. We are delighted to have Ms. Meenakshi with us today.
Yes. We now request Dr.
We request Dr. Vivek Mishra to spearhead the discussion.
Is it audible? Guys, give me a thumbs up. Wonderful. Okay, everybody's awake. Don't worry about it. Okay. So, respected director, sir, faculty members, and all the esteemed panel members, and my dear students, very good afternoon. It's my pleasure to welcome you all here at the IIM Jammu, and we are going to have a very fruitful panel discussion on the healthcare management system. And I would like to also know that we do have a course MBA specifically on the healthcare management, which is why I believe this particular session is very, very crucial for our students as well as our institutes. So the theme of this session is the bringing the healthcare to the doorstep of the people. So we are going to largely talk about it, but we are not going to limit up to there only. So during the lunch, we were talking about that how we don't have a predetermined question, and that was came up during the discussion. But that it dawned on me that how it is an opportunity for us, that we are not limited by the predetermined question we have been given to us by somebody. We can talk about which something our esteemed member feel is important for the students or new upcoming executives, they need to know. So before I begin the discussion, I would like to briefly tell our students something about your company and what your company is doing to bringing the healthcare to the doorstep of of the individuals. What kind of innovations, creativity, some technological advancement you are working on, so that they can have some understanding what is new going to come out in the industry when they will be ready in the job market. So I think we can start with Mr. Makka. Okay.
Yeah. Hi. Good afternoon, everyone. I am from Morpan Lab Limited, Gurgaon. So Morpan is a multiple division company, and we deals in pharmaceutical APIs and medical devices. In API, we have almost 45 plus APIs and 135 patents. And we have 3 plants, which is UFSDA approved. And in medical devices, we are the largest producer in medical devices, which is medical glucometer and like BP monitor machine, nebulizer, and oximeter. So we are also indulged in molecules and in pharmaceutical. So currently we are also looking for looking a business in international for our molecules or for pharmaceuticals. Thank you.
Thank you, Manshu. First of all, at the bar, good evening. It's exact 4 o'clock. So before we move on, can I ask everybody to just stand up? Because I think we're talking about wellness and healthcare, and we've been sitting for almost 1 hour. So I think it's good we stand up and all of us wake up and say, hi, hello, everyone. Good, good, good. I like the energy now. Let's sit. Sorry for the panelists. I made you guys also stand up. But I just felt that everybody needed that energy, right? So good evening. All my young minds. I'm so happy to be here. I'm the CHRO with Wellness Forever. Wellness Forever is the 3rd largest chain of pharmacy in India. Though we are in 4 states, but still we are the 3rd largest. And this is actually my first stint in retail pharmacy. Before this, I've been only into IT, ITS industries. So I'm just 1 year old into this industry. So whatever knowledge I'm going to share is, that much that I can. So thank you for inviting me here.
Thank you, Preeti, for setting the tone right. I see more energy and I think it gives us back the same. So my name is Ekta and I head the talent acquisition for Bayer India. Bayer has been the lion's shareholder with respect to crop sciences, basically. But yes, we do have a strong and a significant presence in the pharmaceutical and the healthcare space, which is the consumer healthcare space as well. So I think a lot of you are Bayer users, Saradon, whoever has Saradon, it's us. So yeah, that's where we are. All the new variants coming in Saradon. It is from a lot of market feed from, people like you and me that we are working on that. And we have a lot of new product pipeline, which is coming into the pharma space as well with respect to cardiovascular diseases, oncology, women healthcare. So yeah, that's what we do. I've been into healthcare pharma now for over 17 years and yeah, just soaked and immersed into it. And I look forward to this engaging excitement with all of you.
Good evening, guys. It's Vipin Rajput. I'm from Tata 1MG. So we are into, we have 4 major businesses. One is e-pharmacy, e-diagnostic, retail pharmacy, and corporate health. And we start since 2006 and it's almost more than a decade. It's around a decade, but yeah, so that's our goal with this.
Hello, everyone. A very good evening. And thanks to all of you who are setting up the, vibes here. I think that we all are energetic. We all have that curious minds, and I'm sure that you all are talented people here, right? I will not take much of your time. I will just tell you that I whenever you feel like that you're getting bored, just wave us, right? We will throw you some questions and we'll wake you up, right? So this is the thing that we will take care. We'll make this session more interactive. You're starting your journey with healthcare, and this will be really helpful for you all to understand because you're beginning your careers into it. So do take care of things and do ask multiple questions if you have in mind. And now I'll tell you about myself and the organization. I am Vibha Batla. I am leading the talent space in Wolters Kluwer. Wolters Kluwer is basically an organization which helps us with the software solutions for healthcare, for tax and accounting, for a lot of other domains. But then since here we are talking about more on healthcare, so I'll tell you, we are into print and digital. We provide, benefits into software, other software solutions into healthcare. We have our books for medical students. We have our solutions where you can go for the, ebooks. You can have the subscriptions and you can read the books online. Also, we are into some AI kind of softwares wherein we provide benefits to the surgeons and practitioners. I hope that you've heard about Health Up to Date or Ovid. These are the top solutions that we have, which the practitioners and doctors are using while they're having their surgeries and any of their such kind of medical support that they need. So they're using such software. So I'm sure that you will be interested to know more. We will have certain discussions maybe later on this session, and I'll pass on the conversation to Mr. Mohit.
Okay, so good evening to everybody. So my first question, how many of you know about Reliance? And how many they don't know Reliance? Just wanted to see. Okay, so Reliance, in fact, the Reliance is everywhere, and I can see it here also. And we are also into the into the health services. So that I will highlight on how we are into the health services. So before we start the entire panel, myself is Dr. Manoj, and I'm basically heading the digital transformations and also the capability building. So when I'm saying capability, it's nothing. It's basically how to make you relevant to the industry by learning and unlearning and relearning kind of thing. So it's all related to the upskilling part and all. And I do have almost 2.5 decades of the global experience. Some of my colleagues are from my previous organizations also, like she's from my HCL. So I worked in HCL also. I think today's, this particular topic is very pertinent. And I think as Professor Mishra has also said that, the entire world is changing very fast. And technology is also, pushing the boundaries. So today we are just going to, discuss about how this chatbot. So when I say chatbot, it's nothing, it's, the assistance, it may be related with HR, it may be related to health services. So how it is taking the central stage, not only I'm saying the urban areas or in the metros, but also it has taken, reshaped into the rural areas because majority of our populations are there. And how the technology is, helping to reach on the ground zero. So, the people, those who are at the ground zero, how this technology is, helping them in terms of getting the better solutions, better services so for the health and the healthcare is concerned. So with this, I will just pass out to Nakshi.
Hi, good evening to everyone. Am I audible to all? Hi, thank you, Dr. Manoj. Good evening to everyone. So my name is Meenakshi, and I am from HCL Healthcare. And basically, we are providing corporate wellness, and we have many, corporate tie-ups within Pan India, and we are starting our business in international as well. So I'm a part of HCL Healthcare since 2 years. I just completed 2 years this month only. So we will discuss about the topic that how we are, help to the rural areas, and we are discussing that how new era, we are discussing about the same as Dr. Manoj told you. So thank you so much to invite us here to discuss with these topics. Thank you so much.
Thank you, all of you. It was really wonderful to listen what a diverse background you all have within the healthcare industry, because one may assume that since everybody is from the healthcare industry, maybe everybody is doing the same thing. But now I think with your brief introduction, we know that how diversely you guys are, apart from each other, still together within the same industry. So before we move to question and answer part, kind of that discussion, I think I would like to hear from you something which you feel is pertinent and important for this discussion, which might miss if we go to that individual question and answer session. So I think I would like to start with Ms. Vibha, that she would set the stage up for this discussion, then we can take this forward. And then we will also go to the other panelists as well to hear their point of view on that.
Thank you. I'll just take a minute to stand with the students here, right? I'll not ask you to all
Sure,
stand.
sure.
I'll just take a minute, yeah? So before we all start with a very serious topic here that we will discuss, so I just wanted to, discuss a very little story with you all, right? Let's position this. You have a very busy weekday, right? A lot of things are on your plate.
You have assessments, you have projects to complete, a lot of things, right? And suddenly you realize that, okay, I'm under the weather. You're not keeping well. So, hand on your heart, how many of you will like to visit the doctor without leaving the campus? How many of you? Wow, that's all. I think all of you would like to have an appointment, being into the campus, right? So that is what we're going to discuss, that how AI supports us the healthcare, and that's the new era. Now, having a doctor's appointment is just a tap away from your phone. So there are a lot of benefits that we have, which are, which we can discuss on this topic. So I thought to just give you one example so that we can set the context, and now we can discuss, right? Thank you, Mr. Wei.
Thank you, Ms. Shura. And I would like to request if any other panelists have any other thoughts before we start our discussion formally.
I think we are good to go.
Okay, that's wonderful.
So I will just say a few words here. I can give you a very small story, and why I'm just sharing this story. It's basically, putting a lot of emphasis on how health is important. And I think currently, if you see most of the organizations, so all the corporate, those who are sitting this side, and all the, the campus which is sitting in that side, I think health is very important. Okay, so there is a small story, I think almost 10 years back, the Dalai Lama usually, he comes down from other part of the country, not our country, to back, from Tibet to India and all, and he stays almost 3 months, in Manali. So basically, he does meditation, and it's during the very, the acute winter when everywhere you'll find the ice and all. So during that particular period, he tries to meet with a lot of people, those who are into the pan-India and all. So one person, one media person, he went there and he simply, met with him with the request, and he asked a very simple question. Mr. Dalai Lama, in fact, they call it God also. So can you just say something about, about the human being, mankind and all? So he said, okay, I will just give you 2 lines only. The first line, the most dangerous species in the world is the human being. They said, why? That, the reporter, they said, why you're saying so? Because they are the people, who build the entire world. He said, only one simple reason. Initially, they earn money by compromising their health. And later on, they spend the same money on their health. So that's a very important thing, and you can understand why. In fact, I will give you the other example. I was traveling, I think in 2004, in fact. I was in Denmark. Okay, and at that point of time, I was working with the government of India. And when I entered into the office and all, in the morning around 8:30, I saw most of the people, they're into the gym. And being Indian and by Indian, I just thought, why they are coming to the office? If they wanted to go to the gym and all. So the answer is very simple, Organizations at that point of time, they were also caring about your health and the healthcare. That's called the wellness program. And now if you see in India, if you come to my campus, I think where I work, it's Navi Mumbai, 7 kilometers campus. Out of 7 kilometers, I can tell you only 1 kilometer is the construction and rest is only for the wellness. Good garden, good roads, swimming pool, lawn tennis, various lawn tennis courts, football ground, then, cricket ground. So the only one thing, the focus of our organization, and if you see some of the, the reports which is being published by the American Wellness, the potentials for the wellness program is more than $300 billion. Okay, so I think one of our, I can say the panelists is also from the wellness, the company. So a lot of the organization, they have started focusing on that. And that's why today, we are just keeping this particular topic just to educate all the budding manager that it's not only the business and the business operating and the, the profit is important. Health is equally important. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Manoj.
Thank you, Manoj. I just want to add one very interesting fact I learned, a week back. So I have a habit while traveling, I listen to different podcasts. And I think this podcast, I don't remember the person, he was somebody from US. But this doctor, and I don't remember the name of the doctor also, so please forgive me for that. But she is a scientist who is actually doing, she's a doctor by profession. She's doing experiments on, how our health, what is the longevity of our life, and when exactly does our health actually start deteriorating. So, most of us believe that 40s, 50s aa gaye to, our health will start deteriorating. We'll get slow in our thinking process or in our work. But she has proved with a lot of athletes that she has worked with that some athletes who are still active at the age of 70, also their health has not started deteriorating. So she proved by different, sects of people that she did experiment with that human body can stay healthy till the mid of 70s. Can you beat it? Mid of 70s. So none of us actually have an excuse till the mid of 70s to fall sick for any reason or say that, मैं अभी बूढ़ी हो रही हूँ या बूढ़ा हो रहा हूँ and I cannot do this or my knee pain. These are all our excuses because we've not kept ourselves active. And that was an eye opener for me. So I thought it's a very good insight for all of us because very, very, very few people know about this, that till 70s, I have no excuse. So, that made me start doing yoga and everything every day.
I can add to that.
We are looking forward to have you till your 70s.
So to me, health is not just a thing, it is everything. It's a way of life. I was just talking to Nitin. So I've always been into sports. I think by de facto or just by the way I have come into a profession which is corporate. So I'm a marathoner and I'm a swimmer, I'm a diver. So for me, it just comes naturally. And I mean, like she said about, you have no excuse to not be fit until 70. I'll just tell you all a recent, one of the recent things that has happened with a friend of ours. He wanted to celebrate his 50th birthday cycling on the Alps. And there is this scientist from Stanford who's doing a study on health. You can look her up. I mean, I'll give you all the name after the conversation. So she's basically doing this dipstick about health and longevity. So the lead cyclist is 85 years old, and this was a 7-day expedition, and he used to train Tour de France athletes. At 85, that guy has clocked the world's best phenomenal time to do the Alp cycling, and you do not be healthy and not be fit. Who wanted to celebrate his 50th were way miles behind, and he really had to. And this friend of mine is again a marathoner himself. He's like, I didn't know how to cope up with someone who's at least 3 decades older to me and in the best of health, best of shape. Okay, you can call the genetics, you can call the environment because he's a Swiss guy. He's been living in the Alps for all his life. But when when we asked him that, did you try to get some more findings? And that's exactly what he said. He said it's a way of life. There is no excuse, and it just comes naturally. In the initial, yes, it's an effort-making exercise and those effort-making steps. But once you are there, you come to that paradigm. It's just there's no looking back. So yeah, I mean, it's there's no excuse to not be healthy. But when we talk about health, to me, health is very integral. It is not just physically being healthy, but also let's talk about mental health. Today, that is one health which, while somebody could be in the best of shape and size, but does one know what's happening inside this most powerful machine? Because this is your brain, that is everything. Heart and whatever you call about emotions, these are all acquired kind of sentiments, right? As we say, heart is nothing but an organ that pumps blood. Nothing happens there, no emotions happen there, it all happens here. What happens here is the most formidable thing, I think, is what today's, not just the generation, but the population needs to really, really look and deep dive into. So to that effort, as Bayer as an organization, we have this employee assessment program. I think all organizations have. But while we have all of the wellness activities that we do, but we have this specialized, it's a service 24/7 around the world. Anybody can call, and in anonymity, you can discuss anything about your mental health. No comms, no judgments. It's just about you. You can talk because sometimes you just need to talk. You need an empathetic ear. You need just someone to listen. There is a gig working community. It is called as empathetic listeners. Their only job is to hear you. They will not give you solutions. They are not there to tell you that, okay, do this. Oh, why did you do that? No questions asked, no judgment. They don't want to know why you did what you did. They will only listen to you. There's a, I mean, of course, it's for a cost, there's a price to it. It's just started, it's at its nascency. They need empathetic listener coaches. So, they were like trying to connect with people because it's very difficult to, as a listener, also to not have an opinion. When you start listening, we start making, you start creating your own opinions, your own sort of narratives. And as human, it comes it comes very impulsively, right? Okay, but can you look at it? No, you don't have to solutionize. But it is just today that people don't have a listening ear. And how important is that in this technology disruption age stage, whatever we call, when Mr. Shobit spoke about, do you think are we going to be good by 2030? This is going to be, it's not just your physical health, mental health is going to be the most spoken about subject as per research, because that is where today I think around the world population is going down south. And there's a lot of work that's happening. As an organization also, we are trying to build onto a lot of structure around this. Being leaders into crop science, we have many apps, or many, we are very technologically on the forefront with respect to agro and crop science apps and technology based availablements or enablements for the farmer population. There's this one story which I clearly remember. When I had a farmer connect and I was speaking to this farmer, he, in a very colloquial way, he told me that, you guys are everywhere in all domains of healthcare, life sciences, and we know about you all, that you all sell medicines as well. But what can you all do about this agrarian economy, this farmers? You all have given us the best of apps that most organizations are giving. A Cortiva gives it, a PI industry gives it, that this is the best product, this is our technology, this is going to be available just one click away. Can anybody build in a feature in that app asking a farmer to talk about his or her mental health? We're like, I said, I don't see any connection. He said, you don't see any connection? He's like, we will go buy products, whatever you are trying to talk or trying to sell. But do you know what we farmers just go through? Do you have, and I mean, there was this resentment, not just because I come from a crop science background or I come from an agro background, but I could see that even that level of population today is worried about not just about their, their sole sustenance, but their mental sustenance. They're like, we have, our farmer community is going through so much of mental distress because of whatever. It could be your climatic conditions, our loans, all the new regulations coming up. And we have so many from our community going and killing themselves and nobody talks about it. Can you guys work on something like that and integrate it? And that is where, we all were taken back. We were like, okay, we never have thought of this. Can we do something? Can we also, with financial assistance that we provide, can we do this? So yeah, we are work in progress there. So that's what I wanted to actually share.
So that's actually very pertinent point, I believe, because when we talk about health, most of the time, I dare to say as an Indian that Indians tend to miss mental health. We don't talk about it, and it's really very interesting to see that even rural people, they are even nowadays aware about their mental health, and it is something really I would say very appreciative.
It was very telling, and we had so much to take away. I mean, it was an eye opener of sorts. We were like, okay, we just think of a particular line of population we think can be or can think about their mental health. No, it's length, breadth, all across. It's all over you, around you.
So talking on the same line, so as we have discussed that how the whole healthcare demands industry is being changing. So I would like to pose the first question to this panel.
Okay, so I will throw some data. In fact, there is a research which is done by the medical free services out of US, So they have, two wings, and both the agency, they have done the surveys. And based on the surveys, they said in, say 2021, in fact, it is a little bit old data, but still it is very much pertinent and relevant. They said in 2021, we are passing through the COVIDs and all. And during that particular period, almost, 40% of the world, I can say the world populations, they have moved from a physical medical services to a digital medical services. This is one data point. The second point, which I just wanted to emphasize here, the potentials by 2025 is somewhere around $378 billion only on the digital health. So when I'm saying digital health, it's nothing, it's basically the telemedicines, the telehealth part and all. And today, if I talk of, there are a lot of apps available on your mobile. And I can tell, my company is also not behind on this particular app. We have an app called GeoHealth, which has, all kind of the history. So if you talk of, what was your last year, the health, overall health test reports and all, I can see you with a click of mouse on my mobile itself. Similarly, if today I'm not feeling well and all, and I don't want to go to the office because, there is some headache and maybe some fever or maybe some flu and all, I need not to go and visit to my, some of the doctors. It's very simple that I will just take out my mobile. I will give a call. Within 5 minutes, I will get a return with a video call. Doctor is in front of me, on a virtual mode, and will ask me, what is your, symptoms and all that kind of things. He will just prescribe from somewhere in the remote that now you have to go for a blood test, you have to go for your urine test and all. And within 15-20 minutes, somebody will ring on my, my door, and he will say, okay, this person has came, for collecting your blood, collecting, whatever the test has been recommended by the doctors, and he will take those particular tests. Within 2 hours, I will get the report because it's all in-house. Why I'm, putting the time also. Within 2 hours, I will get all the reports on the same app, and with the prescriptions, doctor will telling me, okay, now you have to take this medicine, and again in half an hour, we'll get the the medicine on your doorsteps. So this is how the the entire world is changing, and this is more focused. If you talk of the people, those who are living in a grade kind of a cities or a metro cities and all. So the app is I can name one. I mean, say one of the app is already here. It is 1mg, Tata 1mg. So they provides your medicines at the doorsteps. Similarly, you have a Protico, you have a Care 24, you have healthcare. So there are a lot of apps. I don't want to tell the apps. I'm fine. These are the apps which provides all the services on your fingertips 24/7. And I think seeing this particular campus, it is little bit outskirt. You might have also some of the apps, through which you can also connect with the doctors, connecting for the medicines and all. So this is, how the entire world is changing, and it is become, only on your smartphone, all kind of services. Now, this is one part I just wanted to share it, but there is a kind of a digital divide. Do you agree or not? If you compare with whatever the services you're getting by, staying in the big towns, and the services like what ma'am said, in the rural areas, they are still untouched. But the government of India, they have come up with, recently, I think few days back only, they come up with 7,200 crores, of the budget where they are going to provide you the services to the people, those who are in the in the rural areas. And, have you heard about the Ayushman Bharat? Ayushman Bharat, okay. And Arogya, PM Arogya. So these are the two, and I can give you some data, in last three, they started this in 2019, this particular initiative. And after 2019, you just see there are only 15,000 medical centers across the India. Okay. And today, when I'm speaking in 2024, it has gone to 250,000. You can imagine the way, it is moving from completely urban or a metro cities to the getting into the agri, basically the rural areas. This is one part. In last 3 years, 135 crores of, the footfall. What is the population of India? Sorry, be loud. 140 crores. So 135 crore only on one app. Okay. They have detected almost 18 crores of, people, non-communicable disease. They have given a treatment to the people, those who are in the rural areas, of almost 11 crores people. So you cannot say, the services which you are getting here by sitting in a big cities, the rural people are not getting, they are also getting. I've just given a very small data, which is being published also. You can check it on, say, India, health data. It is there, the source is there, and you can check this, what I'm talking of. So what I'm saying, the entire operating model, so for the healthcare is concerned, there are a lot of virtual assistants are also available. And we have already talked about on the mental health, how you can get all the virtual kinds. In some of the corporate also, there are some psychologists, the clinical psychologist or the counselor, they provide all kind of a counseling, virtually. Even if you don't want to name it, you have a mental issues, just go dial the number, and without naming, you can get all kind of advice. That is also giving, a lot of support to your mental health or mental health, which is being provided by the corporate. So corporate is not only for making the profit, okay? They are also started taking care of your health. Just wanted to give some data. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Manoj. I just adding to few things. Not only the government is adding value for the rural areas, even the private sector also taking the initiative. I'll give you one example. RJ Foundation. Somebody know that who is RJ Foundation or PepsiCo? RJ Foundation having their some, they have started their clinic. Their name is Aru Clinic in that rural areas. And HCL Healthcare has a tie-up with RJ Foundation where they are helping out to open their clinics and then helping to that for the CSR activities and open their clinic where we are providing doctors, nurses, as well as their medicine. So we are helping to that how they can easily reach to the doctors because they are not that much of educated or they are not very handy with this software. So they are directly come to the clinic and they ask about their problem as well as their disease. So I think not only government, the private sector is also adding the values. Thank you.
I will also add one point here. It's a new norm. Corporates are now making a shift to the preventive care. Instead of getting into a disease, there is some precautions that we can take, right? So we are going to certain initiatives where we are planning some wellness sessions. We are calling the doctors. So diseases like obesity, hypertension, smoking. So all these things, these stressful energies that we have. So with these sessions, you are able to overcome such diseases. So this, any which ways, we are making a shift. And, also, if I want to add it on this, healthcare programs are global, right? If somebody is anywhere, sitting in any city of the world, so they can have the same benefit what one is getting in a remote area or a unserved area. So all these things are planned and we are making a move and shift into it. So this is what I wanted to add here.
Okay, that's actually very wonderful points you have made, and also Dr. Manoj have pointed out one MG you mentioned. So I would like to ask Mr. Vipin that since you guys have been operating in that digital domain and you have been pioneer in the reaching out people and providing healthcare at their doorstep. So since we know healthcare is not an separated industry, it's related to the government regulations. There are in many license standardizations, ISO certification, multiple things are there involved. And as we were talking earlier, human life is involved there. And of course, there are many regulations regarding to the drugs prescription. You cannot have any drugs, whichever you want. So what kind of challenges I'm asking from the perspective of the business owner, entrepreneur. From that perspective, what kind of challenges you guys have been facing? If you can, throw some light on that.
Yeah, sure. Thanks. First of all, adding to Manoj's point, so yeah, we are delivering medicine in 30 minutes, but our aim is yet to achieve it because still we are not delivering such medicine to the rural area, as Ekta said. So we are developing some AI-based software. Said farmer just click a button, said a word, whatever language he used to, and order the medicine. And we deliver within a day or within a couple of hours in 30 minutes. That's the Tata's aim, to deliver a medicine entire pan-India, including rural and metro city. To your point, yeah, there's a compliance. There's a 3-level compliance majorly. One is prescription. It should be validated by D pharma or B pharma person. Second, it should be prescribed by a MBBS doctor. If you need to order a medicine, just like you need to order a Asaridon, then you need a prescription. आपके पास prescription है नहीं. So in Tata 1mg, we'll take your order, we'll call back you, a doctor will call back you, we understand your concern, we understand why you need such medicine, we create a prescription and upload the system itself. Then that prescription will validated by a pharmacist, then your order will be placed. There's a 3-level program. Yeah.
So this all happen and
Yeah,
basically
it's
you're
all
saying want to deliver the medicine
It's
within 30
completely
minutes.
tech-enabled process. So yeah, initially we got a multiple issues by the drug offices, but we'll make a compliance-enabled or tech-enabled process. We didn't face any challenges.
Actually, that is the same challenge we also face, because at wellness also, it's, we have retail stores, but we try to deliver within 2 hours. We're not yet at 30 minutes. But yes, these are the challenges, that we face. And plus, like Tata MG, we don't have an in-house doctor. So it is completely dependent. If the prescription comes, only then we can deliver the medicines. And sometimes customers don't understand because they are so desperate to have the medicine. And at that time, compliance comes in place that we don't have a prescription. Secondly, at the store also, every time we should have at least one pharmacist available who is a B pharma. So that is another compliance that happens, in delivering healthcare. So yes, like you said, a lot of compliances come in healthcare because we are dealing with people's lives. And yes, there are, scenarios where wrong prescriptions are read or these things happen. And it's, there in the organization. But that is where, our role also comes. That as HR, how do we ensure you're hiring the right people? I think that's the topic also, that how HR has to evolve to hire the right people. So I think that is where our intent comes, that why is this person joining us? It's very difficult because when you are hiring at 4,000, 5,000 plus or 10,000 people, to get that ethics to that level, like in my team only, if I say I have 80 people, right? To get to the 80th people that, you should hire the right person is a task for us, actually. So I think that comes where all our hiring team here is, talent acquisition is here. And we face that challenge, that how do we get the right person in the organization, because healthcare is very critical. And we can't have anybody who can miss even a single SOP or a step in the SOP, and it impacts somebody's health.
Yeah, so it's not just the airlines, which is Six Sigma. It is healthcare, which will be most important. It's an absolute airplane methodology. There is no room and scope for error. And yes, like as HR, it starts from the fundamentals when we are looking at such integrated solutions with respect to healthcare. By setting the fundamentals, we have to set the tone right with the right kind of people that come on board to put this in place, to put the house in place. Only then you can see success. So it starts just not from hiring, but everything thereafter, the hiring, the engagements, the developments, the upscaling programs. We've hired, thereafter what? How are you engaging? What are you doing to look at the upscaling, training them? What are you going to do? It's the business which also has to upscale, and so the people have to as well, right? I mean, it has to go hand in hand. If all of that house is not in place, if the framework is not in place, it's very difficult for an industry like this to have its sustenance. The sustenance starts with absolute precision. You've got to be very, very precise in every step that you take because it's dealing with human lives.
So actually, that was about to be my next question, that how do you think that talent acquisition differs in healthcare system or for an organization which is dealing in the healthcare domain rather than any other organization. So I was about to ask that question, but you guys have already have initiated. So that's actually, I would say, is a sign of a good discussion that it is itself leading to the question we have already planned for. Yes, sir, you say about something?
Okay, so I'll give you your examples. I know this IIM Jammu is one of the, I can say, the premium and the premium institute, which has started some of the courses which are into the cross-functional. So when I say cross-functionals, 2 years back, you have launched one course where you have a blend of the people, those who are from the medical sciences. So you have a very strong tie-up, with the AIMS. Am I right? Where you are bringing the people, those who are not completely interested to get into the medical science, that is by the patients, for the patients, and with the patients kind of. But you also wanted to develop some kind of skills which can take you into the management, health management, and also the administration part and all. So this particular blend, cross-functional blend is going across all the industries. So be it related to the companies, those who are not into the health science, but they have also started thinking health science. And they have a collaborations, with some of the wellness program organizations or wellness program agencies. They run, lot of programs which are not only for, the health part, but they are for the wellness program of the entire. And they not only cover only the employees, they also extend this kind of, the services to your family members also. So your employee, and if you have, say, 5 siblings, all will be provided. And we can give you the good examples, during the COVID period when, the entire world was standstill, and there was a lot of hue and cry, particularly, for the vaccination part and all. And India was, it was just setting the, the entire system into the place. At that point of time, our company, they have extended this all kind of a dose, the first dose, the second dose, the buffer dose and all for the COVID, and it was basically provided to not only you to take care of, but to your family, to your siblings, and also to the business partners. So if, let's suppose, Reliance is a business partner with, say, with Deloitte, okay, and if they are working in the organizations, they will be also, extending these facilities to them, because outside it was, a lot of hue and cry. And I know, in 2020, 2021, what was happening. At that particular point, one more thing, thanks to the chairman of our company, they have provided the services by going extra mile. So if somebody, not getting medicine, and they are residing somewhere in Arunachal Pradesh, because the supply chain management was completely stopped. Okay, so they are providing all the services by leveraging whatever the mechanism for the logistic is possible. The medicine will be given on your doorstep. This is one thing. If you are facing a problem for the doctors and all, you're not getting in the hospitals, they have provided a facility for the airlift. So the flight will go, or the helicopter will go. They will take out that, and I know, I do have a lot of examples, some of my colleagues also got stuck in Ahmedabad. Some of my colleagues, they got stuck, some part of Jharkhand and all. They have provided the airlift services. The entire, the office premises, which is a 7-kilometer premises, half of the office was converted into a medical, hospital, and bringing those kind of a patients within the campus and providing whatever services, best of the best services they can provide, they provided. So this is how, the organization also take care of, they go beyond, they take, a lot of extra miles. And I think it happens with the other organization, because I work for the organization, I know what they have done, in a very, I can say, the minute way also. So that's why I thought I will share it. But yes, I can say the way, the things are moving currently, medical services, it's becoming, you go to the hospital only when it's very similar to, you with the, with the fintech companies which is coming, you go to the bank only if there is something exceptional services required. It is very similar to, you will go to the hospitals only, when you require a surgery. And just take this particular word, going forward in 5 to 10 years, this is going to happen. You will go to the hospital only when you require surgery. Rest of the things, because we know that we have a blockchain technology, we have a IoT, where, a doctor can, sit somewhere in, some part of the world, and he can monitor the patients. You just see this smartwatch. It's a wearable now. It can give me all kind of what is my sleeping pattern, how distance I have traveled today, how many steps I have taken it, what is my, the blood circulation speed. So the wearables are also becoming, very common, and you can monitor your health. It's a self-service kind of thing. So this is how, entire world is changing, and it is going to, bring a lot of disruption going forward. Even the surgery will be also done by the robot. And I have seen it, in some of the hospital, they've started operating, there is one new technology called Smile. I don't know what you have heard about or not. I'm not doctor by, I'm PhD, okay? PhD in human resource management. So that particular Smile is, it takes only 3 minutes for, doing all kind of, the contract or glaucoma type of, the operations. Just 3 minutes, it will be done. You're fine, you can step out of the hospital. So that technology is also going to be come to your doorstep. Just wait for a time. Sorry.
I think Manoj picked up on a very important topic where, we were discussing just before coming on the panel, that, getting such talent where, there is domain knowledge of 2 domains probably, like he said, from healthcare. So some of you are from healthcare, but also having maybe interest in AI, because when you are we see all this happening around us, but you will be the person who will be developing this someday, right? Because you're getting into the corporates now. So you are the people who are going to actually create the future. And for that, this particular, cross-functional learning is something that we were discussing is so important, but so rare to find in the industry today. So I was just sharing that when I was with Bank of New York Mellon, we needed some fund managers who could understand, designing. So that was maybe back-end processing or back-end, development and all. But in whole of India, there were only 500 people. And we had interviewed all of them and they were not matching our expectation. So, such very rare combinations are something that you should look for. Maybe you have some interest over there and that can actually make a career, a very different career. Like we were discussing, 5 years down the line, what will you be? Do you know? We don't know. But then you can create your own career. And fortunately, unfortunately, I've done that in my whole career, that, picked up different roles where I have created those roles and got into those roles. So I think that is very interesting for HR, that, if you are doing these multiple domains.
So I think it's time for the last.
Yeah. So before we have more eyeballs shutting, I think we should just get into the Q&A. And
I have one last question, but I believe you will find it very pertinent. So the question is that since we have talked about that, how the whole domain has been changing and what are the new requirements, and as the ma'am talked about that, there is a requirement of the people who have, diversified, expertise. So what do you think that as a business school, how we can prepare our students who will be, coming into the job market, and as the job market and this whole industry has been changing. So as a business school, how can we contribute to it, by providing you skillful managers? And so I'm talking about from the perspective of managers. There, of course, I understand there would be, requirement at a different levels, but we only produce managers. So I'm asking from that perspective. And I think I would like one answer from the Mr. Himanshu as well, because he's yet to contribute to it. So I will pass this mic to you.
I think we
I can just take this one. I'll keep it very short in the interest of time. So I think what we do in the B schools, or what has been all of our journey, we do a lot of academia, a lot of theory, what we do. But what we do here, when it comes to the application, it's a world of a difference. So I think it's very important for the young minds, the future workforce that we have here today, to remember that whatever that you study or whatever that we are studying here, to put this academia into translation, into application, it's going to be a world of a difference. It's not what you studied in your OB book, and it's not what you're studying in your management book. It is not going to be a cut, copy, paste activity. So what you get on the job is something which stays with you and helps you grow. And if we have to, whenever I go to the campus, I always say one thing, especially the last slide, which was spoken by Shobit. stay agile, stay nimble, resilient, and just never stop learning. I think that's something as future managers, what we can look at to offer for the future managers. What is the gold dust? If you think there is nothing which is casted in stone. We all know there is AI, there is technology. They have to be upbeat with technology. They need to know what's coming up next. But along with that, these software tenants are not taught. I think in these are some values. They can't be taught. They are caught, right? And they only come to you when you are there in the workforce. So resilience, agility, being nimble, and very high or a balanced EQ, very, very important. And stay grounded, learn, unlearn, relearn. There is no looking back.
I think I would just like to add two more things over here, which I feel, I practice that. One is never saying no to our students. If they want to explore, no, just let them do it. It's their creativity, their mind, it's just exploring. So I think many a times in traditional schoolings that we've seen, we say, ye ho nahi sakta hai. That no actually stops the mind of the child or, our young minds to think beyond that. And I think IIM fortunately does a great job in that. I'm sure about it because I've gone to Accelerate, I've been in IIM Ahmedabad. So I know we nurture that minds. And I think that is the thing that everybody here also should remember, that when you become a manager also and somebody comes and tells you that we want to do this, never say no first. Let them explore. क्या होगा? बहुत तो fail होंगे. But अगर succeed हो गए, तो it's history, right, that you've made. So never say no. That is the key that I have learned in my whole life. And it was difficult for me to say no to somebody when, task. There is also that skill, right, that you need to know to say no when you have to. Yeah. And the second thing, I think, as you will emerge as leaders, please try and be conscious leaders. That is one value that you will hear more and more now, that, conscious leaders who are self-aware, who are aware of the needs of their people, who know how to manage them, will be successful. So I think that is one aspect I always share.
Thank you, ma'am. I just add on one thing. I'm very nervous with this question. I'm not able to answer this question, whatever Dr. Vivek asked. So my question with student only, that how you can connect with AI with medical, where we are struggling. We are not creator AI, but we are end user. So may I know 5 answers from your side only? Please let me know how we can integrate AI with medical. Yes, please.
Good evening, everyone. So my name is Dr. Rupa Jindal. I tell you this with my experience. So during our internship and during my 1 year of clinical experience, we always used to carry a diagnosis book, differential diagnosis. And I always used to feel when I was seeing the patients, see, if I have an AI who can talk with me, I can tell the symptoms, and he can give me a differential diagnosis or the list of the test which I'm missing, so that I can write that properly if I am missing from my memory, and I can treat the patient well. So here is one thing the AI can work.
Thank you so much for your answer. Anyone else? Yes, please. What's your name, sir?
Good evening, ma'am. Good evening, ma'am. Myself, Dr. Parth Patel. I have worked with Carpal AI, one of the biggest AI radiological firms in India. We have a database of about 1 crore AI of chest X-rays, radiological chest X-rays. The AI just compares the given X-ray from patient and gives the doctor easy access to what kind of treatment we should give or not. Or it can give from the biggest library of the world, 1 crore X-ray films of chest. It can compare and just give most accurate.
You mean the comparing of that image with symptom?
No, the patient is coming to me. I'm just scanning his X-ray and uploading to AI. AI will compare with already prepared library of different diseases of about 1 crore.
So they
basis.
can, I mean, AI suggests you that what else you can do further, right?
It is about 99% accurate compared to normal radiologists, which are 96% accurate. A study is already done by Harvard Business School, Harvard Medical School.
Thank you so much for your answer. Anyone else from this row? Anyone else from this row? Second row.
Hello, ma'am.
Hi.
Hello, everyone. My name is Sudiksha, and I'm pursuing my course in hospital administration and healthcare management. So I feel that the loophole which is there is in the storage of the data. The data being stored about the healthcare management, like if a person has gone through certain amount of tests and MRIs, so if he wants to get himself treated in any part of the world or any part of the country, so there should be a connection with the AI through which they can get that data in and the doctor is easily able to access that data so that they can a lot of cost would be reduced. They would not
For example?
like they would not require to get the MRIs and screenings again and
Again
again.
and again. All
Yeah.
right.
So this is what I
Thank you so much for your answer. Anyone else from this row or middle row? Yes, please, sir.
Good evening, ma'am. My name is Utkarsh. I'm a first year healthcare student here at IIM Jammu. So this is from my personal experience. What I did was I asked the AI itself, how can I give you proper prompts so that you can identify my disease? So I was having some problem with my eyesight. I was not able to see clearly far objects. So what I did was I asked the AI and it just gave me results. That you can explain it like this, and I again given the prompts, I was able to see what could be the possible problems with my eyesight. So that way, I connected with the AI. I went to the doctor the next day.
After comparing.
Yeah, after comparing. The
Yeah.
first thing that if any medical problem is there within the family or with myself own self, what I do is I generally go to the Google. So it takes time to search the results. But AI, what it does is it really crystallizes the result and give it to you in a short form.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you for your answer. Anyone else?
Hello, ma'am. Good evening, ma'am. My name is Vaiduri Nigam. Ma'am, my answer is precision and personalized medicine. AI can help in that particular thing.
Sorry, I'm not hearing you properly.
Ma'am, precision medicine and personalized medicine. The medication.
Comparing with, you are comparing with which, for personalized, I'm not clear your point.
Ma'am, through the data which we give to the AI, they can easily get our genes, analyze our genes and give personalized and it gives personalized and precision medicine.
Okay, so you don't want to visit doctor?
Ma'am, it's all about, I am talking all about medication, what we need. I'm not talking about we need to visit doctor or not,
No,
but
for
what you,
for medication, you want to go AI, right? What you feel, what's your, what symptom you have. So you are directly asked with AI, right? You don't
Yes,
want,
ma'am.
you want to avoid that practo and anything else or visit to doctor. You want to avoid and you want to ask with AI only.
Yes, with description.
With
In
description.
detail, if
Acha.
we ask in detail, then it will give us a great answer, I think.
Okay. Anyone else? I think there is somebody who's, yeah. Can you please pass mic?
Ma'am,
Yeah, yeah.
Due to
that's
paucity
the
of
last
time, we would want to keep this as a last question for the day.
My name is Varun. I'm pursuing MBA in healthcare management. And during my undergraduate, I read a seminar on how X-ray can be used in COVID detection. So basically, we'll be taking the X-ray of COVID-infected patients and compare them with, using the CNN neural networks. So by this, we'll be able to find out the accuracy, compare the accuracy between the existing patients and the already the images of the patients who are infected with the COVID. So by this, we can even we can integrate AI with the medicals.
All right. So thank you for your answer. And I think we have clarity about that AI, how I can, we can integrate AI with medical.
Very simple answer, if you really wanted to take the advantage of, this AI into the health center, you just go to ChatGPT 4.0. And, I'm using, that's what I'm saying, because it provides, any complex thing in a very simple way, and all the prescriptions, that you can get it from there only. It's not like a Google University. Okay, I'm sorry to say, it's not like a Google University. It's really meaningful, and relevant AI chatbot 4.0, where you can get any complex thing into a very simple, whether it's related with emotions or a mental or a physical health and all. So this is how, the world is also changing, and try to use this kind of a technology, because it's all AI based, machine learning, deep learning, and also algorithm.
Okay. Thank you, sir. So due to paucity of the time, I think we have to conclude this panel discussion. I really love the way, which direction we had. But of course, due to paucity of the time, we cannot conduct the Q&A, but few of our panelists going to remain here for some time, I believe. So I would highly encourage you all to interact with them, make the most of their presence in this institute. And again, before you all leave, I would like to thank you all for your, having this wonderful discussion and, engagement with our students. Thank you from IIM Jammu.
A very warm thank you to all the panelists for delivering such an insightful discussion, and to the audience for such an active involvement and thoughtful discussion.
Thank you all once again for making this session a remarkable success.
I would request everyone to be kindly seated.
Please settle down. Good evening, everyone. On this auspicious evening, we provide you with the last panel of HRC 7.0. The discussion on this panel topic would give us a roadmap on how to navigate the labyrinth called the corporate world. The theme for the panel, From Intern to Insider, Securing a Full-Time Career, gives us a glimpse into the journey of starting as an intern to becoming a permanent, valued member of an organization. As the faculty moderator of this panel, I invite Dr. Jai Kamal, Assistant Professor, Economics and Business Environment, to the stage.
It gives me immense pleasure to introduce you all to the panel of our distinguished dignitaries. Our first distinguished speaker, Mr. Anand Dilip Kumar Dhruv, exemplifies HR leadership with his 2 decades of progressive experience in human resource management, covering a wide range of functions such as manpower planning, onboarding, orientation, and performance management systems. He is currently serving as the Associate Director of Human Resource at NTT Data. We are honored to have you, sir. Please join me in welcoming him on the stage.
With an impressive career spanning nearly 2 decades, our next speaker, Mr. Arvind Warrior, has a career trajectory including impactful stints at renowned companies such as Infosys, Novo Nordisk, and Timken, where he led a wide range of HR initiatives. Currently, Sir heads the HR department at Volvo. In this role, he works closely with the leadership team, managing mission-critical projects and assignments. We welcome you, sir.
Next, we would like to welcome our esteemed guest, Ms. Sudha Krishnamurthy, a highly accomplished HR leader recognized as a 40 under 40 achiever by Business World People and a LinkedIn top voice and leadership and strategy. With a career spanning nearly 2 decades, Ms. Sudha brings a wealth of experience in HR and organizational development for today's discussion.
Please welcome Mr. Bishal Hitam Puria, an accomplished HR professional with a career spanning leadership roles across major industry giants. So, as the current head of talent management at Abuja Cements, he drives innovative HR strategies that have significantly strengthened the company's human capital and fostered a culture of continuous growth. Welcome, sir.
Our next panelist, Ms. Anupma Jha, is a seasoned HR leader with over 17 years of experience across renowned organizations like Mahindra & Mahindra, HDFC Bank, and Maruti Suzuki. Currently heading talent management and performance management systems at JBM Event Private Limited, ma'am is recognized for her expertise in aligning HR initiatives with business goals to drive organizational success. Welcome, ma'am. Thank you, sir. Now I request Dr. Baljeet Singh, Co-Chairperson, Placements IIM Jammu, to please felicitate our moderator of the session. Thank you, sir. I now request Dr. Jai Kamal to kindly initiate the discussion.
So first of all, thank you all for coming, because this is extremely important. I hope this will be very extremely important session for all of you, especially for a student from placement perspective. So I will begin with the question first. First, we will have the flow of the discussion will be like I will initiate certain questions, and any one of you can answer. Maybe 2 of you, 3 of you can answer, and then I will again ask another question. In that manner, we will proceed. And in the last, I will open the floor for students, and students can ask their questions, raise their hand and ask questions. Is it clear? Format is clear with everyone? Okay, so the very first thing is like, what is your expectation from interns? Because most of the students who are here, they will be going for internship very soon. So they must be very clear like what is expected out of them when they go to industry. So over to you. Anyone can answer this. Yeah.
I have a question to Dr. Jaikamal, not to panel members. Fine. I'm just trying to rephrase your question, what you're asking. When we say that topic is from intern to insider, securing a full-time career, fine. I say, why only intern? Even the graduates were graduating. So many of the students are from second year. They will say, "Ye session हमारे काम का नहीं है, चलो पैक करो और हम चलते हैं." No, just a minute, sir. Let me complete. Intern invariably means that you have completed your first year and you're going for summer internship. Whereas what I would like to look from this panel is that anybody, whether it is intern or going to be graduate or graduating students, and once we become the insider, so what is their expectation from industry point of view, that what they expect from these interns or graduating students? I hope it is fine with all of you. हाँ, तो ये क्वेश्चन जय कमल के लिए था. हाँ.
You answer like what is your expectation from interns, then you answer what is your expectation from the incoming students who are getting full-time opportunities. Yeah, thank you so much.
Good evening, everybody. Your smiles are missing. Great. So thank you for that question. Let me reframe this entire, context for this particular discussion. I have been into the HR fraternity, particularly into learning and development from close to 20 plus years. Your learning curve should not stop, is what the objective should be for this particular forum. Irrespective, we tag you as an intern, we tag you as a full-time employee, or we tag you as somebody who's getting into a second year placements and all those stuff. For me, the most important journey for every student, irrespective whatever specialization we are getting into, your learning curve should never stop. The day your learning curve stops, the day we stop learning, we stop growing. And that's the reason, we have such a wonderful library. When we took a tour, and I'm honest confession, I am not a library guy. But definitely for me to expand my horizon, for me to be able to grow further, I need to expand my learning curve, because the day I stop learning is the day I stop growing. Coming back to the question from the internship and from a placement point of view, we all have a wonderful careers which we are going to get into, because now you have entered into your learning journey. These 2 years which you are going to spend in the organization as a part of your, after completing your master's as a part of your MBA journey, the concept of campus to corporate is something which is going to be there throughout your lifetime. These 2 years of your learning journey, because when you are there as a part of campus, and at the end, when you are getting into a corporate journey, trust me, at the end, you're going to appreciate each and every person in your learning curve. That is what the context has to be, irrespective what tags, marketing, what fields we are getting into, marketing, sales, finance, the learning curve should not stop. Especially when we were discussing as a part of our, first year journey, we are a little unsure which specialization we are going to get into. It's okay. We take some time, not everybody is very, very quick the way others are. So basis on that, decide, take a action plan, get into your learning curve, but please do not stop your learning curve, because again, I repeat, the day you stop learning is the day you stop growing. I'll pass on to others to add on.
I'll speak last so that I can steal your ideas also.
Thanks, Arvind. All right. Now taking a cue from director, sir. How many of you have prior work experience here?
Okay, so you've had some exposure to trying to get a job, actually get a job, decide to probably leave the job and then pursue a full-time academic interest to upskill yourself. So you've seen that journey of being an employee and out of it. How many of you have never had a job, something that paid you money? Okay, all those of you who still have your hands up, how many of you have done something voluntary? किसी और का काम था, आपको पैसे नहीं मिले, but आपने काम कर दिया उनका. Yeah, they trusted you to deliver. Yeah, quite a few hands are still up. People trusted you to deliver. You were able to inspire that trust in them. बस आपको पता है then how to become an insider. Now, that's the basic. But before we get into, hey, I know it all and I can do everything, let's look at the construct of how the corporate world is really structured. Now, whether it is a teeny tiny organization or a startup, or whether it is a conglomerate, or whether it is a large multinational corporation, there are essentially three tiers of how work happens. There are the doers right at the bottom. And bottom doesn't mean less value. It just means we need more of the doers. Then there's the middle layer, the people who operationalize stuff. They take things from what the leaders envision and get the doers to deliver. ये मेरा अपना framework नहीं है. This is not my own invention. This framework is called by multiple names by multiple authors, but doers, operationalizers, and then the directioners, so to speak. So you can call them strategic, you can call them leaders, you can call them whatever label you want to put. But these are the people who set the direction of what needs to get done and why. The middle layer operationalizers are all about the how, and the bottom layers are actually implementing it. Now, you could get amazing compensation with superb benefits and wonderful job titles at any of these three layers. It doesn't matter. What matters is where you want to be and what are your core competencies to get you to where you want to be. Now, if I'm the sort of person who's extremely skilled in doing something and I just love it, that doesn't mean that I'm at the bottom of the rat race. No, I could command a very high premium doing that. Can you think of one individual contributor role every company really needs right now? CISO, heard of it? Do we know the salary range for a CISO officer? Is it aspirational for us at least? Yes? I don't hear a yes. I'm hearing yes only from panelists. No, Chief Information Security Officer, CISO? कम से कम 1 crore की salary होती है. Now, is that aspirational? Now I'm hearing a yes. So that's usually an individual contributor role. Did you know that? You don't need to be a people manager to get that job, but you need to be able to set direction, and you also need to be able to deliver. Yeah, so it's a combination of the topmost tier and the bottommost tier. I should just call them 1, 2, 3 maybe. So coming back to the reframing of the question, whether you're an intern or a fresh graduate looking to get placed in an organization, if you need to progress up the corporate jungle, you need to become an insider to the game. What's the game? The game is the corporate game. What is the corporate game? It's about understanding the organizational dynamics, making your value seem clear to the people around and the people who matter for decision makings about your career. On that note, I'll pause and invite my co-panelists to share their views.
So let me reframe the question and ask you another question. What is that you expect from corporate? What is that you expect from your first internship? Or what is that you expect from your first job or second job, whatever it is? So what is that you expect? Because when you see, you expect something out of life, right? And you want to get it through your internship, or as my colleague over here said that your learning curve should not stop. If learning is your motivation, you want some learning from your internship or your job, right? Or if it's salary is the motivation, you want something, you want you want to reach at some, say, designation or grade, whatever you may call it. So first define what exactly you want, because once you are clear that what you want, you will get it. The execution become very easy. As the 3 stages has been shared by my colleagues, so organization know what they want. They want someone to do and someone to do the tactical planning for the doers and someone to strategize at the top, right? So what is that you want? What are your core values? What is that you are good at? Because there are n number of organizations in this world, right? And every organization has different set of values, different set of ways of working, as we call it, right? So you need to understand where your values lie, which organization that you can align your values with, because if you are in a proper place that suits your personality, then rest is taken care. So you can say that 50% game is already won before you even play the game, right? So ask this question to yourself, introspect, and try to align, and then study about the organization that can provide you something that aligns with your value, your core competencies.
All my co-panelists have actually given very, very strategic points that all you students should be focusing on while you are appearing for internship opportunities as well as for your final placements. Let me try and break it up in hopefully in a language that would be more useful to all of you in terms of nuts and bolts of how do you do it. So please understand that the interns who are taken in an organization versus a management trainee or a fresh graduate taken in an organization are taken for 2 different purposes. So while my panelists have focused on you as an individual, on you need to focus on your learning, you need to focus on understanding the game as such. Let us look at it from an organization perspective. An intern is taken by an organization for a fixed period of time to deliver on one particular project, जिसका शुरुआत और अंत फिक्स्ड है. उसमें आप वैल्यू कैसे क्रिएट करते हो is what is going to create your brand in the organization. अगर उसमें you are able to create your own value addition in the whole process, people will remember the contribution, and that could be one way in which you convert your internship into a PPO. For a graduate trainee, for a MBA graduate trainee या किसी भी course में, when a fresher is taken in, they are taken for an indefinite period with a agenda that these people should become my future leaders in the organization, right? तो आपके ऊपर इन्वेस्टमेंट भी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन उस तरीके से करती है, उसमें आपको जो अपॉर्चुनिटीज दी जाती है, जो आपको काम दिया जाता है, वो भी उस तरीके का दिया जाता है. वहां पे for you to become an insider, it is not just one project delivery which is important. What is important is your consistent results in all the assignments which are given to you. Whether it is a very my co-panelists were talking about, whether it is an operational task, whether it is a strategic task जहाँ पे आपको concepts बनाने के लिए बोला जाए, या whether it is some operational task जिसमें और execution work which is given to you जहाँ पे आपको actually में कोई activity run करने को दी जाए, whatever the work is, what is the result that you're drawing is going to be important. Now, how do you deliver that result? How do you ensure that your delivery is top notch every time? Will get impacted by what the first panelist talked about. You have to keep on learning. What you do in the first month of your employment or what you do in the first week of your internship should improve by the time your internship is over or by the time your traineeship is over, right? So that is where your continuous learning part comes into picture. So an organization, when we are taking an intern or we are taking a fresh graduate in our organization, we are taking them with a point of view of giving them something to deliver. Nobody is being taken for free. CSR में किसी को नहीं ले रहे, ना intern को ले रहे, ना हम fresher trainees को ले रहे हैं. But when we are taking you with a specific objective of assessing your performance. Because interview में we look at your potential. During your work, we assess your performance, and potential plus performance is what will make you grow and what will make you an invaluable member of the organization. Right? So that is my 2 cents on this topic. So over to you, Arvind.
Good evening. Good evening. So good evening, my dear leaders, dreamers and doers. The best thing is, this is one of the learnings which you should do. Be the last speaker so that you can steal ideas. So now I'll do one thing. I'll just consolidate. How many of you have listened? I don't know. The question which everyone should now ask is, why should I get hired? Even it's for an internship or for an organization, why should I get hired? The answer is 3 I's. I don't know how many of you got it. First I is all about the identity, correct? The identity which you all are here for. You got to reframe yourself. The version of you after the 2 years or whatever years should be different. That's what the first identity is. And identity is about the personality. I want everyone to think about it. Next I is all about the impact. Sorry, the intent. Intent is the behavior which comes purely as act of identity. I would request all my leaders to rethink about the authentic self because this has never been taught. Most important as a leader. And I believe you all are my leaders. So that's why I said leaders, dreamers, and doers. First thing is your identity. Next is the intent, which is your behavior, which comes from true identity. Third is the most important thing. You get hired for 3 things. VIC, value, impact, and contribution through your words, action, and thoughts. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So my question is to Mr. Mishal. So you said like your clarity is more important. So often what happens, these students, they are very early at their early stage of their career. They are not very sure whether marketing is good for me, finance is good for me, or certain discipline is good for me. So some of the students, what they think, like maybe I will just try my internship, I will just work in but certain domain, and then I will think if it is good for me, I will continue my full-time career in that. If not good for me, then I might give it a try to some another discipline. So how to, like, again, they are also not very well aware about their own strengths and weaknesses. Unless they try, they will not be able to they will not be able to know this. Is industry ready for this trial? Or maybe how can, there are 2 questions in this one. Is industry ready for the trial from the student side? Or the second question is like, how can students know like what discipline they should be aspiring for?
Okay, so this is why internships are there, right? It's not just for the organization to test a candidate, right? How good a candidate is or a prospective employee, but it's also for the student to know what they are good at, right? If someone wants to try, but see, my only thing is that you need to acknowledge that I'm confused. That itself is a win. If you are pretty sure about something, you are already there. But if you're not there, you need to address the problem. And to address the problem, you first need to confess the problem. So if you know that you are confused, then only you will look for avenues where you can try your hand, right? You will try to consult your prof, or you will try to consult your seniors, probably someone in your family. And even during your internship, internship provides you a beautiful opportunity where you can, consult with people who are actually working in organizations, corporate setup in various departments. See, even though if you say, for example, you have gotten an internship in marketing department, right? And you're not very sure about marketing. Now, your internship is all about marketing. How to know whether you are good at finance? But in a corporate setup, you get that opportunity to interact someone in finance, right? So there you can interact and you can find out whether something that is happening in finance resonate with your values or your competencies or your ideas. So that's because until you try, until you make your hands dirty, you will not find your right path, right?
Thank you so much. Yes, please.
So thank you for that insight. So let me, put up this small one-liner story of Alice. I hope everybody knows Alice in Wonderland, right? Remember the character of Alice as a person. She was there at bang on a road, and exactly if you take an aerial view, it was like a Y, a vertical Y, wherein there were 2 directions, one direction going on her right and one direction going on her left. So, if you take an aerial view, it's like Y ban jata hai. And she was little confused where to go. So the moment she was unsure which direction she needs to go. At the corner of the, Y, she saw a big fat cat at the corner sitting on the tree. And she asked that, "Hey, Catty, how are you?" She said, "Yes, I'm good. How are you?" You look tense. You say, "Yeah, I'm a little confused." Exactly the same situation which we are discussing. So she says, I'm here a little confused. So, okay, tell me, how can I help you? She said, I am exactly at this corner. I'm unsure whether I need to take my left or I need to take my right. Now, please understand, my right becomes your left. A wonderful perspective which we need to understand. Many a times we both are talking about the same thing. It's all about my right and your right. That's one. Second, when we say 9, you are looking at 9, you're looking at it as 6. So again, another perspective. Coming back to Alice, then she says, I don't know which direction I need to go. Then the catty says, if you don't know which direction you need to go, it makes no difference. Go wherever you want to go. At least you'll reach your destiny. And that is what the whole journey is all about. So your internship is that, that entire journey of coming to one particular point, but definitely this journey is of 2 years. So we can't experiment for a very, very long time. And definitely if you are, you know what your career aspirations are. That's the reason you have your colleagues, you have your faculty, you have your seniors, you have your family members. So many people around our, ecosystem try to understand to come to a conclusion where exactly I need to go. And that's the reason this story of Alice is something I personally, get inspired, because many a times I come to a position or in a situation where I am not sure where I want to go. I just ask myself and I have my own calculations. And on that basis, we take a call whether I need to take my left or I need to take my right. But please understand the concept of my right, your right, and the concept of 6 and 9. That's how these your own experimentation is going to help you to understand, to arrive to a conclusion, which could be wrong. That's completely okay. We all make mistakes, but we learn from those mistakes, is what my 2 cents for this particular topic. Thank you. Yeah.
Again, small thing. Some of you are planning to pursue, take up your parents' business to the next level. Some of you are planning to start your own venture. Some of you are going to join the best of the best FOPs organizations. Most important thing is the same thing which you have learned, and probably some of you would learn the philosophy of T-shaped thinking. You got to be a specialist, a generalist mindset. You all are planning to get in the C-suite. So you cannot say that I am only planning to get into the marketing. I think the box thinking is something which you should be avoiding at this point of time. And the most important thing when you're getting into any kind of internship, just apply the 3 E's which you can take. First is education, which, as rightly said by Anand, continuous learning, where you have to unlearn as well. That doesn't happen. Second is very important, which I disagree with Anand, is basically in terms of taking risk. That is experimentation. Third, the most important thing which you never get in your classrooms is your experience. Learn, make mistakes, but don't repeat it. So the 3 E's is something which will make your decision also absolutely, at least not 99%, probably at 90% hit rate, then also you're successful. But this internship should be taken very seriously and should be viewed from these 3 E's lenses, is what I would like to contribute. Thank you.
May I add? So the first thing we need to realize when we are starting out our careers, and even those with work experience, you're sort of rebooting your career. The role that you get is not the role that you're going to live with for the whole of your career. Yeah? All of us here have, I'm sure, meandered through various paths. I myself was a commerce graduate and then an MBA in HR. I was an entrepreneur and then, well, I'm in corporate now. So you could be doing a variety of different things too within the same field. So before you hang up your boots on the choice that you made as an intern, that finance is not for me, or HR is not for me, or marketing is not for me, evaluate what else is there in that field. And it could be more than the 7 people around you who are working in it. So this is a digital world. Make the most of it. If you are a graduate from this college, IIM Jammu, and if XYZ are the kind of roles that you are getting, then look at other colleges who may be higher up in the hierarchy or lower down in the hierarchy of pegging of colleges globally, not just in India, and see what are the roles they are getting. What are the kind of accomplishments are they talking about on forums like LinkedIn? That will give you a clue, not just the job descriptions, but the accomplishments that those employees or professionals are talking will give you a clue what kind of work are they doing. Can you get into some of that? So first, don't give up very easily on your choice because you thought about something before you made that choice. So don't give up easily. Second, there's a difference between doing a job, showcasing what you have done. That's the branding part. Learning from it and the decision making. These are very four different things. Mixing that up creates a lot of confusion. When you mix that up, then you might get dissatisfied quite easily. What do I mean by that? Now, you may be approaching internship as an opportunity to learn and experiment. But like my colleague Anupama mentioned, the organizations are pretty clear when they are investing in interns, what are they looking for? Now, some organizations may have very clear clarity on the project deliverables. Others may not. They may just want to try you out and see if you're culturally fit for the organization. But either way, they have some agenda. Do you have an agenda when you are going for an internship? If you don't, it's about time that you did a bit of research through your network and online to be able to figure out what should be your agenda when you pick up an internship. Now, coming to fresh graduates, it's quite possible that you start off in one department, you want to go into some other department, and you've done the due diligence required before you make that decision. How do you make that transition? It's all about connecting the dots. Now, I can say I'm confused, and I can say that for the rest of my career, and people start losing confidence in my decision-making ability. Or I can say that I evaluated being an entrepreneur. I have learned what it takes to see a concept to delivery. Now I bring that to corporate to help them scale. Now it's about how you join the dots, package it, and brand. Now you need to invest quite a bit of time and thought in all the three sections, whether it's learning, actual delivery, or branding, or showcasing what is it that you do to your professional network. The faster you learn that game, it becomes easier for you to transition. And it's not that transition sets you back. There's also this common misconception that if I started out in marketing and now wish to switch to finance, then there are many doors that are closed to me. It's not like that anymore. It's about how are you creating the entryway for yourself? Now, professional certifications definitely help, but what also helps is professional connections. The power of networking just cannot be overstated enough. And that's where I think if the sooner in your career you pick up the art, the more helpful it will be.
So my esteemed panelists have already covered quite a bit of, how do you assess which stream is more suitable to you. My idea on it, or my thought on it is, see, all of you are individuals first, you are management graduates later on, right? आप MBA करने से पहले भी you were a human being, 20-22 साल आपने इस धरती पे निकाले हैं, ठीक है? तो आप लोगों ने बहुत लंबी जिंदगी जी हुई है. अब उस जिंदगी में आप लोगों ने ह्यूमन बीइंग्स के साथ भी काम करा है, तो HR एस्पेक्ट मैनेज करना आपको आता है, रिलेशनशिप्स मैनेज करना आता है, आपने खुद को पढ़ाया है, अपने फ्रेंड्स को पढ़ाया है, खुद के लिए कुछ करियर प्लान्स बनाए हैं, राइट? आप लोगों ने पैसे फाइनेंसेस मैनेज किए हैं अपने लिए, अपने घर के लिए, अपने ड्रीम पैशन प्रोजेक्ट्स के लिए, सब कुछ किया है, तो फाइनेंस मैनेज करना आपको आता है. आप लोग कितने सारे इंटरव्यूज और काफी सारे असेसमेंट्स क्लियर करके आप आज यहाँ इस कैंपस में बैठे हो, आपको सेल्फ मार्केटिंग करना आता है. सो अगर आप सेल्फ मार्केटिंग कर सकते हो तो यू माइट बी गुड इन मार्केटिंग ऑल्सो. सो बिफोर यू लुक एट व्हाट द कॉर्पोरेट एक्सपेक्ट्स फ्रॉम यू, फर्स्ट अंडरस्टैंड व्हाट आर योर स्ट्रेंथ्स and what are your passionate areas that you absolutely want in your work life. Because see, you have to work for next 35 to 40 years minimum. If you do not like working on whatever profession that you're choosing, you will not be able to sustain that long, at least not successfully, रो के तो काम कर सकते हैं, बट अगर आप हैप्पीली कोई काम करना चाहते हो, यू हैव टू फर्स्ट लुक एट योरसेल्फ एज अ फुल ह्यूमन बीइंग एंड देन अप्लाई ऑल द स्ट्रैटेजीज दैट माय पैनलिस्ट्स आर टॉकिंग अबाउट कि आप कॉर्पोरेट में उसको कैसे इवैल्यूएट करोगे. व्हेन यू गेट एन इंटर्नशिप, don't only look at the project that you're doing, also see what contribution is finance making into it. See how is HR operating in that organization. See how marketing team is working. Whatever possibilities available within the ambit of your project. That will help you in one, creating value because you are bringing a new angle to the project. Second, it will also help you realize कि corporate में अगर HR ऐसा होता है या corporate में marketing ऐसे होती है, finance ये करता है, IT का ये भी role हो सकता है. So that can give you a new idea of what Sudha was saying. See what else is there. Abhi you have a rudimentary idea of industry में क्या roles है available. None of you have experience to that limit कि आपको सारे roles सब industry का पता हो. है ऐसा कोई भी कि जिसको सारे roles पता हो सारे industries के, including faculty, including us, right? We are all a product of our experiences. उसमें हम जितनी नेटवर्किंग कर सके, उसमें हम जितना अपने आप को पहले समझ सके कि हमें क्या चीज हेल्प करती है. Somebody could be very good in numbers. Numbers finance में भी आते हैं, but क्या किसी और फंक्शन में numbers नहीं आते? Marketing में also there is a financial aspect ना. Marketing में also there is a numbers aspect. Human resources, somebody says I am a good people's person. Human resources is not the only function which works with human beings. आप किसी भी function में जाओ, eventually you have to deal with human beings only ना. Marketing में आपको clients के रूप में मिलेंगे, HR में आपको employee के रूप में मिलेंगे, IT में आपको stakeholders के रूप में मिलेंगे. You have to look at all the roles holistically and you have to also do a very good self-assessment कि मुझे क्या चाहिए. वो आप कैसे कर सकते हो is by spending a little bit more time on yourself and reevaluate or rethink what all have you achieved in your life and then see what are your accomplishments in the area of. That will be a very good indicator for you to assess कि आपका actual natural passion किस तरफ जाता है. Whether it is about numbers, whether it is about people, whether it is about processes, whether it is about ideation and big picture, it could be any of those. And then you use the power of social media, then you use the power of networking, then you use the power of your alumni, and then see what are the roles available and then go after it. But it will not be a blind exercise जहाँ पे कैंपस में ये 5 कंपनी आती है तो मुझे इन्हीं 5 को क्रैक करना है. कहीं नहीं लिखा कि आपको कैंपस से ही प्लेसमेंट लेनी है, अदरवाइज आपका ब्रांड वैल्यू खराब होता है. डेफिनेटली कैंपस से लेना है हमें प्लेसमेंट, बट दैट डज नॉट मीन कि दैट्स माय ओनली लिमिट, दैट्स नॉट माय फाइनाइट सेट. इतना ही नहीं होता. Right? There have been number of success stories who refused to go for the campus placement because they knew what their passion projects were. But उसके लिए बहुत clear होना पड़ता है कि who am I as an individual, मुझे क्या करना है. ठीक है, और उसके लिए अपने साथ थोड़ा टाइम स्पेंड करना पड़ता है. हमारे हिंदू कल्चर में, हमारे इंडियन कल्चर में there is a very strong practice of meditation. Meditation is what? It's स्वाध्याय ना. हम खुद को पढ़ते हैं उसमें. Meditation is not chanting somebody's name. Meditation is going into yourself and focusing on things which are important for you. Right? So meditate on what you want and you will get what you want. कहते हैं ना हमारी philosophy में, कहते हैं ना जो answers मैं बाहर ढूंढ रहा हूँ वो सब मेरे अंदर ही है. I just need to spend time with myself. Please do that and do it now before you get your internship, because आप evaluation and internship तभी कर पाओगे when you know what you're looking for. Otherwise तो आप जाओगे 2 महीने टाइम निकालोगे, 3 महीने whatever your internship period is, and then you are back and you're still confused. You know? So please do that. That exercise helps everyone, and it is irrespective of whether you're a management graduate or not. I think it's a basic skill now which everybody should be practicing. Since you all are here in the room, I'm asking you to do this exercise for yourself. ठीक है? And 3 Idiots में रैंचो ने कहा था ना, कामयाबी के पीछे मत भागो, काबिलियत के पीछे भागो, कामयाबी खुद पीछे आएगी. So once you decide what area you want to make your career into, you will become an expert in that, because that's a decision that you're taking for yourself rather than being influenced by anyone else. ठीक है? बाहर का influence आएगा. Obviously there are many people who know a lot of things and their inputs matter. But पहला ये matter करता है कि आपको क्या चाहिए, which is what all my co-panelists are also trying to say in different languages. I'm just saying it in Hindi. That's all. ठीक है?
Thank you.
So
before I open up the floor for students, I will just ask one quick question, which is basically the in the minds of a student often, like, how can I convert my internship into a PPO, or maybe how can I convert my management training after graduating into certain labels, like how can I move up the ladder? So this question is there. How can I convert my internship into PPO? What, as you have said, like there will be project given to them. They will be assessed based on that project. Is it just a project, or maybe multiple factors might be there? So what are some key factors from your industry, because all of you are from different industries? So what are these key factors which can, I mean, in some sense, ensure student like they can convert their internship into a PPU? That is the question that often we get from students, that, sir, how can I convert my internship into PPU? So that's a very specific question. And from your experience, past experience, if you can throw some light on that, that will be great.
May I start on this? Okay, so at the very outset, let me tell you that every internship cannot be converted into a PPO, because not every intern is taken with an intent of making him or her a permanent member of the team. Right? With that being said, wherever the scope is available of a permanent employment, things which would matter are, number one, what we've already discussed in bits and pieces and all the other answers also, is your um, delivery, right? The impact that we were talking about, the result orientation, your culture fit into the organization, how you're able to align with other members of the team. That is going to be important. Third is the value addition that you bring to the table. What is your personal flavor that you're trying to, that you're able to bring to the organization, which creates value? It's not just that I make the organization a fun place to be, right? Even though that is good from a moral standpoint of view, businesses are being run for the bottom line. Hamara profits kya hai? So how are your contributions going to impact the overall results of the business? अगर आप ये तीन चीजें कर लेते हो, एटलीस्ट मेरी अंडरस्टैंडिंग में अगर आप ये तीन चीजें कर लेते हो, दैट इज गुड इनफ फॉर यू टू गेट अ पीपीओ. ना उसके बाद आपकी जर्नी कितनी स्मूथ या कितनी रफ रहेगी would depend upon your continued delivery on the parameters. And also the business situation, not everything would be only dependent on you. Like I said, not every internship will automatically become PPO if you do a good job. Because if organization में position नहीं है, it might be because of no fault of yours, you're not able to convert it into PPO. Those factors being aside, what is in control of you is one, your delivery. Second, your culture fit in the organization. Third, your value creation. Fourth, how you're able to learn, how you're able to continuously show growth. Because an organization is eventually looking for future leaders, right? अभी हमारे जो leaders हैं वो अगले 5 साल 10 साल में they will move out and somebody else has to take that place. वहाँ पे आपकी learnability, आपकी adaptability, आपका communication, आपकी networking, आपका management, all of this becomes important. So all of these are key skills to have. But initially तो आपका result और आपका काम देखा जाएगा. As per my understanding, I request other panel members to please.
So, in my understanding, any internship has 4 phases, right? And it starts with anticipation, where you will, when you enter a corporate world, you will be wondering what my project is going to be, how are my co-workers, what place I'm going to work, how is my manager going, who is my manager, what are his expectations, his or her expectations. Then the next stage that comes is exploration, where you explore the corporate setup. You try to know people, you try to understand the department that are there and whom to contact for the given task and how to get things done. The third stage comes as a contribution stage, where you start actually contributing towards the project, because by now you have some understanding of the corporate setup, you have some understanding about your project, and you start delivering on the task. And the last stage is conclusion stage, when you wrap up things, you provide the document, whatever is required, and you submit if the presentation is required in the organization, you make a presentation to the senior colleagues and then move out, right? Now, each stage has its own do's and don'ts, or I would say the things that if you perform, probably this could, if the job is there, it can to a certain extent, in my understanding, can grant you a PPO. You can get a PPO or a PPI. Obviously, if the job is not there, the position is not there, then it's a different thing. So during the anticipation phase, you need to first understand what you need to seek the project clarity. You need to be after your manager, because as my colleague over here said, that learning, the onus of learning during your project internship is on you. It's not on your mentor or guide or the manager, right? So obviously at the end of 2 months you can say कि मेरा manager available नहीं था, मुझे कुछ project ही नहीं मिला ढंग का, मैंने कुछ किया नहीं, time काटा निकल गया. That's up to you, right? Because the organization is not going to lose anything. So the onus you need to take on yourself. You need to own your project. So you need to seek clarity in the first phase of your internship. Try and be after your manager or colleagues and try to understand as much as you can about the organization. In the next stage, you need to connect with your fellow colleagues who are going to actually help you with your project, because many time you end up doing many things in your project that even for data or even for structure or even for some org structure or something or the other, you need to meet people in the organization. And unless you build that network, you won't be able to navigate your project. Now in the third stage, when you start contributing, by now you already understand or few people in the organization. Try to make deeper connection, right? By now you might have just a known face in the organization, or you have known few faces from the organization, but try to connect with those people, because connection once made, if you have established this connection, it goes beyond your internship, right? And in the last phase, what you need to do is, before completing or before stepping out of the organization, you need to understand one thing, that you won't be there to explain your work, whatever you have done during the internship. So your work should speak for itself. So you need to provide the organization with artifacts. You need to document what you have done, so that even when you are not there, someone, if someday looks at your work and remember you, and if that time there is a vacancy, he or she can connect with you, right? So that's the value add that you can give before completing your internship. And obviously, what from organization perspective, people try to look in intern is that whether the individual has that attitude, go-getter attitude, positive attitude as we call it, whether the individual volunteer for different projects, where the individual try to help others where he or she can, and whether or not that individual, even if that individual is not in the organization, people remember that individual. So that all this will happen if you have delivered something meaningful for the organization and you have connected with people around.
Thank you. So I was listening to my colleagues, Anupama and Vishal, and I'm thinking, how do I even add to what they said? So let me take you one step back. Sabne suna hai customer is king. Yes. Why is customer the king? Sab log bolte isliye. No, the customer pays. That's why he's king or she is king, right? So who is paying in this equation? Whether it is internship or a job that you want, you're already in one job and you want to get at the next level. Who's paying for it? Organization, hiring manager. Can I hear some more responses? Who's paying for it? Customer is eventually paying. That's many stations away. But if you need to get an appointment letter as a full-time employee after your internship gets done, who's going to make that decision? Have you given it some thought? Manager's recommendation is important. If the manager says this candidate sucks, then even if you've impressed the more higher powers that be, you're not going to get through the entryway when there's enough competition, right? Yes? All right. Who else is included in that decision? HR. Okay, to some extent maybe. Who else is included in the decision? Think about what Anupama said. There's a clue over there. She said not all internships can be converted into PPOs because there's a budget constraint. Who decides budget? More senior management, people who are nameless and faceless to us at this point. Yes? Imagine you're supposed to impress all of those people and then get the PPO. Sounds very difficult, isn't it? Now, what if you flip it? Let's go back to customer is king. But this time, let's think about demand and supply. Everybody's learned that in microeconomics. I'm totally sure of that. Yes? Don't worry, I'm not going to ask you any difficult question here. Now, what is price? It's that equilibrium point of demand and supply. Yes? Itna sabko yaad hai? Very good. Price is your salary or the reward that you're looking for, which is a job offer after your internship or the next level job after you join. Filhal ke liye, let's consider price ka definition as this. Good with everyone? Right. Now you want to command a higher price. Whatever is the price, we just defined it. So supply high hoga, to price hoga high. Ya demand high hoga, to price hoga high. Louder. Demand. How do you create a high demand for your skills? Loudly, please. Yahan tak awaaz aani chahiye. Unique skills, okay. Unique skills that the employer is interested in. Okay. What else? आप demand कैसे अपनी बढ़ाओगे? Advertising, packaging, branding. Yes, very good. Supply roker, just go on a killing spree and kill all the competition. That doesn't work, buddy. It's a free market economy, isn't it? So what else can you do? Focus on quality, so differentiate yourself, okay? Contribute value, well, that's a motherhood statement. What do you mean by that? How do you create demand for your skills is the question. Low pricing, yes, you're alienating the audience. Though. Everyone here wants a higher price is what we established already. Sorry, somebody here was saying something. Latest, there's a clue in what my friend Bishal said. We like people who are easy to work with, isn't it? Nobody wants to work with someone who is a pain in whatever body part. We want to be working with people who are comfortable to talk to, even if there's a difference in point of view. Yes? So as an intern, if you are able to communicate in a very differentiated and smart, strategic way, you are already increasing your demand. It's a very simple thing to do while you're in campus to develop your communication skills. If you're not part of Toastmasters or any variation of that, please do consider signing up. They didn't pay me. I'm not an official member there, but it really helps you articulate your communication in a team setting. How else can you increase your demand? Like many of you said, increase your skills, and that's what you're doing in this academy, isn't it? Yeah, but you also need to increase it in a way in which it matches the expectation of all those in the hierarchy of the decision making. Some of them you know their identities, some of them you don't know the identities. How do you do that? Answer lies in what Arvind said some time back. He said intent and impact. Identity, intent, and impact. Identity is not something you go about advertising. That's for you to figure out for yourself. Your intent is also not something you go about advertising. That's also something you got to figure out for yourself. But your impact should be such that when people remember you, they don't say, hey, this is that girl from Pune who is also, who came to us from IIM Jammu for internship. No. They should say, hey, this girl is the one who designed this program. We couldn't launch it at that time, but maybe we could pick it up now. So if you can't convert your internship into a PPO for a variety of external reasons that Anupama mentioned, don't worry. All you need to do is to figure out who is the customer who is willing to buy the product that's your professional skills. If you figure that out, you got this. Thanks.
Thank you so much.
Keeping the paucity of time, I will not disturb you more. Most important thing is I would request all of you to think tomorrow, you will also have a lot of interns under you, right? So the question is, because the MBA is all about asking questions. So most important thing is, what are you looking for when you have to have a bright talent in your own, this one? The question I could steal is something called, how many of you have heard about repo rate? Fantastic. Now it's very easy for you to understand. Stealing their ideas, okay? First is called resourcefulness. If I were to hire someone, the intern should have resourcefulness in terms of something called capitalizing on strength. And the most important thing that everyone is coining, especially the Gartners of the world, have coined this called skill-based organization. Upskilling, reskilling, and cross-skilling. URC, that is something which is missing. The C part is something which people have stopped. Number 2 is E, repo rate E. E is like what she again said, Anupama rightly said, excellence in whatever we do, in terms of what we speak, think, and do. This is all about impact. Because tomorrow your manager should feel that. Because if he feels that you're coming with strengths, you're able to capitalize on your strengths. The next question is whether he is displaying excellence in what he speaks, thinks, and do. Third, most important, again, I've stolen this, it's called professional network. I don't know, there's a book in this library called Collaborative Intelligence, yellow color book, worth a read, okay? Last but not the least, the most important thing is ownership. Accountability cannot be shared. It has to be owned. Tomorrow your manager is giving you something and then that point of time you say 5:30, let me go. It doesn't work. Sorry. And that's why I'd never preach work-life balance also. Sorry to say that. So REPO is the game. And I think everyone has that. And that's something which, if you're looking for conversion, normally this is something which you get evaluated for. Normally not in terms of assessment forms, but sometimes your manager, and this is something, the experience which you give to your manager in terms of being resourceful, being excellent in what you think, do, and act. Position yourself in terms of networking. Don't only sit with your HR friends or finance friend. Start collaborating. That's an important thing. And take up ownership. Thank you.
So please be little quick.
And not take more than a minute. So, of course, wonderful insights, and I echo with everything what we are discussing here. So as a part of this, when we discussed about, Anupama, when you spoke about this, so we have a concept of funnel in sales. When we talk about sales as a function, we have a funnel. So when you imagine a funnel, that's how, we all get in, and slowly the filtration starts. So of course, that's a journey for each one of us. We all have our different roles to play in our entire growth stories. So as a part of funnel, when we are doing this, that one differentiation which is going to keep you different, who's going to make you stand outside of the entire race which we are currently into, is the ASK model, ASK, which is attitude, skill, and knowledge. Currently, what we are getting into is we are developing our skills. We are developing our knowledge. Once we are very good at this, we are going to start practically implementing these knowledge and skills, and we're going to be more positive towards our attitude. Our learning attitude is something which is going to differentiate you from our other partners, our members, our entire ecosystem. There is only one institute we are referring to, but go out in the market, it's all of us. All of us today are in this race. So that's the reason that one differentiator is, please understand the sales funnel concept, when once you reverse the funnel, there's a filtration which happens at every level. And after that, definitely what's going to be differentiating you from each one of us is your ask model, which is attitude, skill, and knowledge, wherein definitely somebody who may not have the best scores, but still I know you are somebody who's coming with the right attitude, I would love to hire you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. So, because of time, we will just take one quick question from the audience, and also like who among the panelists you want to answer that? Yeah, someone please, one question only, because we have very limited time left. And also you need to tell like whom you want to respond to that question. Yeah. किसी के पास क्वेश्चन नहीं है? ऐसा कैसे? अरे अभी इतनी जल्दी कैसे थक सकते हैं? Yeah, somebody.
Hi, very good evening to all. So it's not a very intelligent question or something. I think the model, what we discussed so far is, like, how do we decide which industry, I being in a fresher, how do I decide which industry or job profile I get into? And you guys mentioned a lot of different models which we can look into it. My question is, what if we, in the first try, we don't get it right? How do we then kind of navigate it or try to change or something like that? Maybe the chance of getting the first job to be the correct profile for me might not be a possibility. So what would I do after that to re-choose it? Or maybe anyone who knows how to answer it can be answer.
One simple thing, which again, if you happen to hear from Anupama, there's a book in the library called Discover Your Strengths. As long you know your strengths, you got to really compete on your strengths. Most of us, we compete among ourselves. It's always better to compete within yourself. That answers. But I think the world is so much, it's over competitive that you see, okay, other person has got 40 lakhs, unfortunately, I've got only 4 lakhs. Chalo. And we sacrifice two things, happiness and success. It's not something which is written in Webster. It's something you have to define. MOS and MOH, measure of success and measure of happiness. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm not sure whether I've convinced or I have confused you. Thank you.
No, thank you.
Just to add on to that answer, while it is very important that you understand yourself, but that process can take some time, right? But when you are in an organization, not everybody has that luxury that we take a break and then we do a self-analysis and then we apply elsewhere. We have to also look at, the physical arrangement and the logistics of living day-to-day life. In that, most of the organizations today, once you've entered the organization and are able to create value in whatever you're doing, that is number one criteria. You have to deliver in whatever you're doing. But if it is not suiting you or you're not adjusting to it, but you know that within the organization, there is something else which you're more suitable to because you've spent that time, you've done your due diligence. Most of the organizations today are quite open to the idea of people changing lanes. Like Sudha was also talking about that, you build that kind of a case for yourself that, see, I am an engineer or whatever, XYZ, this is my profile, this is what I am currently working on. I think if given a chance, I can work on such and such this thing. Give me a project. Don't ask for a transfer or don't demand something. Ask for a project. Because it could so happen that what you're thinking is perfect for you may not actually be perfect. Even that second option may not be perfect, right? So you dip your toes into different opportunities available within the organization. इससे आपका दो फायदा होगा. क्या फायदा होगा? One, you are building multidiscipline for yourself, right? You are becoming a more important resource for the organization. Second, you are coming closer and closer to what you actually want to do in life. Because the more experimentation you do, not every experiment is successful, but that one experiment that clicks will put you on the rocket speed. वो कहते हैं ना rocket launcher होगा वो फिर आपके लिए for your growth and success. So keep experimenting while you're doing your self-analysis, while you're trying to understand yourself better, practically also in the organization, आपको जो काम assign हुआ है वो तो करो, but take on more challenges, take on more opportunities that will give you a wider view of what the organization has to offer. That will help.
And my humble request is, this is not for giving gyan, okay? Every MBA student must read a 11 pages article, which I'm sure you would have already read, called Effective Executive, Peter F. Drucker. In fact, that summons whatever we have said. Or if you have to take it to the next level, read that book itself from Peter F. Drucker. That summons the entire MBA. Art of communication, art of networking, and the knowledge worker. Everything is summoned in that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. You may please continue. So, thank you everyone for this, and I hope students have enjoyed this particular panel discussion. They should never stop learning, and they will be learning from the frameworks, from the books, from
from the article that he was saying, like Peter Drucker. Peter Drucker is obviously father of management. If you want to know about management, because in 1950s and early time he has written a lot of books. He's considered as the father of management. So Peter Drucker's article will still be relevant. Maybe those articles are written long back, still they are relevant today also. Maybe they will be relevant when you will become old, then also they will be relevant. So with this note, I think we can conclude the event, and then over to you.
Thank you so much. Now, I would like to request the panelists to get seated as we would now proceed to the valedictory ceremony.
Good evening, everyone. I, Kinshika Sahu, with my co-anchor, Nomisha Bhola, welcome you all to the valedictory ceremony of the HR Conclave 7.0.
To begin, I request Dr. Baljeet Singh, Co-Chairperson Placements, IIM Jammu, to please address the audience.
A very good evening to all of you. Respected Director, sir, Dean Academics, Jabir, sir, our HR experts and industry leaders, and my dear students. Thank you so much for all this participation. Thank you so much for students for being patient listener. So again, a challenging task to present a summary of all the events that have happened across these 2 days, but still will try my best to sum up all the learnings. My orientation would be to sum up the learnings in a matter so that it becomes some sort of food for thought for you. What are the learnings that you need to take with you, along with you, while you prepare for your final internships and for final placements? So one of the important aspects that was reiterated in all the panels was upskilling. We talked about various methods of upskilling. It can be, for example, we talked about the digitization aspect. So our industries are moving towards digitization aspects, and the HR leaders are expecting something from you, that is, you are aware of what this digitization means. Various platforms being coming into force, various digitization technologies being coming into force, various digital marketing aspects being coming into force. So naturally, these HR professionals will be looking forward to something that these candidates should have in them. They should have a very good idea about how I can upskill, how I can enhance my business with the help of these new digital technologies. Another important aspect that was seen across all the panels, and we kept on hearing from different in our keynote addresses, was also to take care of. Sir also talked about this particular aspect, and in a very lucrative format, which we call as the ask principle. So you might be having knowledge, you might be having skills, but if your attitude is not in sync with that knowledge, if it is not in sync with those skills, it's not going to work. I would like to reflect here a very good read, a very good book, which very beautifully explains this principle. This is Count Your Chickens Before They Hatch. It is written by Arindam Chaudhary. You might have heard about him. He used to head a particular MBA institute. But the principle talks about skills might be there, knowledge might be there, but please keep your attitude in sync with those skills and in sync with those knowledge and in sync with the requirements of the industry. Another important aspect that was reiterated by various HR professionals in this particular HR conclave was the movement of industry towards e-commerce and quick commerce. And then again, your preparedness for these two dimensions. So we need industry leaders, or we need people who can effectively manage these two important aspects of businesses, and they should have some learnings about it, how we have to go ahead with it. Gone are the times when we used to talk about the sales methodology, wherein we used to get in touch with customers face to face. Now those dimensions are fading away, and there are organizations where we are looking forward to that there would be no, say for example, in banking industry, we are talking about a scenario where we would not be having banks. So the physical infrastructure is replaced by the e-commerce setting and the quick commerce setting, and you have to be very aware about all those settings and be prepared for it. Then we also talked about another important aspect called as the Gen Z way of learning and the Gen Z way of handling things. One important learning that I want you to imbibe here is, because when you will be joining the workforce, you might land up into a situation where you have to deal with your co-workers who might be younger to you or who might be older than you. How to maintain a balance between these two working aspects is very important. And our HR experts talked about something called as empathy. So it's a skill which is being talked about in the world of sales, in the world of marketing, in the world of HR. Usually we keep on hearing that you should be less on sympathy and more on empathy. So having a good understanding of what the customers are feeling about, what your clients are feeling about, and then try to be in their shoes and then try to imbibe all those values, all those skills, which at one point of time might help them. With all these learnings, I believe that you all people might have enjoyed the 2-day sessions of this HR Conclave 7.0. And I firmly believe that you will take away with these learnings, and finally, these learnings will help you in your journey forward with your internships and with your final placements. With these hopes, thank you so much for being patient listeners. Thank you so much forming motivated learners. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now I invite Dr. Jabir Ali, Chairperson Placements IIM Jammu, to kindly take the stage and share some words of wisdom.
So good evening, everyone. Our director, Professor B.S. Sahai, my colleague, Dr. Baljit Singh, faculty colleagues, our guests, and students. So 2 days of lot of work, 7 panels, about say 7, not 7 only, rather, we have about 10 keynote speakers, total 51, industry experts, deliberated so much. We had a lot of discussion on many things. Rather, you can say in 2 days' time, the kind of knowledge which has been discovered in this particular auditorium, this is huge. Now, thing is that how to consolidate those all, knowledge which has been generated here. A moment before, I was just asking my team, have you recorded everything? And they said yes. And I responded to the group that make the transcript of it, because that is going to really become a galaxy of knowledge within a kind of, discussion which happened here. And maybe you can't get in one book, rather we have created or generated many and many books, in these 2 days' time. But how to really use that, how to learn or take some takeaways from that, that is now up to us. I will highlight more on the last session because that is very much connected with all of our students, because they are going to be, in the mode of having internship after their first year. So they are in the, term 1, they'll be completing term 3 and going to the industry for 2 months of internship. And the kind of discussion which happened, I think now we need not to counsel them that what they need to do or they are supposed to do during their internship, to even give a kind of gesture or also learn from these 2 months so that they can even create the whole life for themselves. This is an opportunity where you can set the goal for your life. And I think, I'm sure that the kind of insight which has been given by each of the panelists, that were huge. And if you just, read each and every line which has been discussed here in this particular session, I think your internship, for sure going to be successful. Just you go with this. I'm sure that I'll request my team that create this transcript first and circulate this among all the students, that they need to read it again and again so that they should not be confused at what they need to do in their internship and how to even convert that as a life opportunity in terms of PPO or whatever they want to do that. I think this has been amazing. And let me also mention this part that this kind of program is not just for having the program here on campus. This is actually creating a lot of opportunities for all of us, right? Here, I'll request everyone that try to utilize this relationship or try to make this relationship even further in terms of having some kind of collaboration, not only just for the sake of having some sessions, rather even it can be more than that. Let me mention here that we at IIM Jammu are very open in terms of having industry collaboration in number of ways. Starting from having a kind of, you can say, mentorship for each and every, you can say, group or area of ours. So we do have a kind of program where we want to have advisory board for each and every area, whether it's economics, whether it is, operations, whether it's marketing. So we are taking the help of industry so that they can become advisory, member for our area, so that they can also guide that what kind of courses to be delivered to our students so that we can have a very industry-oriented course. There should not be gap between academia and industry. The kind of delivery should, which we need to have in the classroom, it should be real time and as per the need of the industry. Other thing that here, when we talk about these courses, we can always have, course delivery from you, right? Maybe half course, a full course, a few of the course, a module of each and every course. I think we encourage that. We need those kind of insights so that we can have a real-time delivery in the classroom as well. Apart from that, we can always go for guest sessions. We can again go for live, projects, internship, and lot many other things. There are multiple opportunities. I think we need to explore that. That business school will, flourish when we have industry. Without industry collaboration, we can't talk management. We can't talk a program on business management. I think that collaboration need to be there. We are thankful that we have got very, good, you can say collaborative support from industry, and we look forward to have the similar kind of support even every year, every time, every day. And we look forward to even, provide even kind of, you can say collaboration, which we can generate out of all these things. We look forward to have those. And I do have some advice for the student also. Go back, again, visit your notes which you have made. And even if you cannot make the note, now recall, sit for a day or maybe for 2 days. Every time you try to recall, some of the sessions which were very exciting, and try to remember those learning, that will definitely help you in long run. Thank you very much. And we look forward to have the similar kind of, activities over the time, every year, every time. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now, I humbly request Professor P.S. Sahai, Director, IIM Jammu, to address the audience.
Good evening. So we are at the fag end of the program. First of all, I really feel sorry that in the inauguration yesterday I was not here. There was a very urgent meeting. In fact, these days I'm traveling a lot. And then I connected also in the morning. But by the time I connected, because the program was supposed to be starting at 9, got delayed to 9:30. And by the time my turn came, it was 10 o'clock. And my next meeting was supposed to be starting, and which was started dot time. But I must tell you this thing that last evening, the moment I arrived, since then, I was trying to attend all possible sessions. I couldn't sit through all the sessions. But I must tell you, the quality of presentation was just brilliant. So please join me in giving a big hand to all industry experts. It's really wonderful, it's really wonderful. And it's very difficult for me to tell that which panel was better than other panel. So I'm not going to the details. Each panel was brilliant. Each speaker was brilliant. And I don't know how much my students have learned or how much my colleagues have learned, but I must tell you, I learned a lot. I'm a very selfish person. I try to learn from everybody. Wherever I get an opportunity, I learn. And I don't only learn, I try to implement that. So first of all, I would like to say that my colleague Javier and Baljit and the whole team, they have done a wonderful job. Please join me in giving a big hand to both of them. I know that a lot of preparation is required in organizing any event, and particularly when you're inviting so many guests, and then their life was more complicated because I said that all guests are going to stay here on campus, not in a hotel, because we had enough of hotel business. Fine. Now we have our this accommodation, this Brahmaputra, the guest house, what we call. And if you faced any problem, I really feel sorry for that. But I would like to know your feedback, that how further we can improve that thing. Idea of putting all these things, all of you, there is that basic amenities of any 3-star or 4-star hotel should be there. We are still furnishing that. Probably it will take some time, but it's really important that when you stay on campus and when you interact with all these great minds, you get a different type of feeling. You get a different type of feeling. When you stay in hotel, you don't feel connected with either with the student or with the institute. You feel that, okay, chalo, 1 घंटे का काम था, हो गया, अब चलते हैं. But because you have stayed here, now you have to shoulder major responsibility. Be ready for that. We are in a business school. We need your support. We need your guidance. Unless you are there, we can't survive. Because whatever we are doing, who validates it? It's academia, because some of our students look for higher studies. It is industry who hires our students. And some of them becomes entrepreneur. So they are judged by other people. So industry plays a very, very significant role. And most of the time we say that, okay, what industry is giving to us? Now let me turn the table. And I'm going to ask all of you, tell us that what we can do for you. ये तो बड़ा आसान काम है आपसे कहना कि बच्चे को समर इंटर्नशिप दे दो और क्या नौकरी दे दो इनको प्लेसमेंट दे दो. That anyway you will be doing. So I'm not really going to ask for that. What I'm asking that what IIM Jammu can do for you. You have seen our campus. We have probably the finest library in the country as on date. You will feel sort of happy to know this. And anybody coming, they say that it's a brilliant campus, this, that, everything they talk of. We say that please create better campus than us. And if you're making library, take our help and make a better library than us. And that is what we feel that we should be always supporting our peer group, our institutions, our peer institutions or organizations. So I would like to say that what we can do for you. Javeer has explained very nicely that whatever collaboration can be done. Let me touch your personal life. कि 60 साल के बाद आप क्या करेंगे? There are very few people who get an opportunity to work and make their life very active. We are here to make you young ever. You know, when you stay among students, this is the beauty of any academic institution or university. Wherever you are, whether you're in India or abroad or any part of the globe, wherever you go, if you are in teaching community or with teaching community or among students, you always feel very young. Students are very, very creative, let me tell you. Many things I learned from my students. They may not be knowing this thing, but I learned many of things. Like, I'm a very observant person, very positive person, and I see everything in a positive way. And if something is going wrong, I don't hesitate in saying that, yes, it is to be done like this. So for you, after 60, we want that because, you know, like say, life expectancy is increasing. So what is important for you is that get connected with academic institutions. And if you get an opportunity, get registered for PhD program in any of the central institutions, be it IIMs, be it IIT, or be it any institution for that matter, or any good institutions, I would say. Because some of you are talking about brand equity, value. So your valuation becomes important once you do your PhD from any of the good institutions. What happens is in teaching is the only profession and some of other professions where retirement is 65. And in yesterday board meeting itself, we have taken a very significant move that on certain caveat, with certain caveat, faculty can or some of the industry people can be with us till 70 years. Because we need you. We value your experience, you value your expertise, you value your presence. So it's really important. How details, you can get it from the website or you can discuss after this, during the tea time we can discuss. And even after 70, your life becomes more active if you are mentally alert and physically fit. If you are stand on your feet, and if you're mentally alert, there is no retirement age in academics. Let me just tell you. And it is not only for you people, for this, our young friends sitting over here, that teaching is one profession. Many a time people forget about that. The type of salary my colleagues get, plus my Atik is smiling कि राज की बात बता रहे हो, ठीक नहीं है, बता देते हैं, कोई बात नहीं, जबीर बता दें, ये अच्छा जबीर साहब का ज्यादा है, अच्छा. So I'm not going to talk about any individual, but let me tell you what happens is that the salary what you get is the government salary. You can't get more than that. But in any of the IIM sororities, you get a lot of consulting assignments, you get a lot of training assignments. And in fact, I keep telling to my colleagues also that now we should be engaging our students also in real life training program so that they work for one day and they are paid for that. But this one day training will groom them that, okay, how any event is organized, how this program is organized. And it's a learning. We keep telling our students that be part of any project our professors are doing, whether it is consulting, whether it is training, whether it is research or anything. We do a lot of projects where we don't charge money from the government. In fact, yesterday paper, everybody should have seen that the proposed this, this election was announced yesterday. Yeah, so it has come in the yesterday's paper. This IIM Jammu and government of JNK was working together very closely. And Secretary Skill Development was here with his big team for 2 weeks here, and we're developing on a project that how to create employment through entrepreneurship. It's a very big, very ambitious project for 5 years, and that was approved by the government. It was a joint effort. So that is a significant thing. So likewise, we are doing a lot of things for the, you see, when we talk of IIM system, so IIM system is never meant for only just that, okay, churn out MBAs and PhDs. How we are adding value to the society. How we become partner to the growth and development of Jammu and Kashmir. That's really important. As our Honorable Prime Minister said, the target that by 2047, we are going to be a developed nation. And that's a remarkable thing because till now we are shooting in the dark. Now we have a target that yes, we want to. And everybody starts feeling that yes, we can do it and we will do it. So my dear friends from industry, I would like to say this thing, that now once you have come to IIM Jammu, you have to shoulder a lot of responsibility. These young boys and girls, they are the future of our nation. They are highly capable, they are highly competent. What is required is proper mentoring, proper guidance. And that is possible not only from teachers or faculty members here, but from industry friends. And my friend from Volvo was giving a very good suggestion. He said that, and Javier, it's for you to, and Baljit to take it up. Suppose in a batch, we take 300, 400 students. Identify 200 industry experts. Assign 2 students to each expert. It will be their responsibility to make sure that where they are getting placed in for summer internship, final internship, how they are groomed, wo uska bachcha hai, usko samalo. Okay, so let us identify 200, not 200, I will say 400 companies. 400 individuals in the different companies, I will say like that. और एक तो हमें Ravi has said this thing. Ravi, no? Ravi? Arvind, I'm sorry. Ravi is sitting this side, yeah. So Arvind has said this thing, I volunteer myself. Fine. So likewise, we have to identify 400 individual experts from industry. Fine. अभी सामने इन लोगों ने बहुत ज्ञान दिया है. अब इनको कुछ काम भी दिया जाए, assignment दिया जाए. They will do it. Fine. So everybody, Sudha is there, Anupama is there. So everybody, this Vishal, yeah. विशाल, मैं तो सोचता था ये बिहार में और बंगाल में होता है और उड़ीसा में होता है विशाल, ये गुजरात में भी विशाल हो गया। अच्छा, यू आर फ्रॉम झारखंड, हाँ, नाउ आई अंडरस्टैंड दिस थिंग। कैसे भाई ये, I mean, I was literally zapped that how come Vishal is in Gujarat writing Vishal, it's a Vishal, fine. So all of you have no responsibility, fine. And not only you guys, जो 50 लोगों को बुलाया है, इन 50 लोगों को ऐसा असाइनमेंट दो और उनका परफॉर्मेंस इवैल्यूएशन होगा और हर क्वार्टर में होगा, ठीक है ना? चलो ये मान लिया, ठीक है ना? So what I this, you know, like what I feel is that we need your support, you need your guidance, you need your help, and you know we are very much blessed that we are in the lap of Mataji. Whenever you are in Jammu, please visit to IIM Jammu. जब भी आप श्री माता वैष्णो देवी श्राइन जाते हैं और आपके कोई भी इंडस्ट्री के फ्रेंड्स जाते हैं तो आप बोलिए भाई IIM Jammu हो गया। We are located in such a, you know, माता ने हमें पहले ही एलिवेट कर दिया है, इसलिए आपको जो आने में काफी थोड़ा मेहनत करना पड़ता है। So we are already elevated, and with your support and push, probably we can do wonders. So once again, I congratulate Javeer and Baljit and all team of this placement committee. I see. Okay, there are so many C's. No, many times I also get confused. All committees, fine. Okay, all committees, the student affairs, this, that, blah, blah. Fine, everybody is covered in that. Everybody is covered now? Fine. To all my industry friends, and whenever you need any help from us, please don't hesitate. You have number of Javeer, you have number of Baljit. You can have my number from them. And keep visiting us. Students need you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you for your wise words, sir. We would now request Dr. Atanu Datta, Placement Officer, IIM Jammu, to present a note of thanks for the event.
Good evening. First of all, I would like to thank my leadership team on the dais, Honorable Director, Sir, Professor B.S. Sahai, Honorable Dean, Professor Jabir Ali, and Co-Chairperson Placement, Dr. Baljit Singh, my esteemed faculty members, staff officers, and my dear students. And most important, in such a short notice, we have got 51 wonderful industry experts this year. See, last year I was new to IIM Jammu. When I joined, we conducted, that time, you know, this campus was under just construction. And we did not have this auditorium also. And we conducted with a lot of constraints, the HR Conclave 6.0. And that time, that same valedictory function, director said that, Atanu, we need to do a bigger and grander one this time. So from 37, now this year, we have 51 guests. And we are really thankful to all of you that in such a short notice, all of you have taken out time on a weekend without, spending time with your family. You have come here and shared your knowledge, your wisdom and thoughts with our students and faculty members. Thank you so much. On behalf of the placement office, I apologize if we have made any mistakes unknowingly or willingly. Please forgive us. Thank you so much. I thank one and all. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. With this, we come to an end to HRC 7.0. We would like to take this opportunity to thank the Placement Committee, Corporate Communications Committee, Infrastructure Committee, MES Committee, and Drishti Club for their harmonious coordination of the event. We once again thank all of you for coming together and making this conclave a resounding success. We We look forward to continuing beyond this event, the very stimulating and instructive exchange of ideas we had today. Thank you very much. I now request everyone to please stand up for the national anthem.
जन गण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
We now declare the HR conclave closed. You may move out of the venue.